It is Wednesday, ladies and gentlemen. So that means we do have a considerable amount to look at when it comes to actually practice reports and injury updates. First thing is Kelsey limited in practice. Looks like he'll be good to go. I mean, if he was a game time decision last Thursday, I'm assuming that you should have Travis Kelsey. I mean, it's a 10-day difference there. Then we also had Jerry Jeudy limited in practice as well. Brandon Cooks has a quote-unquote chance to play, but Brandon Cooks did miss practice today, but that's going to be something we want to look at. You don't really want to start Brandon Cooks regardless, but if Cooks doesn't play, I mean, I think we can just assume that CeeDee Lamb sees so many damn targets in this offense. Devontae Adams does not practice, which is interesting because Jacoby Myers still in concussion protocol. Zach Moss practices in full. So it looks like Deion Jackson no longer viable. Obviously, you can't start Zach Moss either. I don't even know if you want to have both guys rostered at this point. Now, Devontae Parker limited in practice, not a big deal. Raheem Mostert does not practice today, which is going to be something that we want to continue to monitor. Keep in mind, the man's 31. I mean, I don't necessarily think he needs to be out there practicing on Wednesday. Hopkins does not practice. Keep in mind, Hopkins, 31. I don't think this is someone that needs to be out there. Now, the big news that we have is Kenneth Gainwell does not only not practice, but also Gainwell will not be playing. So, ladies and gentlemen, it looks like DeAndre Swift may still be alive. Looks like if you really wanted to go through, you could look for DeAndre Swift this week. And I think Swift can be possibly a low-end RB2, high-end RB3 if we were to update our rankings. Now, obviously, tough spot because it's the Thursday night game. Now, the only other thing is Aaron Rodgers and Christian Watson both don't practice for the Packers. So it will be very interesting to see what the Packers look like this next week. Obviously, they got by just fine with no Christian Watson week 1. But to have no Christian Watson and Aaron Jones would be very, very interesting. But let's go ahead and let's check out our first question. This one coming out from James says, start James Cook or Brian Robinson over Alexander Madison. I would start James Cook, my man. I mean, actually, Alexander Madison, James Cook are going to be damn close for me. It really is up to you. Just don't start Brian Robinson over these guys. And then start Pierce, Montgomery, or Brian Robinson as an RB2. Very tough spot if it's a full PPR format. Full PPR league, obviously, we need to be moving Montgomery down a bit. I do have Montgomery and Dameon Pierce pretty much back-to-back in our rankings at 16 and 18. I still probably go Montgomery. I definitely like Montgomery more if it's not a full PPR league, though. Now, our next question coming out from Bros, he says, non-PPR, we have Mixon, Flowers, and DK Metcalf. For Tony Pollard, Chris Godwin, Tyler Lockett. Who wins the trade? Also, should I keep Courtland Sutton or pick up Romeo Doubs or Elijah Moore? Mixon to Pollard, give me Pollard. Flowers to Godwin, give me Godwin. DK to Lockett, give me DK. But honestly, I'd rather have the best player, especially non-PPR format. Give me Pollard. And then if you really wanted to drop Sutton for Dobbs, you can now that it looks like. I mean, you probably have. I'm sorry, I'm trying to fix something real quick. You probably have Jerry Jeudy good to go, whereas you don't have Christian Watson. Honestly, it is up to you, though. I'm not sitting here jumping up and down with joy to go grab Romeo Doubs. Now, John says, start 3. We have Jeudy, Watson, Flowers, JSN, Dotson, or Treylon Burks. And then for the tight end, are we going to go Sam Laporta or Jake Ferguson? Longtime watcher, love the content. Thank you so much, my friend. Looks like Watson is going to be someone we have to monitor the hamstring with. I think for now, we're probably planning on Jeudy, Flowers, JSN. Jeudy, Flowers, Jahan Dotson. If Christian Watson is good to go, we would bench Dotson and play Christian Watson. And then for tight end, I'm fine if we wanted to go through and play Sam Laporta. Ferguson had a ton of looks against the Jets. I mean, against the Giants, just really didn't do anything with them. Arthur says Godwin or Ayuk rest of season. We're going to go Ayuk and good sell high on Ayuk. No, if you're selling Ayuk, you need more than Godwin. Ayuk was going before Chris Godwin in drafts this offseason. Devin says, Sub Mason, 12-team half BBR format. We have Burrow, Jacobs, Etienne, Diggs, London, Montgomery, Njoku, Dotson, Myers, Jamal, Moore, Kincaid, Geno. Should we drop someone for Kelly or Tutu Atwell? Not Tutu Atwell. If you wanted to go through and drop a depth wide receiver, if you wanted to drop like Elijah Moore for Joshua Kelly to see what's going to happen with the Austin Eckler ankle, wouldn't fault you at all. Just there's no real reason to pick up Tutu Atwell. Tutu Atwell weighs like 160 pounds soaking wet. But really quick, ladies and gentlemen, if you have not done so already, please go down there, drop a like on this live stream. This may end up being like a 5-hour live stream. We streamed for 5 hours yesterday. Also, subscribe to the channel if you have not done so already. We're going to live stream every single day until 2024. We haven't missed a day in 138 days. And if you want to check out any of these pick'ems on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat, in the description, in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, you're going to get a 100% deposit match up to $200. Plus, you'll get our 2023 fantasy football rankings, a free trial to flockfantasy.com. And also, if you are new to Underdog Fantasy, you will get an additional special pick'em for tomorrow night's game. Jalen Hurts more than less than half a total yard against the Minnesota Vikings. And if you're on Underdog or if you're new, doesn't matter. Include the Tua total yards in your pick'em this weekend. They're going to give away $100,000, $10,000 to 10 separate people. And that's how you get entered in for that, just including Tua in a pick'em slip. But JJ coming out says, thoughts about Roschon Johnson? Picked up from the waiver wire, and do you think Flowers' values drop significantly when Andrews returns? I really like Roschon immediately day one in this offense. He came out and he ended up being the third down running back for the Chicago Bears. I think you'd be pretty damn excited about him. Now, the fundamental question you have is, okay, well, what does the volume look like for, say, Deonta Foreman going forward? Because if it's a split backfield three ways with Khalil Herbert, Deonta Foreman, and Roschon Johnson, then at that point, it's probably going to be a little bit of a tougher spot, and it will be hard to start him consistently. I will say, however, if you were going to be looking at what we have when it comes to Zay Flowers, this is a wide receiver that I'm going to rank as a wide receiver 3 this week. Wait to see what the production looks like with and without Mark Andrews. I do think that he has a lot of upside if we were all of a sudden, the continued ascension where we are not going to see too much work for Bateman or for Odell. Like he really cast them aside this week. Now, Matthew says, is starting Bijan and Chubb at RB1 and RB2 with Algier in the flex a bad move? Also, should we start Deshaun Watson or Goff at quarterback? We have Amon-Ra St. Brown, wide receiver 1. I'm going to go with Deshaun Watson at quarterback. And, those top two backs are great. And if you don't have a ton of depth, I'm fine if you want to put Tyler Algier in the flex. Not going to be avoiding it or be getting more excited about it with having Bijan. It's kind of up to you and your roster. Jordan says 12-team full BBR format with 3 wide receivers and a flex. We have Bijan, Jamal, Kamara, JT, Algier, Kelly, Charbonnet, Amon-Ra, Olave, Keenan, Godwin, Addison, Johnson, Hunter Henry. James Cook is on the waiver wire. How much fab in any moves or advice? We're going to go aggressive if James Cook's on the waiver wire. Here in this league, we have a great squad, but I think we could go ahead. I think we could honestly probably... Who are we dropping here? That's a tough spot. Maybe drop no. I would drop Joshua Kelly before I drop Deontay Johnson with this team in particular. You have to start 3 wide receivers. I would drop Joshua Kelly and to upgrade to James Cook in a 12-team format. I'd be aggressive. I would go through and see if we could spend like 35, 40% of our fab budget. And then also if we were looking at any potential moves, really when we get Kamara, JT back, we'll be so loaded at running back and wide receiver that we'll be in a position where we can afford to sell a running back and Daniel Jones get a quarterback upgrade. We're going to be waiting until we get some of those depth running backs back, though. Now, Derek coming out says 12-team PBR double flex. We have Lamar, Bijan, Swift, AJ, Keenan, Higbee, Ayuk, Dotson. And then on the bench, we have London, JSN, Howell, Zach Moss, Henry, Spears, Tutu. Saying, lost week 1, any trades for a better RB2? I would really like to see what we're going to get from DeAndre Swift on Thursday night with no Kenneth Gainwell. I mean, it does seem like down there in the bench, we have some players that have more upside later on. The only thing I'd say is if we are lacking RB2 production, but we're strong at wide receiver at the very top, having someone like Tutu Atwell down at the bottom of the bench really doesn't make a whole lot of sense for us. I think the fundamental thing that we want to be doing here is going through, dropping Tutu Atwell, pick up another running back off the waiver wire. And then there at that point, if we can go ahead, see what we get from Derrick Henry week 1. I don't want to be making a trade for a running back right now. I mean, it would be different if Kenneth Gainwell was good to go and we weren't going to get the clarity immediately. Lightning says, what do you think of Sirianni's comments about DeAndre Swift? It's very hard to take too much from it. I know he went out there and said some weeks DeAndre Swift will have the role he just had. Some weeks he'll be the lead back. Let's see what we get on Thursday. We have no Kenneth Gainwell. I'm not telling everybody you have to play DeAndre Swift, but if you're desperate and you lost Dobbins and Swift is our RB2 right now, you can find a worse option to play this week. So I think we are going to go ahead. I think we just wait one more day to see what's going to happen, right? Because if he says that, and then all of a sudden we see no Kenneth Gainwell in this offense, and they just activate Rashad Penny sees the majority of the work, then we know at that point, yeah, it's not happening for DeAndre Swift. Now, we have Andrew coming out saying, Algier off a big week or Swift with no Gainwell for the flex. Saquon and Breece at RB1 and RB2. Dear God. I know I'm going to get flamed for this. I know we're going to get roasted. I probably go DeAndre Swift over Tyler Algier. I hate to say it. I hate to admit it. Full BBR format. Maybe my brain's broken. Maybe I'm too high on Bijan Robinson. But no Gainwell. I think I'm probably going to go ahead and I'm going to probably take DeAndre Swift. Now, Chris says traded Stevenson and Higgins for James Conner, Olave, and Jackson Smith and Jigba. Okay, I would rather have Olave over Stevenson. Higgins versus Connor, JSN. I like it long-term if we get the breakout from JSN. Really hinges on JSN. Simon says, how BBR looking to get a solid running back from either Garrett Wilson or Brandon Ayuk plus Treylon Burks, Khalil Herbert, or Raheem Mostert. I have Jefferson, Bijan. What are your thoughts? So you're telling me you want to package together Brandon Ayuk, Garrett Wilson, and rank back-to-back in my rest of season rankings. Doesn't really matter. Probably get more value for Garrett Wilson. If you wanted to go through and package together, say, Garrett Wilson, Treylon Burks, and Raheem Mostert. If we can go and get Jahmyr Gibbs, if we can go and get Ramondre Stevenson, if we can go and get Travis Etienne, that would be the running back that I'm looking at in return. Obviously, it's going to be more appealing to make that 3-for-1 deal in a shallow format. And Justin says, trade Jerry Jeudy for DJ Moore. We have Justin Fields. If we have Fields, hell yeah. Gabriel says, Kamara, Mike Williams for A.J. Brown. We lost J.K., only Akers and Dalvin left. If you're going to trade away a stud like A.J. Brown, we need someone better than this. We can't do it for that package. Ho says, Addison or Puka. Okay, I know y'all are going to hate me for this one too. I am not going to be super pumped to go ahead and start playing Puka this week against the 49ers. I will actually instead probably go ahead and take Jordan Addison tomorrow night, and then Addison or Algier in a full PBR format. I'm probably going to go Tyler Algier there. Andrew says, 12-team full PBR league. If Eckler's out this week, should we flex Kelly or Jahan Dotson? Oh, 100% Joshua Kelly. Michael Thomas, an option as well. I would go Joshua Kelly with no Eckler, then Michael Thomas, then Dotson. Dotson would be the last on that list. Max says, yo, Mason, how's your day? It's great, my man. Should we trade Hurts and Kenneth Walker for Devontae Adams and Joe Burrow? We have Chase and Bijan. If we have Jamar Chase, I think it's a completely fair deal. Going from Hurts to Burrow is clearly a downgrade. Going from Kenneth Walker to Devontae Adams, clearly an upgrade. I would be more excited about it in a 6-point passing touchdown format where rushing upside doesn't matter as much. Now, Connor coming out says, a 14-team at PBR league, 3 wide receivers. Would you trade Garrett Wilson for T. Higgins or Devonta Smith, and which one? I would trade Garrett Wilson for Devonta Smith. Higgins, it's pretty much going to be up to you. My wide receivers are DJ Moore, Debo Samuel, Kendrick Bourne, and Jahan Dotson. Especially in a 14-team league where we're just looking for a higher a higher floor overall. I think the floor is going to completely fall out from this New York Jets offense. I'm not telling a lot of people to go out there and sell Garrett Wilson, just because I think in a lot of leagues, you're not going to get much. But if you could sell him for Devonta Smith, I think I would go ahead and do that. Now, Dylan says, you told me yesterday you recommend to sell Breece right now. And overnight, I managed to trade Breece and Jahan Dotson for Kenneth Walker. Also, are we still sitting on Cup, my man? Yes, if we can afford it. If you had like the Dobbins injury and all of a sudden we're just desperate for depth and we're going to be forced to go out there and sell Cup, sure we can. But yeah, way to capitalize on Breece Hall is just go get Kenneth Walker. I'm sorry to say it, ladies and gentlemen. I love Breece Hall, the player. Really rooting for the guy. He would have crushed this season if this offense would have been good. But as it stands, he is a backup running back / committee RB in one of the worst offenses in the NFL. Joe says, 12-team full BBR format, standard league, Bijan, Connor, Bigsby, Moss, Charbonnet, Chase, Williams, Watson, Puka, Flowers, Irv Smith Jr., Lamar. Any ideas? You're the GOAT. Appreciate you, my man. If we have Flowers, Puka, wide receiver 4, wide receiver 5, and we're okay at running back, we have no excuse to be this bad at tight end. I would love to take Puka and Irv Smith Jr. and see if we can go get a tight end in the long term like Dallas Goedert. I think that would make a lot of sense, just specifically because, I mean, we have Zay Flowers to go in and fill in for Puka. I may rather have Flowers anyway. Anthony says, pick my flex, Najee, Dotson, Garrett Wilson, JSN, Joshua Kelly, and Puka. Gross spot to be in. Full BBR, probably go Garrett Wilson. I mean, right now, though, the Jets have an implied team total of 16 points this next week. They're supposed to be the worst offense in football. YP Creation says 9-man, 4-point passing touchdown league. Trade Chubb and Garrett for Jamar Chase. We have Jefferson, Chase, Amari, Lamar, Andrews, Montgomery, Walker. Did I win the trade? 9-team league where we're absolutely loaded. I understand the thought process. I think we could have squeezed a little more value, though. It's a phenomenal team. Love the squad top to bottom. I think if we were trading an elite level running back like Nick Chubb and Garrett Wilson, who still has the name appeal, I think we could have squeezed a little more out of it. LVR Steelwork says Ridley, Ayuk, Olave, Evans, Bourne. We need to start 3. We're going to go Ridley, Olave, then Ayuk in the flex spot, my man. Yeah, please never think Kendrick Bourne's in this range. Cal says, should I trade Calvin Ridley and Stevenson for Eckler and Amari Cooper? Hell yes. Assuming the Eckler ankle is not too bad, my man. Benny says, hey Mason, lost Dobbins this week. Picked up Tyler Algier and Kenneth Gainwell. Gainwell's not good to go. We have Ingram, Dotson, Dak on the bench. Any trade ideas or for the team overall? I mean, if we could take Dotson and Algier or Evan Ingram and Tyler Algier and go get an upgrade at running back 2, that's the easy call. I don't know the realistic return we can expect. With that being said, it's just such a tough spot to go and pick up like that one guy you get in Kenneth Gainwell. All of a sudden, he's no longer viable. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are 3 likes away from hitting 300 likes in this live stream. Please, if you have not done so already, go down there, drop a like on the stream. Help us hit 300. We're going to probably stream for about 5 hours today, so make sure you subscribe to the channel. We're going to stream every day until 2024. And if you want to check out any of these pick'ems on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat, in the description, in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, you're going to get a 100% deposit match up to $100, plus our 2023 fantasy football rankings, plus a free trial to flockfantasy.com. And if you sign up to Underdog before kickoff on Thursday, you're going to be getting a Jalen Hurts special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard against the Minnesota Vikings. But Dude Jazzy Jeff coming out and says, 10-team at BBR format. We have Hurts, Keenan, Debo, CMC, Jacobs, Goddard, Matty, Javonte, Addison, Mostert, Jamal, Tua, Puka. Any moves / traits? If Puka's this far down the team, let's go ahead and let's look to sell him. Let's sell Puka and Alexander Madison, get the best running back we can. This team is elite. We haven't been decimated by injuries. We have so many players down there on the bench. We really need to go through and make a 2-for-1 deal. Capitalize when one of these guys has their value at an all-time high, which Puka currently does. I think if we can get that kind of value from him, it makes so much sense before Cooper Kupp comes back. Margot says, we need a quarterback and a happy BR. Henry Kincaid must... You mean you need a tight end? I definitely go Kincaid here for the long term, my man. Matthew says, should I trade Puka and Pittman or Sutton for Jonathan Taylor? I would trade Puka and Sutton for Jonathan Taylor in a heartbeat. We have Bijan, Sanders, Karen Waddle, Devonta, Mike Williams. We lost Dobbins this week. Hell yeah. I mean, especially when this team still has the depth. We still have startable players in the short term. We still have the elite level wide receivers. Go sell Puka and Cortland Sutton for Jonathan Taylor right now. Get that long-term upside. Noah says trade Hawkinson and James Conner for Saquon Barkley. I really like Hawkinson. I have a ton of Hawkinson, but I would still rather have Barkley. Otropic says PBR start to Kelly, Puka, Addison, Collins, and John Dotson. We're going to go Joshua Kelly and Jordan Addison if Austin Eckler is not good to go. And if Eckler is good to go, we will go Jordan Addison. And between Dotson and Puka, it really is up to you. My rankings this week, I'm going to have Puka at 34, Dotson at 35. It's really up to you, my man. The tough spot with Puka is he's going up against the 49ers. Tyler says Etienne or Ridley. We're going to go Ridley this week. I prefer the matchup against KC for the Jacksonville Jaguars to go out there and air the ball out. And then Hurts or Mahomes. 4-point passing touchdown, give me Hurts. 6-point passing touchdown, give me Mahomes. Starry says 12-team PPR league. We have Fields, Barkley, Walker, Hopkins, Wilson, Jamal Laporta. And then on the bench, we have Puka, Hall, Sutton, Brian Robinson, Kincaid, Roshan, Josh Kelly. It's a team with a lot of value. I definitely want to capitalize. Obviously, it is brutal for this team to have the Aaron Rodgers injury, where now we are getting the loss in value from both Breece Hall and Garrett Wilson. If we could sell Breece Hall in a small piece like Puka to go out there and get a running back like Travis Etienne, I would really like that. Or if we can sell Hall for Etienne straight up, sell Puka and Laporta, go get a long-term tight end like Goddard, I'd like that as well. Colin coming out says, full PPR, 3 wide receivers and a flex. We have Watson, CMC, Stevenson, Adams, Hopkins, Godwin, and Njoku Amari. And then on the bench, we have Akers, Herbert, Myers, Algier, Joshua Kelly, Shaheed Prescott. Looking for a trade package and sell highs. Any suggestions? I really like that we have the wide receiver depth down there on the bench. Specifically, though, because this is a full PPR format where we can start up to 4 wide receivers every week, I do think it would make a little bit of sense if we could take a running back like Khalil Herbert, who looks like he's already lost the third down role to Roshan Johnson. See if we can package maybe like Khalil Herbert with a wide receiver such as Chris Godwin and go get a long-term upgrade at wide receiver. I like go Godwin and Khalil Herbert, go get like T. Higgins. I'd really like that. Great team, great team. Texan says full PPR with only 1 flex. Who to start at each? Etienne, Rashad White, Algier, Gainwell, Gibbs. Okay. Here, Brian Robinson. Okay, so we're going to go Etienne and Rashad White. I didn't really, actually, no, we can't do that. White and Gibbs going to be damn close for us. Since this is a full PPR format, if you really wanted to go Gibbs, you can. I'd probably go White this week, Gibbs long-term. Specifically because if you are looking at what we have with Rashad White, White did see pretty much every single touch out of this backfield, even if the offense wasn't that great, right? Let's go White this week. Definitely Gibbs long-term, though. Wide receivers, St. Brown, Waddle, Addison, Puka. Okay, we're going to be going with Amon-Ra St. Brown, Waddle. We also have Godwin. Probably go Godwin this week, Gibbs long-term. Fall coming out saying 10-team full PPR format. Kittle at tight end. Picked up Pitts. Should we trade Dameon Pierce and Kyle Pitts for Joe Mixon? Hell yes, especially if you picked up Kyle Pitts off the waiver wire. Or Pierce, Pitson, and Dotson for Mixon plus Amari, Pittman. Or if we can go Pierce, Pitts, Dotson for Mixon and Amari, that would be beautiful. Pablo says, thanks for the help, man. No, thank you so much for being a member of the flock. Would you love your thoughts on one flex between Akers, Sutton, and DJ Moore? No Judy, we go Sutton. Full PPR with Judy, we go Moore. Non-PPR, we go Akers. Akers going up against the 49ers this week. Kyron's taking touchdowns. Super hard to start Akers. William says, Flock, rate the trade. We're receiving Aaron Jones and Higgins for Puka, Dotson, Lockett, Breece. Also, who would you rather have between Khalil Herbert or Addison? Second deal, super dependent on your format, super dependent on your team. Probably Addison. Say Lockett, Dotson, Puka, Higgins. Shallow format, give me Higgins. Deep format, give me the package. Aaron Jones versus Breece Hall. Aaron Jones, if healthy now. specifically now because we have the Rodgers injury. But we're going to have to continue to monitor the Aaron. I honestly don't love it. I feel like we could get a little more value with those individual pieces. Hubris says PBR sold strong on Pittman's week 1 for Olave. Oh, I have no idea how the hell you did that. Is this the type of win we were aiming for when we were told to sell high? 100%. I would have told every single person watching YouTube to go through and sell Michael Pittman for Chris Olave if I knew you could. Dotson, McLaurin, London, or Collins rest of season. I will go ahead. I will take Terry McLaurin here, my friend. Kieran says, should we trade Tyler Algier for George Pickens if I already have Josh Jacobs and Tony Pollard? Full and half PBR format's going to be a little less appealing. If it was a full PBR league, yes. Or if it's a league where you start, say, 3 wide receivers and multiple flexes, yes. If it's a league with only 2 wide receivers and 1 flex, their Pickens will be a little bit less appealing. Margot says, have PBR drop Bigsby for Roshan. I'd rather have Roshan over Bigsby at this point. Dang Shoot says, drop Mims and Tony for Puka and Kelly. Is this good? Yes or no? I definitely think so. I'd rather have Puka over Mims. I'd rather have Kelly over Tony. Also, we need to start one between Hall, Puka, Akers, London, Kelly, if no Eckler. Definitely Kelly, if no Eckler. If Eckler does play, we're going to go Breece Hall, even if we're not excited about it. Also, Komet or David Njoku, we're going to go David Njoku. Thanks, Mando. Thank you for being a long time member of the flock. And yeah, I think you have a great guy to start if we have no Eckler with Joshua Kelly. Amada Poo coming out saying 12-team PBR. We have Lamar, Anthony Richardson, Jacobs, Taylor, Jamal, Dalvin, Kelly, Spears, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Hopkins, Dotson, Bourne, Dobbs, Waller, Ertz. How to improve. Thanks. Love the grind. No, thank you so much. I've been saying this all offseason. You're probably tired of hearing it by now, but I will sell Darren Waller straight up for Hawkinson. It's more so a personal preference thing. If we have Lamar, I think possibly it makes a little bit of sense if we can go out there and if we can afford a deal where we get up to Mark Andrews. A little bit harder in this format, though, whenever we have Jonathan Taylor and we don't really have too much depth at wide receiver. So I think if we get Taylor back and then at that point we can go like Jamal and Darren Waller to go get to Andrews, I'd really like it. Or if we can go Waller and Romeo Dobbs right now to go get to Mark Andrews, I would like that as well. And then long term, if we have another impressive performance from Anthony Richardson, which is 100% a possibility, knowing he's going up against Houston Texans this week, I think you could look to package Anthony Richardson with another piece for an upgrade elsewhere as well. Derek says, Lamar, Henry, Eckler, Keenan, Olave, Pitts, Pittman. And then on the bench, we have James Cook, Edwards, Herbert, Boyd, Gabe Davis, Sutton. What trades can we do and who should I start this week? Should we panic for Eckler? So you had the report coming out from like Yahoo saying that, Eckler was essentially going like, yeah, y'all should pick up Joshua Kelly. But he was also doing it tongue in cheek. He was saying, okay, well, yeah, Kelly can rip off long runs by himself. So I don't know exactly how much we should be taking from that. I don't want to panic on Austin Eckler because we have James Cook. And for the reason we have the Eckler injury, it's why it's going to be hard to make 2-for-1 deals right now. We're probably going to be sitting on our hands until we get some more clarity with Eckler. Don't panic at this moment, assuming it's a full PBR league, especially whenever we have James Cook as a fill-in. Because, James Cook looks so damn good, my man. So damn good. Okay. Let's move this over to Spencer says 10-team PBR. We have Burrow, Hall, Devonta Smith, Zay Flowers, Freiermuth, Ayuk. And then on the bench, we have Roshan, Godwin, Mike Williams, London. What's the moves on trades this week? Okay, so if we're going to be looking to make some moves, I think if we could get from Brandon Ayuk to T. Higgins to stack with Burrow, I'd really like that. I don't want to be packaging anything serious with him unless you wanted to go, say, like Zay Flowers and then package Drake London, Zay Flowers, and Roshan Johnson. See if we can get to Higgins from that point of view, knowing that we are eventually going to get Andrews back probably this week. I really like the bump we should expect with Freiermuth from no Deontay Johnson here. I really like this team. The only thing is London's definitely on the chopping block. If we get another 2 weeks like we saw week 1, it's a little too early to let go of him for now. Overall, I think this team's going to be good in the long term. I'm sure you've heard me say a million times, I would sell Hall for ETN. I'd be willing to package together Hall and London to go out there and get that done as well. I think it's going to be fine long term. We really just need Joe Burrow to be better, which I think he will. Andrew says trade Ayuk and Puka for Ridley. Hell yes, do it. Joel says trade Dameon Pierce for Elijah Moore. Please keep Dameon Pierce. Lewis says full BBR 12-team league got offered Cousins and AJ Brown for Justin Herbert and DJ Moore. We also have Richardson. If you have Richardson, it's going to be a no-brainer, my man. If you have Richardson, go get AJ Brown. AJ Brown still, I mean, a round 1, round 2 fantasy football draft pick. I mean, if we're looking at his equivalent value, if we were to go through and draft again, I think that would be a no-brainer, my friend. Nick says, in a keeper league, PBR format, given that my running backs are weaker than wide receivers, incoming trade offer, my AJ Brown or Ramadre for Gibbs and Higgins. It would be really funny if this is the same deal and this is two different people making it. But nonetheless, if we are looking at this, I would rather have AJ Brown over Higgins. That's not too close. Gibbs versus Ramadre. I would rather have Gibbs in a keeper league, definitely. They're in a similar tier for me this year. If we're not going to take into consideration the long-term keeper aspect, which would be very dependent on your league format overall, I think you go with the Ramadre, AJ Brown side. However, if you're going to tell me, well, Mason, I would get to keep Jahmyr Gibbs in round 13 next year, then we probably just keep Jahmyr Gibbs. Okay. Now, let me go ahead and actually pull up that other screen so I can keep on showing y'all these questions. And as I do this, let me ask y'all one more time, please, if you have not done so already, go down there, drop a like on this live stream. Right now, we are closing in on 500 likes on the stream. We will be live for most likely about 5 hours today, so make sure you subscribe to the channel if you have not done so already. I mean, hell, we've live streamed for 138 days in a row at this point. We are not going to miss a single day until 2024. And if you want to check out any of these pick'ems, you can find them on Underdog Fantasy, promo code FLOCK. They're going to match your first deposit dollar for dollar up to 100. Plus, you'll get our 2023 fantasy football rankings. Get a free trial to flockfantasy.com where you can find all our premium content. And on top of that, if you are new to Underdog for the Thursday night game, you'll be getting a Jalen Hurts special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard with promo code FLOCK. Okay. But let's move this back over. Jesus, man, coming out with our next question. This is DJ Moore or Pickens. The Browns defense is pretty good. I agree with you. I think it's going to be a toughish matchup if you will be looking at what we have with George Pickens. But now that you have no Deontay Johnson, I think that we're going to have to go Pickens regardless. I'm going to go George Pickens regardless, my friend. Now, NP coming out says, so I had Rodgers, Dobbins, Andrews, and Greg Dulcich. A fun week. Brutal, my man. I need to replace quarterback. I have Jones, Stafford, Pickett. Do I need to make a trade or can a combo of these guys work? Thank you. No, thank you, my friend. If you really wanted to go get Mac Jones, you can. The issue with Stafford is he has no cup. The issue with, Pickett is he has no Deontay. So if we can afford it, I would love to go out there and pay for an upgrade at quarterback and not be forced to stream, especially if those are our options. But since we lost Dobbins, I don't know if we will be able to afford it, my friend. But now Josh coming out and says trade CMC for Chase and Addison. Strong running backs. We need a wide receiver. We have CMC, Jacobs, Ridley, Garrett Wilson, ETN. And then on the bench, we have James Cook, Dalvin, Javonte, Madison, Kelly, Dotson, Hollywood, and Puka. Coming from someone who drafted Jamar Chase over Christian McCaffrey all offseason. Really tough spot. I'm willing to take my L. We got the pound in here. The pound, let me know what you think. I'm not panicking on Cincinnati. This isn't a Jamar Chase thing. This isn't I'm worried about the Bengals offense. I'm not worried about the Bengals offense in the slightest. What I'm panicking on is CMC looks like you may not be able to win without him. CMC had 95% of the workload in a top 5 NFL offense this week. The pound, let me know what you think in the live chat. My man, I think CMC should have been going 102 based off the usage that we saw. So I would say if we're selling CMC at this point, I want to be charging a larger premium, especially in like a shallow regular redraft league, my friend. But Zach says 12-team PBR league. We have Burrow, Najee, Akers, Diggs, Devonta, Njoku, Ayuk, Dillon, Penny. Zay, what are your thoughts? Should we trade Akers and Ayuk for Aaron Jones? Long term, I'd be fine with this if we get clarity on the Aaron Jones injury. I would say right now, not going to be something that we're looking to do. Instead, what I would recommend is try to make this trade for Travis Etienne at this moment. And if this is still a type of trade that you're looking for, you can make this deal for Aaron Jones once we actually see him back at practice. Now, Henrique says, should we trade Kelsey for Mark Andrews and Justin Herbert? It's a full PPR format, one flex. We only have Dak and Anthony Richardson. If we have Dak and Anthony Richardson, no, I'm not going to do it, my man. I think my team would be more balanced like this. What do you think? I think you keep Kelsey. I mean, if you're looking at like the points per game jump you're going to be getting from Herbert versus playing the matchups between Dak and Anthony Richardson, I don't think it's going to be that much. I mean, you're in a really good spot. Just play the matchups between those two QBs. Gucci Broomstick coming out and says, currently have Cousins and Fields on my roster. I feel my team is good enough to win, but I have Jonathan Taylor, Christian Watson. Should I flip Fields in one of them to upgrade now or ride it out since the team is already solid? If you're telling me the team's already solid, I would keep both Fields and Cousins and wait for the long-term upside. What I would say is where I'm looking to try to sell Fields and Jonathan Taylor to go get a running back that's producing right now is with a team that had Dobbins, with a team that's floundering right now where we have nobody to start. Like under that circumstance, yeah, we may not have another option, but to go through and panic sell, I mean, Jonathan Taylor and just see if we can get someone in this starting lineup. But no, long-term, I think that we are actually going to be chilling here, my man. I think that we wait for the long-term upside of JT and Christian Watson if we're good to go with right now. I mean, those are the kind of perfect guys to have if you have a strong roster. Now, what I'm going to do, and I thought about this earlier today because I really don't like the system of people donating and then having to wait 45 minutes to an hour to get their question answered. When we get backed up on donations like this, I'm actually going to turn off super chats. I'm going to catch up with the questions, and I'll turn them back on later in the live stream. We'll probably get less donations and less super chats overall, but I just want it to be the best experience possible for y'all where you're not having to wait around for an hour. So whenever we cut the wait list down, where then at that point people could donate and not have to wait a super long time to get their questions answered, then we'll turn it back on. So give me a second to turn off super chats, ladies and gentlemen. I'll let you know when they are back on, but as of now, they should be off. Maybe if you enter the live stream before I turn them off, you should still be able to super chat, but if you enter from here on out, you most likely can't. And like I said, I understand we're probably going to get fewer super chats this way, but it can't be a viable thing for us long term with how the channel's growing to just keep the status quo and say, okay, we're going to answer every single question in order. Because then if someone comes in and donates and has to wait around an hour and a half, I'm going to ask for doing that. I can't do that. So we're going to turn them off when it gets too long. I'll turn them back on when it's more reasonable. Tom says 12-team PBR format. Who do I bench? We have Rachaad White, Flowers, and Garrett Wilson. I'm going to bench Flowers here, my friend, almost regardless of if Andrews plays or not. But I think Andrews does play this next week. Now, Abistrigo says 12-team Dynasty full PPR Superflex, 4-point touchdown / 6-point rushing touchdown. I have Love, Cousins, Richardson, and Kyler Murray. Should we trade a quarterback for a running back / wide receiver, upgrades and or picks? So keep in mind, it's a Dynasty Superflex format, everybody. I honestly think no for now. Once we get Kyler in, we'll have a little bit more clarity. I mean, we'll have a little bit more flexibility. Richardson looks like a round one starter pick in these settings at the moment. If you feel comfortable enough to go through and potentially let go of Cousins later on in the season, I think that could be something we're looking to do. Now, the issue with this, my friend, is we don't know if Kyler's coming back this season. So as of now, while long-term, yeah, we have 4 quarterbacks. We only have 3 in the short term, if that makes sense. So once Kyler comes close, gets closer to returning, then we can go through and we can sell Cousins. But Josh coming out says Superflex full BBR 5-point passing touchdown was offered to trade today. Tua and Collins for Fields and Flowers. Give me Fields and Flowers, definitely. You know I'm not even a Fields guy, but Fields is in his rushing upside. I'd rather have Flowers over Collins. Carlos coming out saying Hurts, CMC, Cooks, AJ Brown, Godwin, Michael Thomas, Andrews, Pacheco. I need a better wide receiver 3. I have Hollywood and Chark. Also, what should I do to get a better wide receiver 3? Do I even need one? We have JT coming back as well. Wide receiver 3, we're chilling with Michael Thomas right now. I'd say in the short term, we are not going to be making a play. In the long term, yes, we can go ahead and we can look to trade for a better wide receiver 3. But this is one of those interesting cases when you have Jonathan Taylor, when you have Cooper Kupp, you are kind of in a situation where it's going to be very difficult for you to go out there and for you to afford to go in. We don't have the premium where we can afford a better wide receiver 3 when we're dealing with dealing with Jonathan Taylor at the moment. Now, Scooter coming out says, which 3 do I start? We have DJ Moore, London, Christian Kirk, Addison, Tyler Algier, and Romeo Doubs. We're going to go DJ Moore for sure. We're going to go Jordan Addison and, honestly, Tyler Algier. If we knew for a damn fact that Christian Watson wasn't playing, you can make the argument to possibly go Romeo Doubs over Jordan Addison. I just don't want to have that plan at the moment, and then all of a sudden, you end up getting Christian Watson playing this Sunday. And we're going to have to make that call because Jordan Addison plays tomorrow night. Brett coming out saying, post waiver wire / trades, we have Fields, Richardson, Jacobs, Madison, Hall, Kelly, Roschon, Amon-Ra, Pittman, Flowers, Jason, Kupp, Pitts. Have no way to get off Pitts. Are we just waiting out Kupp? We're waiting out Kupp while at the same time we're potentially moving off of Breece Hall. I'm very much worried. Right now, the implied team total that you have for the New York Jets is 16 points. I personally would prefer just getting to Travis Etienne. Get into a running back in a great offense. Hell, I would sell in a full BBR format Breece Hall for Jahmyr Gibbs as well. But I think primarily this team's just going to be waiting out Kupp. Now, Jack coming out with our next question saying, 10-team PPR league, keeper format. We keep 3 guys. We have Burrow, CMC, Hall, AJ Brown, Chase, Higbee, Puka. And then on the bench, we have JSN, Pacheco, Njoku, Brian Robinson, Richardson, Kyron, and JT on the IR. Love you, Mason. I love you, my man. Thank you so much for being a member of the flock. So, keeper league, if we're only keeping 3 players, I'm not going to be overreacting. I'm just going to be treating it like a regular redraft format, my friend. And if we're going to be looking at potential moves that we can make here, really the only thing that I would try to do is see if we can get an upgrade over Puka in that flex spot. Since we have Joe Burrow, if we can go like Puka and Anthony Richardson to get to a wide receiver we'd feel comfortable starting every single week. Like if we can somehow swindle our way to T. Higgins, I think that makes so much sense. But this team has a lot of long-term upside as well. Not only the depth right now, but we have a lot of long-term upside with also like JSN and JT for beyond week 4. Now, Trid Outdoors coming out says 8-team full BBR double flex league. We have Jefferson, Wilson, Jacobs, Gibbs, Andrews, Walker, Flowers. And then on the bench, we have Watson, Javonte, Swift, Puka. Should I start Wilson or one of the rookies? And also, should we try to trade Garrett Wilson? I would start Jefferson. And yes, I would start Jefferson and Garrett Wilson here. Flowers probably in the flex. If we could package together maybe like Puka and Garrett Wilson to stay inside the tier like Calvin Ridley, Chris Olave, Jalen Waddle, if we can still look to go there, I think that'd make a lot of sense, especially in an 8-team format. What is interesting, can everybody let me know in the live chat right now? I really want to know what y'all have to say. Would you rather start DeAndre Swift or would you rather start Zay Flowers? Obviously, it looked like it was Flowers easily. But now that Andrews is good to go, not only is Andrews good to go, but at the same time, you have no Kenneth Gainwell. What are y'all doing in the live chat? Let me know. Flowers, 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 flowers. Okay, so it looks like nobody's mixing it up. Nobody's mixing it up. Yeah. I just don't. Swift, maybe I'm trying to get cute with it. I'm just excited to see Swift tomorrow night. I probably agree with y'all. You probably don't want to go through and start Swift, but I'm excited nonetheless. And Kingdom in the live chat, I see you, my man. Let me know if you are let me know if you're Canadian. Let me know if you are who I think you are. But anyway, next question coming out from Brandon says, 12-team app PBR, I would receive Olave, Kyron, Kamara, and Sutton for Evans, Madison, Swift, and Nico. Help me out, Mace, and flock up. Olave versus Evans, give me Olave easily. Kamara versus Madison, kind of up to your roster. Swift, Nico, Kyron, none of these guys really matter. I would be fine making this play for Olave if we are good where we don't need to start Kamara anytime soon. Kingdom says he's Canadian. My man, are you running with the strongman crew? Let me know. I think I asked you this in the live stream the other day and I didn't see a message in the live chat. I may have you mixed up for someone, but let me know. But Jordan's house coming out saying, who should we flex? Gabe Davis, JSN, or Hollywood Brown? Oh my gosh. I think we're going to go JSN. The tough spot is, this offense looked very bad. And as of now, you do have Geno Smith. You do have JSN as the third option in this offense. If you wanted to pivot, I think you can go to Gabe Davis. I'm just not starting anybody in Arizona. I'm not. Okay, now Neil coming out and real quick, yeah, just in case you're coming into the live stream, I'm going to try something new with Super Chats going forward. I don't care if we get fewer Super Chats. It doesn't really, I would rather just make the experience better for y'all overall. So once we get backed up enough, I'm going to turn Super Chats off. I'll turn them back on later in the live stream. I don't want to have people having to wait around for an hour though. So I'm going to catch up on all these questions. Once we're caught back up, I'll turn Super Chats back on. If anybody wants to support the channel, you're always more than welcome to. I truly do appreciate it. I just feel very, very bad for someone to donate to the channel and then they have to wait an hour and a half or wait an hour for their question to get answered. And hell, if someone could walk into the live stream and not realize that they're going to have to wait an hour if they donate and may only have 15 minutes to hang out. So I'm going to make sure that we don't have that happening anymore. I'm going to make sure that if things get ridiculous, we turn off Super Chats. And whenever we catch back up on the questions, we will go through and we'll turn them back on. I'll let y'all know when we turn them back on, ladies and gentlemen. But it's not fair for me to we don't have I can't tell y'all how long we are backed up. I just simply don't know. And it's impossible for somebody who just walks in the live stream to know as well. Now, Neil says, bro, I traded away Ridley and Brian Robinson to a running back needy team for Jefferson. Oh my God. Unbelievable. We have Bijan, Tyreek, Jefferson. GG, my man. Thank you for being a long-time member of the flock, and thanks for coming out and flexing on everybody here. Now, Hoop Supply says, my man picked 3. We have Jacobs, Walker, Gibbs, and Montgomery. I think we're going to be going with Jacobs, Walker, Gibbs, long-term. Jacobs, Walker, Montgomery. Long-term, I'll go Gibbs over Montgomery. Pablo says, 10-team PBR format. We have Lamar at quarterback. Running back, we have James Cook, Breece Hall. Wide receiver, we have Tyreek, Devontae Adams, Andrews, Michael Thomas, Richardson, Kamara, Brian Robinson, Kelly, Warren Dotson, London. Would you trade Breece for Olave? I actually would. I'm a little bit more scared to go through and make this deal in a 10-team format where inherently wide receiver depth is going to be a little bit easier to come by. And we generally want to exploit this format by going through and trying to load up on RBs. But I would still do it. To get to Olave, the man's a stud. Now, his Jesus man coming out says, if Eckler's out, Kelly or Jamal? I'll go Joshua Kelly over Jamal if Eckler's out. Stop says, how long should we hold on to Garrett Wilson? I have Devonta Smith as my other wide receiver now. If so, should we try to target with Garrett Wilson? If we could sell Wilson and stay inside the Olave, Calvin Ridley, Waddle tier, I would love to do it. But the issue is going to be if we are looking at a situation where our league mates know what they are doing, that deal's not getting done. So you're probably going to have to add in a smaller depth piece to actually be able to do it, but I still would look to do so, my friend. Now, Squeaky Clean says 14-team PBR format. We have Justin Herbert, Ramondre Stevenson, Kenneth Walker, Gainwell, Warren Kelly. Wide receiver, we have Allen, Diggs, Deontay, Sutton, Dotson. Tight end, we have Higbee and Kincaid. Any suggestions? I mean, 14-team league, it's going to be hard to overcome the Deontay Johnson injury. We have Kelly banged up as well. We at least have, Gainwell banged up. We at least have Kelly and Warren RB3, RB4. I actually like this team in a 14-team league, having the Herbert and Keenan stack. We're primarily just going to be waiting until we get back Deontay Johnson. I mean, hopefully we get him back by the time we need him for the bye weeks. Trust Lock coming out saying Madison and Swift for Keenan and Pitts, full PBR flock up. I'm going to go Keenan and Pitts, my man. I'm doing it. I mean, even if Swift gets the bumped up role this week, tomorrow night, if we get Gainwell back, say in week 3, I don't necessarily know if we want to be building around Swift long term. Now, Leo the Leak coming out saying 12-team full PBR format, double flex. We have Watson, Mixon, Walker, Kupp, Diggs, Pittman, Hunter Henry, Rashad White, Jamal London, Lazard, Zeke, Freiermuth, Elijah Mitchell. Should we trade White and London for T. Higgins? I personally would. Now, I will say in a double flex league, it's going to be a little bit less appealing, but I'm going to be much more worried about what we have with the 0-point performance from Drake London versus T. Higgins, because the 0-point performance when it comes to Drake London kind of confirms maybe what we were worried about previously, that this team's just not going to throw the ball at all. Whereas with T. Higgins, I mean, you'd have to be worried that this is just a significantly worse offense that people are expecting coming in, and I'm not expecting that to be the case. Now, Josh says Andrews or Montgomery. Long-term, give me Andrews. This week, probably give me Montgomery in the flex. Anthony says the loss Dobbins between Justice Hill, Penny, and Bigsby Wright. That is brutal. Brutal, brutal, brutal. We probably go Justice Hill just because Rashad Penny was a healthy scratch last week. I mean, even if at the end of the day, you're in a spot where you don't have Kenneth Gainwell. Shane says 10-team non-PBR where we start 3 wide receivers. Trade Olave and Bijan for Jefferson and James Cook. We have Watson, Hopkins, Sutton, Walker, Montgomery, and Ryan Robinson. Non-PBR format, I'd still rather have Jefferson over Bijan. I'd definitely rather have Olave over James Cook. So I think it looks like a fair deal on the surface. Can everybody please in the live chat let me know what you were doing? Are you going to go through? Are you going to take the combination of Chris Olave and Bijan Robinson? Or are you going to go Justin Jefferson and James Cook? Please let me know what you were doing. Olave, Bijan, or Justin Jefferson and James Cook? Jefferson and Cook, Olave, Bijan, Bijan, Jefferson, Jefferson, Bijan, Bijan, Jefferson, Bijan, 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 Jefferson, Bijan, 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 Jefferson, 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 Bijan. It looks pretty damn close. I don't know, my friend. I think ultimately it is up to you and your personal preference in a non-PPR league. Now, Storm's coming out, says 12-team full PPR league. We have Burrow, Waddle, Flowers, CMC, White, Michael Thomas, Higbee. And then on the bench, we have Christian Watson, Brian Robinson, Kupp, Zach Moss, Aiden Hurst, Mingo, Roshan. Do we trade Waddle, Brian Robinson for Saquon and DJ Moore? My initial reaction when you said, do we trade Waddle, was going to be hell to the no. But ultimately, yes, I think that we are going to go ahead and do this. I mean, if we can pivot from Waddle to Saquon, that's going to be an upgrade. Brian Robinson, DJ Moore, who the hell cares? Let's go get Saquon Barkley. Wanzanga coming out says 14-team full BBR league. We got an offer for Joe Mixon after losing J.K. Dobbins. Brandon Cooks, Gus Edwards, Kyron Williams, and $24 fab. Picked up Justice Hill on the waiver. I would definitely rather have Joe Mixon. Even in a 14-team league where depth's going to be harder to come by, ultimately, Brandon Cooks, Gus Edwards, Kyron Williams, and Justice Hill, all of these guys could be zeros by the time we get to week 4. I understand a 14-team league, depth's going to matter a little bit more, but still, you easily prefer Mixon there. Now, Feudalist coming out says 10-team at BBR format. We have Mahomes, Wilson, Keenan, Bijan, Jamal, Laporta, Puka, Hall, Akers, Higbee, McLaurin, Deontay, JSN, JT, Kamara's on the waiver wire. Who should we drop to pick him up, and any other moves? I would probably drop Laporta to go out there and get Alvin Kamara. And if that were to be the case, then at that point, we're probably not really looking to make any trades in the short term. Whenever we're going to be waiting for Deontay, waiting for JSN, waiting for JT, waiting for Kamara, which would be those long-term options. If we really did want to make a trade, I do think that you potentially have a sell-high candidate in Breece Hall and another potential sell-high candidate maybe with a player like Puka. If you wanted to go Puka and Hall and go get Travis Etienne in a 10-team league with one flex, I think that'd be interesting. And yeah, Super Chat's going to be turned off for just a bit. I will let y'all know when it is turned back on, ladies and gentlemen. I just don't want to be in a system where y'all have to wait an hour to get your questions answered if you donate. Like that, it's an ass thing for me to do that. I should have never done that in the first place. I wasn't prepared for the live stream to get this big this year. I think the system going forward is we'll probably have Super Chats on for about 5 minutes. We'll get a little bank of them. Then I'll run through and then I'll turn them back on. We're going to go on, off, on, off. I'll let y'all know when they're back on. But this way, y'all don't have to go through and y'all don't have to sit here and wait an hour for questions. I don't care if we get less Super Chats overall. I just want y'all to have a better experience in the live stream. So I'm very sorry if through the first 2 weeks, y'all been in a spot where y'all possibly had to go out there and donate and wait an hour for your question to get answered. It was an ass thing for me to do. I should have never had that system. And yes, I'm sorry again. I was not prepared for the stream to get this big. But also, please, if you have not done so already, we're about 1 like away from hitting 7,000 likes on this live stream. Go down there and drop a like on this live stream if you have not done so already. Subscribe to the channel if you play fantasy football. And if you want to get any of these pick'ems over here on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live stream. You can find it in the comment section. You can find it in the description. Promo code FLOCK. You're going to get a 100% deposit match up to $100. You're going to get our 2023 fantasy football rankings, a free trial to flockfantasy.com, and also you're going to get a Jalen Hurts special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard against the Minnesota Vikings tomorrow night. And also, everybody, make sure you include the Tua total yardage in your pick'em slip this week. Underdog's going to be giving away $100,000 every Sunday, and if you want to enter in to win this week, you need to go through and include Tua's total yards in your pick'em slip. But let's go ahead and let's find our next question. This one's going to be coming out from, I believe, Potato, who says, 12-team PPR. We have Puka, Watson, Burks, Jacoby, Mingo, and Zeke. Who should we start at the flex? Injuries notwithstanding. I would go Christian Watson if he's good to go, but he looks like he's probably not going to be good to go. Not going to start Treylon Burks unless Hopkins misses. If Hopkins misses, then you go Burks. Probably end up having to start Puka. It's a gross spot to be in. I really don't want to start Puka when, I mean, at the end of the day, this is a spot where the Rams are 8-point dogs against the San Francisco 49ers. I mean, we just saw what the 49ers did to Houston. I mean, not Houston, to Pittsburgh. It's a really gross spot, but I mean, it's kind of the one you find yourself in with an injured Christian Watson. Now, Nate says, 10-team at PBR with only one flex. We have Fields, Goddard, Pollard, Najee, Sanders, Javonte, Algier, Higgins, Moore, Pittman, Flowers, Sutton. Week 1 was rough. Who do we start? Thanks. So thank you so much, my man. We just have to stay alive until we get Cooper Kupp back in. Week 1, we're going to go Fields, Goddard, quarterback, tight end. We're going to go Pollard and probably Sanders at running back. Wide receiver, we're going to be going with T. Higgins and Michael Pittman. For the flex, I'm going to need the help with the live chat. Here are your flex options. Najee Harris, Javonte Williams, DJ Moore, Zay Flowers, Michael Thomas. I probably go Najee Harris and send up a prayer that somehow he's better and he doesn't split as bad as he did with Jalen Warren this week. But can y'all please let me know? Your flex options are Thomas, DJ Moore, Pittman, Najee, and Javonte. Okay, Najee, Flowers, Javonte, Thomas or Flowers, Flowers. My issue with Flowers, I know Flowers looks great, ladies and gentlemen, but what happens and what does this offense look like when you get Michael Thomas in? I'm sorry, not Michael Thomas, I'm an idiot. When you get Mark Andrews in. I would probably rather be a little bit hesitant on Flowers, at least me personally. Jordan says, hi cutie, which side of the deal? Jamar Chase for Andrews, Amari, Williams. Jamar Demas, Higgins, Swift, London, Goddard. Thanks, love you. No, love you, my friend. Here, I think we're still going to stick with Jamar. Unless it's like a 14-team league. If it's a 12-team format with multiple flex spots, then maybe we can take the package. But if it's like a 12-team, 10-team league with only one flex, we're going to keep the best player in Jamar. Mega Alpha Supreme coming out and says, full PPR, need a running back 2 and a flex between these players. We have Damian Pierce, Alexander Madison, Mike Evans, George Pickens, and Raheem Mostert. Our running back 2, I think we're going to go ahead and play Alexander Madison. And in a full PPR format, I think we're going to play Mike Evans for the flex. I will admit, though, George Pickens is pretty damn appealing whenever you have no Deontay Johnson here. Now, Chris coming out says, pick 3 to start. Wilson, Ayuk, Christian Watson, Puka, Brees, and Kyron. We can only go with one RB. We're going to go ahead. We will go Garrett Wilson, Brandon Ayuk at wide receiver. And I probably go Brees Hall at the flex. I mean, the fundamental issue is Christian Watson's banged up. Puka and Brees both have very tough matchups. So I'll take the more talented player if they both have bad matchups. Zachary, happy to see you, my man, says, should I sell London, White, and Zay Jones for Madison and Deontay Johnson? We're going to go Dotson over Zay, Madison versus Rashad White and Drake London. Who the hell cares? I think you could go Madison and Dotson there. It's a fair deal. It's going to be up to you. It's a 12-team league, starts 7. We have CMC, ETNT, Hogan. If we have this kind of depth, you can go Madison and Deontay if you really want. Because the thing is, what world are we ever starting Drake London from here, you know? Where are we ever going to be excited to go through and start London? Brian says, you're the GOAT. Thank you, my man. Tight end. Njoku, Henry, or Hayden Hurst. I'm going to give David Njoku another shot. Super weird game where, I mean, they didn't have to throw the ball last week when Cincinnati just completely melted down. I'm going to give Njoku another chance, my man. Wyatt says, flex spot this week, Algier, Hall, or Zay Flowers. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to take Zay Flowers if Andrews does not play. I'm actually probably going to go Tyler Algier over Brees Hall. If you look at my running back rankings right now, I have Algier at 25, Brees Hall at 26. Okay. Now, Chris says, do I trade T. Higgins for Garrett Wilson? I personally would not. Champagne Fantasy says, 10-team double flex, no tight end. We have Hurts, A.J. Brown, Higgins, Stevenson, Brian Robinson, Hawkinson, Mike Williams. The bench is Algier, Swift, Judy, Davis, Brandon Cooks. Who to start and any traits. I think we keep a starting lineup as is. The best guy we could get from the bench into the starting lineup would be Tyler Algier. I'd rather have Mike Williams, Brian Robinson in there. This is a great team. If you wanted to take maybe a depth piece like Tyler Algier and Mike Williams to go get the double stack in Philadelphia, to go get Devonta Smith, let's do it. But great team. I really like it. Brandon coming out says, 12-team Dynasty Standard League. Trade JT and Kamara for Kenneth Walker and Najee. I have no running backs to play, but it's tough to move on from JT and Dynasty. I understand, my man. But JT fundamentally will be on a second contract. Typically, running backs in Dynasty, that's when you see their value really tank. Oh, my gosh. If you're trying to contend right now and we don't have anybody to play at RB, just take Walker and Najee. Because we are getting a long-term upgrade from Kamara to Najee Harris. Radiant says, 12-team full BBR. We have Mahomes, Pierce, James Cook, Tyreek, Higgins, Hawkinson, Brian Robinson, Brandon Cooks, Gabriel Davis, Zeke. Should we trade James Conner for Kamara, and what other moves? Yes, we're going to make this trade because we have the running backs to start in the short term. So I would rather have the long-term upside of Alvin Kamara. But once we trade for Kamara here, then at that point it would be very difficult for us to make more moves until we actually get Kamara coming back to play. Now, Jake coming out says, how BBR 3 wide receivers trade Olave for Higgins and James Cook / Miles Sanders. I would do this for James Cook because it's a deeper starting lineup overall. We do have some running back depth, but Dalvin Cook doesn't look startable, especially in the long term when Brees Hall expands his role and you still only have Zach Wilson in here at quarterback. So I think we can make that deal, my friend. Now, Drib says 10-team BBR1 flex. We have Hurts, Barkley, Walker, Hill, Olave, Waller, Gibbs. The bench, we have Kamara, Terry, Flowers, Collins, Brian Robinson, Kincaid, Carroll Williams. Any moves? If we wanted to trade Waller for Hawkinson, that's something I'm always trying to do. If we could go through and potentially take a depth wide receiver like Zay Flowers, package him with, I don't know, Chris Olave to get to a true elite level wide receiver like Amon-Ra St. Brown. I do it because it's a 10-team league with only one flex. It's a great team, my man. I think it's going to be very hard to make any moves on that team. You've optimized for that format very well. Now, that Vietnamese guy, always happy to see him, my friend. If y'all don't know, say long time member of the flock here says, my man, I'm worried. This is a 10-team PBR double flex league. The team is Fields, Madison, James Cook, David Montgomery, Roshan Johnson, Jameer Gibbs, I'm assuming, McKinnon, Hill, Ridley, Wilson, Addison, MT, Boyd, Andrews. What do we do with Garrett Wilson, and who do we start? So double flex league, our starters at running back will be James Cook, Alexander Madison. Wide receiver will be Tyreek Hill, Calvin Ridley. The flex spots, we're going to be going with Jameer Gibbs and Garrett Wilson. I think we have the depth here where if we could pivot off of Garrett Wilson and still stay within the tier of Olave, Waddle, St. Brown, Ridley, I would really like that. We already have Ridley, of course, so it's going to be one fewer target, but we're not going to be able to sell Garrett Wilson for one of those guys straight up because we have the depth with the team where we're not dealing with too many injuries here, my friend. I think what we'd probably look to do is package together, say, Garrett Wilson in another depth piece like Michael Thomas to get that deal done. Crunchwrap coming out says, PBR double flex. Should we trade Gibbs, Ayuk, Judy, Bigsby for Eckler, Flowers, Christian Watson? Quarterback, we have Justin Herbert. Running back, we have Bijan, Brees, JT, Kelly, Kyron. Wide receiver, we have Hill, Dotson, JSN, Puka, and Treylon Burks. Gibbs to Eckler, upgrade. Ayuk to Flowers, downgrade. Judy to Watson, upgrade. Bigsby, who the hell cares? I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to take Austin Eckler here long-term with this team. You're really hoping that the Eckler ankle injury isn't serious, but I mean, this offense looks so damn good week one. Jacob says, I traded Watson for James Cook in a 12-team league. Did I F up? I mean, not when you're dealing with the Christian Watson hamstring. James Cook looked really good on Monday night. Our next question coming out from, I believe, Hoot, who says, am I starting Ayuk or Madison? Full BBR format, you go Ayuk. Houseway, always happy to see it, says, start one, London 2-2 or JSN. Thanks, Mason. No, thank you, my man. And this is a brutal, brutal spot. But I think you probably end up going Jackson Smith and Jigba, even if we don't want to. Julian says, PBR pick one running back between Brian Robinson, Kyron, or Pacheco. Easily going to go Brian Robinson, even if the offense is going to be bad. Also, pick two for the flex. Watson, assuming he plays, Dotson, JSN, or one of the running backs. I would go in that order. Watson, if he plays, Dotson, then JSN as that final backup. I still would go JSN over Pacheco or Kyron. If you wanted to play one of the running backs, not JSN, you would go Pacheco. Jose says Devonta Smith or Lamb for week 2. You definitely have to go CeeDee Lamb. Tough matchup. I understand he didn't perform that well week 1. But, I mean, a super weird game week 1. That's not going to happen again. If it was going to happen again, it would strictly be because they are going up against the Jets, though. Jacob says, attention Kelly owners. Eckler did not participate. Chargers signed a running back to the practice squad today. Do what you will with that info. Anyways, thoughts on Kendrick Bourne long-term 12-team PBR 1 flex league. 12-team PBR 1 flex league, I do not think Kendrick Bourne will be a player that has the upside to move the needle. I think Kendrick Bourne can be a solid best ball option, but for us to be able to predictably go through and know to start Kendrick Bourne when he was going to be productive would be in a very would be a very tough spot, my man. In reality, I don't think that you are going to be able to ever predictably rely upon Kendrick Bourne. So if we could ever get any type of value for him, I would. Okay. Now, Brian says start Metcalf or Mike Williams. I'm going to go ahead. I will take DK Metcalf. Hopefully, Gino's better. David says, I believe if you look like the underdog pick'em for Metcalf right now, let me pull this up. I had this written down when we were making our rankings. They have Metcalf at 65.5 receiving yards, whereas Mike Williams probably going to be around like 54.5. David says, 12-team PBR league. You have Fields, CMC, Walker, Metcalf, Devontae, Waller, McLaurin. And then on the bench, we have Watson, Juju, Kelly, Hunter Henry. Where should we look to improve? Don't have a ton of depth. I would trade Waller for Hawkinson. I'm sure you're tired of hearing me say that. I'm fine rostering both these QBs. I will only say if Eckler misses this week, you have to go through, you have to play Joshua Kelly over Terry McLaurin. Leo says, full BBR double flex. Watson, Bijan, Brees, JT, Diggs, Higgins, Hollywood, Dobbs. And then on the bench, we have JT and some waiver wire players. Any moves? My man. I think Brees Hall is a sell if we can get ETN or get Gibbs, but This is a team where we're having to start Hollywood Brown, Romeo Dobbs right now and wait for JT to come back. If you started off 0-1, you may be in a spot where you're forced to go through and, I hate to say it, but sell low on JT. This isn't a format. This isn't a team where we can afford to just wait for the long-term upside there, my man. Country Connected says, tough call. Allen, Eckler, Mostert, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Metcalf, Kittle, Mike Williams. And then on the bench, we have Breece Hall, Michael Pittman, Romeo Dobbs. Can't decide on who to start at the flex. Also just traded London and Zeke for Christian Watson. Oh, great deal there, my man. I think we go Pittman in a full PPR format for the flex spot there. Actually, if you already have Mike Williams, you go Mike Williams. I think we rank it Mike Williams, Pittman, Breece Hall, Romeo Dobbs in a full PPR league. Breece Hall can be higher long-term. The issue is right now he's still split in the backfield with Dalvin, and he's a horrible matchup against the Cowboys. But always happy to see you, my friend. Now, the Noctorious one, another long-time member of the flock, says, should we trade Madison for Rachaad White or Walker? I'd definitely trade Madison for Walker and hope the Seahawks offensive line gets better. Or any other recommendations? Also, should we trade Derrick Henry? If so, for who? Here are the running backs I'd trade Derrick Henry for. CMC, Barkley, Chubb, Pollard, Bijan, a healthy Austin Eckler. That's who I'd trade Derrick Henry for. Okay. Now, Spirio Music says 12-team non-PPR trade Garrett Wilson and Brian Robinson for Amon-Ra St. Brown. Hell yes. Hell yeah, we're doing that. Heisenberg says double flex trade, 12-team league, Garrett Wilson and Alexander Madison for Ayuk and Jahmyr Gibbs. Garrett Wilson and Ayuk are ranked back-to-back in my rest of season rankings. Full PPR format, give me Gibbs over Alexander Madison. Give me Ayuk and Gibbs. We have Allen, Walker, Tyreek, Gabe Davis, Algier, Dotson, Devon, A-Chain, Gibson, and Darren Waller. I would also look to sell Darren Waller if we can get Hawkinson, but you've heard me saying that for weeks. I'm sure you're tired of it. Now, Bodie, longtime member of the flock, coming out, says 8-team PPR format, 2 QBs, Hurts, Goff, Barkley, Etienne, Waddle, Amari, Kelsey, Ridley. The bench, we have Hall, Hopkins, Dotson, JSN, Brian Robinson, Michael Thomas. Took the L week 1. Yeah, we didn't have Kelsey. I mean, it's understandable that we took that L. Long-term, if we can take maybe Breece Hall and Jared Goff and go get an elite-level quarterback, I think that'd make a lot of sense in a 2 QB league. I'd be even willing to throw in like a JSN in there as well. Houseway says, start 1, Roschon, Antonio Gibson, or Justice Hill. Probably Justice Hill, even if we're not excited about it. But let me go ahead and refresh this so I can continue to show you all the questions. I am going to turn Super Chats back on, ladies and gentlemen. We should be caught up where the wait should not be too long, so I'll probably turn them on for about 5 minutes or so. And as I do this, please make sure if you have not done so already, go down there, drop a like on this live stream. We're closing in on 1,000 likes in the stream. Subscribe to the channel if you have not done so already. We just hit 186,000 subs on this channel. And if you want to check out any of these pick'ems on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link to Underdog in the live chat, in the description, in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK. They're going to match your first deposit dollar for dollar up to $100. Plus, you'll get our 2023 fantasy football rankings, a free trial to flockfantasy.com. And also, you will get an exclusive Jalen Hurts special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard against the Minnesota Vikings tomorrow night. And if you're on Underdog already, please make sure everybody include the Tua total yards in one of your pick'em slips this weekend. That way you get entered in. Underdog's going to be giving away $10,000 to 10 separate people every Sunday going forward. But real quick, let me answer this. We have a massive dono coming out from iShine. My man, thank you so much. If y'all don't know, iShine has been a long time member of the flock. Says, Flock, I need to start 3 running backs or 3 wide receivers. So pick your top 4 players for me to start. My first round pick was Chase, by the way. Players are Gibbs, Montgomery, Waddle if he plays, Stevenson, Dotson, Sutton, Herbert, Mostert, and Zay Jones. Love you, my man. No, thank you so much for all the support over the years, my friend. So 3 running backs or 3 wide receivers. So essentially, I think we're going to go 2, 2, and 1, right? Unless I'm mistaken. We're going to go Gibbs, Montgomery we're going to go Montgomery, Stevenson at running back. Wide receiver, we're going to be going Waddle, Sutton if there's no Judy, Dotson if Judy does play. And then for the flex, I think we're going to go Gibbs. If I'm reading this correctly, my friend. Unless you're saying we have Chase, where in that case, then we're going to go ahead and we're going to be playing Chase over the Dotson Sutton guys that we were talking about at wide receiver 2 previously. And we're going to go Chase and Waddle. So let me just rank these players for you real quick, just to make sure I'm answering your question the way you intended me to. We're going to go Jamar Chase, number 1 wide receiver. Jalen Waddle, number 2 wide receiver. Then we're going to go Sutton with no Judy, or we're going to go Dotson if Judy plays. And then running back, we are going to be going with Stevenson, Montgomery, Gibbs. And I would take the 3rd running back over the 3rd wide receiver in that instance. I believe we answered that correctly, my friend. Okay. Now, our next question coming out from Hal Sway, who says, start 1, Roschon, Antonio Gibson, or Justice Hill. It's gross. We probably go Justice Hill, though. Ricardo says, 12-team, full BBR, 1 flex. We have Hurts, Jacobs, Pierce, Brian Robinson, Tyreek, Watson, Evans, Flowers, Sutton, Goddard. Any moves we should be looking to make? Love the Hurts, Goddard stack in this instance. I would like to upgrade from running back 2 from Dameon Pierce if we can. I think we can afford it when we have Zay Flowers. If we could take Zay Flowers and Dameon Pierce to go up to get to one of those running backs that we really like, go to get Gibbs, go to get Ramondre, go to get ETN in a full BBR format, I think that'd make a lot of sense. Okay. Now, Tyler coming out says, we got get Tutu, Roschon, Kupp for Higgins, Warren. It's a 14-team half PBR format. Kupp, Higgins, kind of up to you, depending on your team. If we need the production right now, Warren versus Tutu and Roschon, probably give me Warren. Tutu makes no difference, even in a 14-team league. Very fair deal, dependent on the format that you're in. Mike says, non-BBR traded Tua and Waddle for Ridley. We have Richardson. I felt like we could have gotten a little more value. I have Waddle and Ridley almost right back-to-back in our rest of season wide receiver rankings. Gabe coming out says, would you trade DK for T. Higgins? We have Diggs wide receiver 1. I trust Burrow more than Geno. I'd be completely fine if you wanted to do that. They're in the same tier for us in our rest of season wide receiver rankings. Ray Gunn coming out says, 10-team PBR format. We have Jacobs, Pierce, Gainwell, Kelly, Devon Achane. Wide receivers are Jefferson, Waddle, Ayuk, Amari, Mike Williams. Should we trade Waddle and Joshua Kelly for Travis Etienne? 10-team league with only 1 flex, specifically with these running backs, I'd be fine if you wanted to make this move. I would way rather trade Brandon Ayuk than Jalen Waddle, though. Way rather keep Jalen Waddle if we can, my man. Brendan says, 20-team PBR league. We have Elijah Mitchell, Jarrett McKinnon, Tyreek Hill, Kirk, Andrews, Keenan. After the Dobbins injury, thinking of trying to trade Andrews for Gibbs and Schultz to fix. If you really wanted to do this, I'd be fine, specifically because it's a 20-team league. The issue is when it's a 20-team format, you're going to be in a spot where depth is so much harder to come by, where the roster spot's worth inherently a little bit less, where we are more inclined to go through and make that 1 for 2 deal where we actually get 2 starters in return. If this was a 10-team format, I would say no. Now let me move this over. And I see in the live chat some people saying that they can only send super stickers, but no super chat. Since I turned off super chat and then turned it back on, you're going to have to refresh the live stream if you want to send a super chat. So what we're probably going to do is have super chats open for the next few minutes, and then I'm going to turn them off again. That way we don't get too behind. I think this is what we're going to do from now on, just because I don't want to have anybody waiting for like an hour plus for their question. I'll have super chats on for like 5 minutes, then we'll turn them off, get through the questions, and then go back and turn them on for like another 5. Miller says, hey Mason, Flock Fantasy is OP. Thank you, my man. Double flex league, any moves, happy BR format. We have Hurts, CMC, Walker, Waddle, Evans, Schultz, Watson, Javante. On the bench, we have Gainwell, Quentin Johnson, Puka, and Bigsby. No moves right now because in the long term, we're going to be waiting on Gainwell, waiting on Quentin Johnson, waiting on Christian Watson. We generally are looking to go through and see if we can sell high on Puka where it makes sense. I actually don't think it makes sense to do so, however, with this team. Specifically, the reason being is if you are looking at this being a double flex format where we are dealing with these injuries, I could see Puka actually making a difference for us over the next few weeks. Now, Austin says, do I trade Andrews for TJ Hawkinson? I'd be giving the other team the Andrews-Lamar stack. Also, who do we start in the flex between Puka, Cooks, or Elijah Moore? We definitely go Puka there, even in a tough matchup. And no, if you're trading Andrews for Hawkinson, you need to upgrade somewhere else as well, even if I love our guy Hawkinson. Now, fellow Slurper coming out says 12-team map BBR format, 3 wide receivers. We have Watson, Bijan, Sanders, Amon-Ra, Hopkins, Evans, Andrews, Hollywood, Nico Collins, Joshua Kelly. Should we trade Mike Evans, Joshua Kelly, DeAndre Hopkins for Olave, Gabe Davis, or just Mike Evans and Kelly? I would 100% trade Mike Evans and Joshua Kelly for Olave and Gabe Davis. That would be the first offer that I would send. If he says no to that, I would be willing to send another one that's a little bit better. I'd be willing to send, say, Evans and Kelly just for Olave, and you can tell him he can keep Gabe Davis, and we'll keep DeAndre Hopkins. Driss says, what's up, Mason? My running back one's Barkley. Running back two is James Cook. Should we start Swift in the flex? The other options are London, Dotson, Javonte, and Puka. Thanks. I don't know if we asked this exact question earlier or not in the live stream. Can everybody please let me know, who would you rather start? Would you rather start Puka or would you rather start DeAndre Swift going forward, ladies and gentlemen? I'm not going forward just this week. This week, when you have no Kenneth Gainwell, while at the same time, not only do you have no Kenneth Gainwell, but you have Puka in a very tough matchup against the 49ers. Are you going to go Swift or Puka in that instance? Swift, Swift, Swift. Puka, Swift, Puka, Puka, Swift, Swift. Puka, Puka. It looks like it's split 50-50 here, my man. What I would say is when we're looking at this, let's make sure that we go through and if we do decide to start DeAndre Swift, you don't start him at your flex. Instead, you go ahead and you actually put DeAndre Swift at RB2. You move James Cook down to the flex just because you don't want to be starting Thursday night guys in the flex spot in particular, just in case something happens. Now, Matt coming out says, how PPR start two? Godwin, Amari, Puka, Algier, Joshua Kelly, Pickens, and A.J. Dillon. We're going to go with Godwin and Amari, my friend. Godwin and Amari. Emiliano says, should we trade Garrett Wilson and for who? My move I'm looking to make is trading Garrett Wilson in a bench depth piece to try to get to Waddle, Olave, or Calvin Ridley. Chris says, 12-team PPR format. We need two running backs. Running back two, start one between Alexander Madison, Zach Moss, Justice Hill. Easily Alexander Madison. Not going to be thinking about that. Madison saw almost every touch. Now, Big Dog Pound coming out saying, which quarterback do you like in a full PPR league? Anthony Richardson or Jordan Love rest of season? I think Love will probably be better for the Packers this year than Richardson will be for the Colts, but I think Richardson will be better for your fantasy team given his rushing upside. Starry says, I had Javonte Williams instead of Jamal Williams. Would you still want me to get someone like ETN? Yeah, definitely. Especially now if you consider the fact that, you don't have, a guy that we're super excited to start in the short term or a better wide receiver that's from the earlier done. I still love the idea of going out there and getting ETN, my man. Honestly, pivoting from Jamal to Javonte, not really going to change the needle too much there for us. Now, our next question coming out from Nelly says, 12-team double flex PPR. We have Lawrence, Lamb, Debo, Pollard, ETN, Njoku, Mike Williams, Puka. We had Judy on the bench. Trade Judy and Puka for Christian Watson and Deontay. I'd rather have Deontay long-term, obviously Puka right now. Considering the fact that we don't need players to start in the short term, I'm fine making this deal. I'm fine going and getting the long-term upside in a league with only one flex where we have startable players in the moment. Jello coming out says, start to love Purdy or Daniel Jones this week. We're going to go Purdy and Daniel Jones. Daniel Jones, good matchup against Cardinals. I think it will be a bounce-back spot. If Christian Watson plays, I think you could go Love over Purdy, but definitely play Daniel Jones. Mike says, one flex spot, we lost Deontay. Who should we flex between Kelly, Elijah Moore, Roshan, or Gibson? Or should we drop Gibson? Can't do another year with him. I definitely think we go with Joshua Kelly. Honestly, almost regardless. Even if Eckler plays, if we're looking at these options, these are also secondary options in their offense. I think Joshua Kelly makes sense there almost regardless. But obviously, we'd prefer him in that instance where you have no Austin Eckler. Okay. Now, David coming out says, 14-team full PPR. We have Lawrence, Henry, JT, Ramadre, Brian Robinson, Kyron, Gainwell, Diggs, Judy, Lockett, Zay Jones, Zay Flowers, Hayden Hurst, Hunter Henry. Who should we trade for? Thinking Goddard, Hawkinson, Etienne, or Burrow. I don't think we have to do the Burrow deal unless actually we can trade Lawrence for Burrow straight up. Definitely don't add anything to Lawrence to get a Burrow with this team. We don't have Chase. We don't have Higgins. It's not like we're just doubling down on the offense. I mean, I agree. I think long-term, we definitely want to upgrade from Hunter Henry, Hayden Hurst to go get one of those tight ends. I hate to give you this answer, but in the short term, we're probably not looking to do anything. Because in the short term, we are going to be waiting until we get Jonathan Taylor back in, right? So then we may end up just having to kind of sit on our hands here at the moment, my friend. Just for the moment. But Mayano coming out saying, is it time to panic sell on Goddard? Laporta or Goddard? Oh, we're definitely going to go Dallas Goddard here. Keep in mind, this is coming from an idiot who drafted way too much Dallas Goddard this year. Also, Khalil Herbert, Brian Robinson, or Joshua Kelly. We're going to go Kelly if Eckler misses. If Eckler plays, we'll go Brian Robinson. I Shine out again says, yo, Flock, full BBR format. Who should we start out of? Dotson, Sutton, Michael Thomas, Nico Collins, Jalen Waddle if he plays, and Chris Godwin. Pick your top three. We're going to go Waddle 1, Godwin 2, Michael Thomas 3. Unless maybe if Judy misses, then at that point we can be pushing up. I think we already talked about this for you, my man, though. But thank you so much again. Clay says, should I make this trade in a 14-team full BBR league? Keenan and McLaurin for Garrett Wilson and Mike Williams. Keenan and Garrett Wilson are ranked back-to-back in my rest of season rankings. Terry McLaurin or Mike Williams. I'd prefer Mike Williams. So I'm probably going to go to the Mike Williams side there. Levy coming out saying, pick 2, Sutton, JSN, Gainwell, Roshan, and Zay Jones. Gainwell's missing this week, my man. So we're going to go Sutton and JSN. Just in case anybody watching this does not know, Kenneth Gainwell is not going to be playing tomorrow night. Now, our next question coming out from Uncage the Lion, who says, 12-team BBR format, just traded Ayuk and Zach Moss for A.J. Brown. How did I do? Phenomenal team. Laughable that you were able to get that price, my man. Zake says, had Dobbins traded Olave, Joshua Kelly for Jamal and Keenan. Don't love this. Feel like Williams just a hold piece. What should we do? The team is Jalen Hurts, Rashad White, Williams, Adams, Allen, Frymuth, Mike Williams. Thanks. If you really wanted to get a long-term upgrade at running back, if we can go like Jalen Hurts for like Jahmyr Gibbs and Justin Herbert to get the double stack with Herbert, Mike Williams, and Keenan Allen, we can. Or just another quarterback in that range. If instead of Herbert, he has like, say, Fields, we can do that. If we want to get, that tier down at quarterback with another top running back on top of it. But honestly, I really don't like that we traded away Olave at that price. Now, Gavin coming out says, 12-team PPR format. We have Watson, Jacobs, Walker, Ridley, DJ Moore, Kelsey, Javonte. And then on the bench, we have Addison, JSN, Devon A. Chain, Charbonnet, Kelly, and Kyron Williams. Any moves? I would love to upgrade from DJ Moore to Amari to get the Watson stack if we can. I don't know if we can afford it. If we can go like DJ Moore and one of these smaller depth pieces like Joshua Kelly or Kyron Williams and go get Amari, let's send it. I think it's a well-balanced team. We're really just waiting for Kelsey to come back, which I think will be back this week. Now, Ride coming out saying, down on my team, any suggestions? It's a dynasty league where we have Hurts, Sanders, Walker, Amari, Higgins, JSN, Kittle, White, James Cook, Dillon, Roshan, Mooney, Shaheed, Watson, Frymuth, Kyron, Atwell, Downs, Edwards, and Michael Wilson. So we have the elite quarterback. We don't really have top-end running backs or wide receivers, but we have more than enough depth. We have a tight end that we can rely upon every single week as well. What's interesting is we have like a well-balanced team here between, say, guys that are going to give us production this year plus the long-term viable names. I will say, let's wait a couple weeks before we give up on this squad. I think this is a team that can still look to contend in the immediate term. So what we're probably going to look to do is we're probably going to see if we can just get by. I don't want to be trading away any future picks, but win a couple games with this team. If we start off like 3-1, then at that point, we can go through and we can sell a future first and try to go get an elite level running back if we can. Whereas if we start like 1-3 and then see an injury, we're probably going to burn it down and just build around the long-term younger options like JSN, Higgins, Jalen Hurts, and sell guys like Miles Sanders. And keep in mind, that's dynasty, ladies and gentlemen. James coming out says trade Amari and Khalil Herbert for T. Higgins. It's a double flex league where we have Burrow, Bijan, Javonte, Lamb, Olave. Because it's a double flex league, no. Double flex league, I don't think we need to be paying something on top of Amari to get to T. Higgins right now. I do like the idea of going through and trading for Higgins, however, when we have Burrow, just not at that price. Hayden says, need a flex, traded Michael Pittman Jr. for A.J. Brown for the Jalen Hurts stack. I don't care if we have Jalen Hurts or not. That's a great trade. Oh my gosh, that's absurd. The fact that you have Jalen Hurts just makes it better. But Rashad coming out says, should I trade Gibbs and Garrett for Ridley and Javonte? I have Lamar, Bijan, Gibbs, Roshan, Charbonnet, Garrett, London, Deontay, Calvin Austin, Hollywood, and Pitts. I would rather see if we can get away with trading like, say, Charbonnet and Hollywood or Roshan and Hollywood rather than Gibbs. I really like the idea. Just seems like Gibbs maybe a little bit too much to give up. I will say as a side note, Calvin Austin, even with the Deontay Johnson injury, doesn't really have the upside to make a difference with your team. I would go ahead and I probably would look to just move on from Calvin Austin and find another option off the waiver wire. LVR Steelworks says, I have Kupp and Taylor stashed. Should we start Lawrence, Ridley, Olave, Brees, Bijan, Ayuk, Andrews? Do we try to survive and potentially have a super team later or try to move the stash? No, because we have this starting lineup where we are getting by in the short term, I think this is a team that can afford to hold on to Kupp and Taylor. You probably heard me go through earlier in the live stream and look at a team that, I mean, really, it was, I believe they were starting someone like Tyler Algier as their RB2, and they started off 0-1, and they had like a gross option, like, I don't remember who it was, maybe like Jahan Dotson in their flex. We were saying in that instance, okay, let's go ahead and let's see if we can just move off of Kupp and get some value that we can start right now. But I don't know. I think that it will be a little bit difficult for us to go through and say that we need to be selling those studs with long-term upside when we have a loaded team like that. And then you're saying Bijan, Brees, Kelly, Zeke, Algier, pick 2. We're going to go with Bijan and Joshua Kelly if Austin Eckler were to miss. And I know people are going to hate this. Oh my gosh. Can everybody spam the chat? Who would you rather start? Would you rather start Brees Hall going up against the Dallas Cowboys, or would you rather start Tyler Algier? This is assuming Eckler plays. Assuming Eckler plays. Brees. I'm assuming everybody's going to say Brees. I'm just so damn worried about the matchup. Definitely Brees is the better player. Like, not even remotely close, right? If you want to have fun, just go ahead and do Brees. Go Brees and Bijan. Okay. And just in case, if you were coming into the live stream and don't know what's going on, we are changing the setup with how we do these live streams. Y'all know in the past, it's just been, I answer these questions in order. We have super chats on all the time. Now, because the live streams have gotten bigger, I decided that it is not a good thing. At least that system's not going to work because I don't want to have people waiting an hour to get their question answered. So what we're going to do from now is I'm only going to have super chats open for like a couple of minutes at a time. And then I'm going to turn them off. I'm going to go through and answer all the questions that we got, and then we'll turn them back on. So we're going to be turning super chats on and off throughout the live stream. That way I don't have to be making people, wait an hour to get their question answered. I really don't want to have to do that. Now, Pernille coming out says, 12-team PPR format. We have Jefferson, Lamar, Hawkinson, Javonte, Madison, Evans, Puka. We have Kupp and Deontay. What should we do? Also, Swift over Puka. We asked the live chat earlier. It was a little split, my man. It was a little split. But nonetheless, this is a team where I think because we have Puka to fill in the short term, we don't really need to be making any panic trades. Obviously, it's a team with a lot of long-term upside once we get Cooper Kupp and Deontay Johnson back. I would say if we didn't have Evans on this team and Puka was our wide receiver 2 and Swift was our flex, then at that point, we'd need to sell one of those injured guys. But here, I think we can kind of sit on our hands. And honestly, I think we have more than enough production to stay alive. Now, Keg coming out saying, should I trade Garrett Wilson for Hollywood and Brees in a happy BR 10-team league? Any help? It's a league with only one flex spot. We have Herbert, Gibbs, Mostert, Tyreek, Wilson, Keenan, and then the bench, we have Khalil Herbert, Ayuk, Deontay, and Bateman. I think you start Ayuk over Garrett Wilson this week, just as a quick side note. And if you wanted to trade Garrett Wilson for Terry McLaurin and Brees Hall, I like the idea of trading Garrett Wilson. I just don't like the idea of this trade in particular. Specifically because it's a 10-team league with only one flex. I never want to be the guy sending one player, aka the best player, and getting two in return. I would rather look to sell, say, like Garrett Wilson in a package with maybe Khalil Herbert and go out there and get Chris Olave and go out there and get Jalen Waddle and go get Calvin Ridley. That's more so what we're going to be doing. Max says, have BBR need up with RB2, wide receiver 2, and a flex this week. We have Brian Robinson, Dalvin, Joshua Kelly, Damian Pierce, wide receiver Godwin, and Michael Pittman. We're going to go Godwin, wide receiver 2. Our running back 2, we're going to be going Damian Pierce, flex Joshua Kelly if Eckler does not play. If Eckler does play, we're going to go Brian Robinson. Now, Frederico says 10-team at BBR format, 1 flex. We have Lamar, AJ, Higgins, Eckler, Algier, Andrews, Ayuk, Swift, Watson, Judy, Elijah Moore, Burks, Sean Tucker. Want to trade for an RB2? What are your thoughts? I like the idea in the long term. If we wanted to go through, if we wanted to sell, say, Swift and Brandon Ayuk and see if we can go get like Travis Etienne right now, I think that makes a lot of sense. Go get, Ramondre Stevenson right now. I think that makes a lot of sense. I wouldn't mind, however, if you wanted to just sit on your hands for a second, because we do have Christian Watson and Jerry Jeudy dealing with hamstring injuries. So our wide receiver depth is going to be a little bit more questionable. While at the same time, we do at least get to see what Swift looks like this week whenever we have no Kenneth Gainwell, right? Kenneth Gainwell's not going to be playing, so maybe we wait a week to see what the Swift role looks like. Chisel says 10-team full BBR Superflex. We have Herbert, Jones, Stafford, CMC, Walker, Javonte, Mostert, Warren, Kyron, Diggs, Olave, Hopkins, Jason, Sutton, Kittle. Who do I start and what moves do we make? Quarterback, we're going to go through and start Justin Herbert and Daniel Jones in a plus matchup. Bench Matthew Stafford in a crap matchup. We're going to go CMC, Kenneth Walker at running back. Wide receiver, we're going to go Diggs and Olave. For the flex, if Hopkins is healthy in a full BBR format, we'll go Hopkins. If Hopkins is not, we're going to go Raheem Mostert. And if you wanted to make any trades, I think the trade's going to be to try to package together like Sutton and Raheem Mostert to a team that maybe lost Dobbins and needs some running back production right now and go get a long-term viable upgrade at wide receiver for the flex spot. And then we attack one of those teams that maybe has, say, Jonathan Taylor, maybe add J.K. Dobbins, and we see if we can get any value for a player like Raheem Mostert at the moment. Now, Pernille says trade Jefferson and Hawkinson for Mark Andrews, Chubb, and Amon-Ra St. Brown. Hawkinson to Andrews upgrade. JJ for Chubb and Amon-Ra St. Brown. Definitely fair deal. You'll never hear me say to trade away Justin Jefferson, but we probably would in that instance. SSG says, I'm interested in Olave for a trade. I'm having Garrett Wilson, Godwin, Puka willing to trade. What are your thoughts? I would love to go Garrett Wilson and Puka. Garrett Wilson and Godwin may be a little bit aggressive. If it was like a 10-team league with only one flex, I'd still do it. But I'd love to trade Garrett Wilson and Puka and go get Chris Olave right now. Zach asking if we post our underdog picks. Yeah, I will go through and I'll give you some of my favorite underdog pick'ems. We crushed underdog pick'ems last week. Can everybody in the live chat, did anybody follow us with underdog pick'ems? And can y'all let the live chat know what our record was? I think with our top 5 pick'ems last week, did we go 4-5? Unless I'm mistaken. I think we went 4-5. The Akers fewer than yards, the Rachaad White fewer than rushing yards. I don't even remember the other ones. I've been live streaming for 12 hours a day. At this point, it is tough. Mr. Mystique says he lost the house. Oh, my man. Well, clearly didn't listen. Zach says, how do I find your picks? Yeah, so we will go through and I'll just make videos and I will make sure the next time we have this screen recording where y'all can see all the current underdog pick'ems, I'll highlight the ones that I like. That's typically what I do. I just didn't have time to do it. And then Naeem, they're obviously joking about losing the house. But if y'all want also, if you are not already on Underdog and you want to check those out, you can. Link in the live chat, link in the description, link in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK. They're going to match your first deposit, dollar for dollar, up to 100. Plus, you'll get our 2023 fantasy football rankings. Get a free trial to flockfantasy.com. You'll get, access to all of our premium content on flockfantasy.com. And if you are new to Underdog Fantasy, you'll get an additional Jalen Hurts special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard against the Minnesota Vikings on Thursday night. So yeah, you can find that link in the live chat description comment section. And if you're on Underdog, make sure you include Tua in a special pick'em this week. Is total yards. Go higher or lower, doesn't matter. They're going to be giving away $10,000 to 10 separate people on Underdog Fantasy every single Sunday. That includes the special pick'em. You have to include the special pick'em in your, what's it called? In your pick'em slip. Now, Ben coming out says, trade Cup and Mostert for Waddle. Yeah, I would. Saram says, man like Mason, you do all right. Yes, sir, we're doing great. Javonte, Hall, Dalvin, Chuba, A.J. Brown, Hopkins, JSN, Gabe, Boyd. Who would you play? 2 running backs, 2 wide receivers, and a flex. Running back, we will be going with Javonte and Hall, even in a gross matchup for Hall. Wide receiver, we're going to go A.J. Brown, Hopkins. I know Hopkins didn't practice today, but I think he should be good. And then for the flex spot, we're probably going to end up going with Jackson Smith and Jigba. But my man, I mean, that is a tough spot to be in. Hopefully we have some of these guys that we like in the long term coming in. Hopefully we do. But Michael says 12-team full BBR format, double flex auction. We have Tua, Chubb, Montgomery, Tyreek, Amari, Kelsey, Lazard, Kyron. No bench, any trade suggestions. I'm not going to say to sell high on Tua because we have Tyreek. I think we will get, a solid squad in the long term once we have Travis Kelce back in. Really, the only thing I would say is at this point, if we were sitting with Allen Lazard, I'm probably going to look to go ahead and just cut Allen Lazard and find another option off the waiver wire. It's fundamentally, at the end of the day, the only thing that made Lazard was interesting was Aaron Rodgers. I don't know if we're ever going to look to start Lazard with Zach Wilson. And Shot coming out says, Herbert, Ramondre, Javonte, Taylor, Tyreek, Christian Watson, Deontay Kittle, Gabe Davis, Elijah Moore, Bateman, Jameson, Devon Achane, Tank Bigsby, Moss, and Rashee Rice. Any trade ideas? We're going to be waiting for Taylor in the long term. We're going to be waiting for Christian Watson in the long term. We're going to be waiting for Deontay Johnson in the long term. We're going to be waiting for Jameson Williams in the long term. We're going to be waiting for Devon Achane in the long term. We're going to be waiting for Tank Bigsby in the long term. We're going to be waiting for Rashee Rice in the long term. We just can't have this many rookies on the bench whenever we have JT, Christian Watson, and Deontay all dealing with injuries. I would say you have to go through. You have to probably drop someone like Jameson, drop Rashee Rice, go pick up some waiver wire options that could help us immediately. And if we're not going to do that, you probably end up having to be in a spot where we actually look to go sell one of those injured players for someone that's going to produce right now. So you can't stack up that many at once. Kobe says, 10-team BBR format. I'm worried about my running back too. It's Akers. I have Joshua Kelly and Kyron on the bench. We need to trade badly, but no one wants to trade their RBs. Also have Myers, Pittman, Sutton, and John Dotson. If you really wanted to go out there and send, say, Pittman and Cam Akers to get to a running back that may be viable, to go get to Alexander Madison, to go get to Ramondre Stevenson, to go get to Jahmyr Gibbs, David Montgomery, Rashad White, I think that's the trade that we spam, especially if it's only a 10-team format. You're not going to be able to trade a wide receiver straight up for a running back right now. Really, the only thing you can do is possibly look to package together your RB2 with one of those wide receivers. Now, Caden coming out says, two questions. One, trade Flowers and Garrett Wilson for Higgins in a shallow format. 2, trade Kirk and Sutton for Pickens in a 12-team double flex. If this is Christian Kirk, honestly, I'd probably do it. The first one, I think we could probably extract a little more value for Zay and Garrett Wilson. I would trade the combo of these guys in a shallow 10-team league for Ridley, for Olave, for Waddle. T. Higgins seems like he's too low, though. James says, should I trade either Swift or Raheem Mostert for A.J. Dillon? I'm completely fine. I'm fine trading either guy for Dillon, to be honest. Aaron Jones looks doubtful. You know Aaron Jones, A.J. Dillon looks like a top 12 running back. I'm fine if you wanted to make that move. Okay. Cal, we'll have Super Chat back on in about 10 minutes. About 10 minutes, my friend. Zach says we have Herbert, Etienne, Sanders, Chase, A.J. Brown, Kyle, Amari, Mostert, double flex with yardage bonuses. Any moves you would make in my situation? Love the channel, dude. Thank you so much, my man. I think Amari would be an intriguing sell for Keenan Allen if we have Justin Herbert here to go through and get that stack. I think it would be nice if we could upgrade from Miles Sanders RB2, especially if we get bonuses, but we are probably going to have to wait until we get JT back from the IR. So if we have a depth wide receiver we can afford to go Sanders and a depth wide receiver to go up and get a running back that we like, assuming it's a full BBR format, go get Gibbs. That could make a lot of sense. Overall, a great team. And outside of Jonathan Taylor, seems like we've dodged most of the week 1 injuries. Drew says 10-team full BBR format, 1 flex, Swift or DJ Moore. Swift with no Gainwell. Actually, let's play it safe. I want to be exciting. I want to have some fun. The fun play is DeAndre Swift. I'm definitely way more excited to see what Swift does tomorrow than DJ Moore this weekend. But DJ Moore is going to be the safe play between the two. Wes says, Isaiah, Javonte, Nico, DJ Moore. We got to pick one. Full BBR format, we'll go DJ Moore, my friend. William says, 10-team, 1 flex. We have Josh Allen, Deshaun Watson, Tyreek, Hopkins, Judy, Hollywood, Gabe, DJ Moore, Chubb, JT, James Cook, Kyron, Higbee, Hayden Hurst. What do we do at the flex, and how do we improve? Our wide receivers will be Tyreek and Hopkins. Our flex will be DJ Moore, but now that we're getting Judy back in, we can afford to go through and trade DJ Moore and Tyler Higbee to go get a long-term upgrade at tight end. If we can go get Waller, if we can go get Hawkinson, I think that makes a lot of sense. And then also when we open up that roster spot, look to add in another running back down there. I'd rather have some running back depth than wide receiver depth in a league where we only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. Been about Dallas, long time member of the flock with William and Wes. We got all the OG flockers out here. Says, have point per carry completion league where we have Lawrence, Bijan, Pollard, Mike Williams, Judy, Zay Jones, Andrews, Hall, Bigsby, Charbonnet, Hunt, Kelly, Roshan, Romeo Dobbs. Need moves, not happy with the squad. Have point per carry format. I would love to go out there and get a running back we're fine with in the flex spot. If we can somehow take, say, Breece Hall and a depth piece like Zay Jones and go get that upgrade at RB, I think you're going to be in a phenomenal situation. And to be completely honest with you, my man, I think you already have a great team. Sitting here right now with Bijan Robinson and Tony Pollard in a half point per carry format, I think you're in a really good situation, my man. Sleepy says 12-team double flex league, happy BR, where we have Mahomes, Pierce, Swift, Tyreek, Higgins, Kittle, Zay, Brian Robinson. And then on the bench, we have Roshan, Penny, Sutton, Kadarius Toney, Christian Watson. Do I keep Swift in this week, or do we try to make a move? Okay. If we were going to be playing anybody over Swift, it would be Christian Watson, but the issue is Christian Watson looks like he's not going to be good to go, so you probably have to keep DeAndre Swift in. And if Watson is going to go, then at that point, I'd play him over Zay Jones. And also, I'd say if Jerry Jeudy does not play, or if Jerry Jeudy looks like he's going to be playing in a limited capacity, I would start Courtland Sutton over Zay Jones as well. But I do like the long-term upside that we have on the bench with those running backs, and I actually think it makes a lot of sense to go through and roster Rashad Penny right now, just in case he does expand that role with no Kenneth Gainwell in here. Now, we don't have a name here, but it says 10-team PBR format. We have Lawrence, Gibbs, White, DK, Nico, Kelsey, Sanders. We have Dalvin, Elijah Moore, Algier, Gibson, Deontay, Dobbs, Kupp, and Kenny Gainwell. Moves for T. Higgins, AJ, Ridley, and Olave. Fundamentally, if you wanted to make a trade, it would have to be centered around DK Metcalf. But if we were going to make a trade for one of these guys, it would be either DK Metcalf and Deontay Johnson, or DK Metcalf and Tyler Algier. Somehow if you can get it done with Dalvin, go for it. Somehow if you can get it done with Dobbs, go for it. I would love to make that 2-for-1 deal anywhere. In reality, I think it's going to be much easier said than done. I don't think you're going to be able to pull that off, my friend. Bones coming out and says 12-team PBR league where we have Jalen Hurts, Austin Eckler, Tony Pollard, Ayuk, Evans, Hollywood. Offered Jalen Hurts and Brandon Ayuk for Calvin Ridley. Go get Jalen Hurts there. We also have Mahomes, Dalvin, Metcalf for Hurts, Pollard, Hollywood. Hurts to Mahomes, lateral move. Pollard to Dalvin, massive downgrade. Hollywood to Metcalf, upgrade. But, still, I would prefer to have the Pollard side. So, yeah, if you wanted to make one of these deals, you're going to be trading Jalen Hurts and Ridley for Jalen Hurts and Brandon Ayuk. Which, actually, we already have the Hurts side. So, no, keep Jalen Hurts there. Keep Hurts in both instances. I promise you Jalen Hurts is going to be much better than he was this week. Okay. Now, our next question coming out from, I believe Matt says, 10-team PBR format, 1 flex. We have Mahomes, Goff, Olave, Amari, Nico, Zay, Judy, Johnston. Tight end, we have Goddard, Hurst, Musgrave. Running back, CMC, Pollard, Madison, Najee. Who is starting? We're going to go Mahomes over Goff. We're going to go Olave and Amari at wide receiver. We're going to be going CMC, Pollard at running back, Madison in the flex, Goddard at tight ends. And I do want to drop Luke Musgrave or Hayden Hurst. Keep your favorite guy between the two, but don't roster 3 tight ends. Jaden says, should I start Breece Hall or Kenneth Walker? Kenneth Walker, not close. Breece Hall, horrible matchup against the Dallas Cowboys. Jeb says, start Michael Thomas or Jordan Addison. We're going to go Michael Thomas this week. And also pick up Jalen Warren or Jalen. Said also pick up Warren or Jalen. So I don't know, my friend. Between those options, we go Jalen. Now, E-Man says trade Josh Allen and Evans for Tua and Ridley. I'd rather have Allen and Evans. We have Richardson as well. I'd still rather have Allen and Evans. If you want to trade Evans and Richardson for Ridley, you can do that. But we have Bijan, Henry, Tyreek, Olave, Keenan, Waller, 4-point passing touchdown, especially if it's a 4-point passing touchdown league with only 8 teams in the league. You definitely prefer having the elite level quarterback there with Josh Allen with rushing upside. Now, Deraguzzi going out and saying 8-team PBR 3-flex dynasty league. We have Fields, Dak, Andrews, Pitts, Jefferson, Waddle, Higgins, Godwin, Burks, Bijan, Pollard, Javonte, Breece, James Cook, AJ Dillon. Any moves? I like that this is a triple flex league since it's only 8 teams. Dynasty, I think we can be competitive and we have the long-term value here as well. This looks like a juggernaut team even in an 8-team format, my friend. I think we just continue chugging along as normal. Looks like we're in a great spot to win this league and still have a lot of value for 2024 and 2025. Now, Chad coming out says, rate the team. It's a 9-team work league. We have Lamar, CMC, Stevenson, Lamb, AJ, Pitts, Walker. On the bench, we have Sanders, London, Dotson, JSN, Flowers. Great team. And we have so much depth with this team as well, my man, that there's no reason for us to not go try to take advantage of the Dobbins team. Try to take advantage of the Jonathan Taylor team. Go send a bench depth running back like Miles Sanders. See if we can get Jonathan Taylor straight up. See if we can get Cooper Kupp straight up. See if we can get one of these players with long-term upside because we are so freaking loaded here. If you don't want to do that, I mean, you could potentially go like Kyle Pitts and Miles Sanders to see if we can get an elite level tight end in return. Like see if we can go get Mark Andrews to pair up with Lamar Jackson. But love the team, my man. Fundamentally, we just want to be trying to take advantage of some running back depth and capitalize for long-term value when we don't really need the RB depth. Now, Milan says 10-team PBR format where we have Tua at QB. Running back, we have Jacobs, Etienne, Madison, James Cook, Algier, Mostert, Roshan. Wide receiver, we have Tyreek, Allen, Ayuk, Flowers, Pittman, Pitts. Any changes / trades you would make, even a 2-for-1 to upgrade a particular position. 10-team league, 1 flex. I'm definitely looking to make 2-for-1 deals in general. Love our running backs. I mean, it would be really nice to have the Jalen Waddle stack. So if you could go like Brandon Ayuk and Tyler Algier or Brandon Ayuk and Raheem Mostert to get the Jalen Waddle, Tyreek Hill to a double stack, I would love that. But also if you wanted to take one of these depth running backs like Tyler Algier and Kyle Pitts to go get an upgraded like TJ Hawkinson, I think it would make a lot of sense in a 10-team league with only 1 flex. Emmanuel says, pick 2, we have Swift, Zay, Elijah Moore, Atwell, and Romeo Doubs. We'll go Swift with no Gainwell, and we're going to go with Zay if Christian Watson plays. If Christian Watson doesn't, we're going to go Doubs. Dave says, 10-team PBR format, Zay or Puka. I'm going to go Zay over Puka. Puka, horrible matchup against the 49ers. And are we done with Zach Charbonnet? No, I think Charbonnet is still a premium handcuff running back. He's not going to be startable unless Kenneth Walker gets hurt. But Noah says, 12-team league PBR format where we have Lawrence, Pollard, Jamal, Brown, Olave, Andrews, Ayuk. And then on the bench, we have Pacheco, Gainwell, Pickens, Kelly, Warren, Rondale, and Charbonnet. What's the move? Great team. I would love to get to Ridley to stack with Lawrence if we can. I think we can afford it. If we can take, say, Ayuk in a depth player such as Kenneth Gainwell or Isaiah Pacheco and go get Ridley there, I think that make a lot of sense in only a 1-flex league. But we are ultimately lacking a little bit of running back depth here, with Jamal being our RB2. So I'm fine if you don't want to do that. Okay. Now, Jack coming out with a donation, long-time member of the vlog, says, Yo, Mason, if I package Breece and Lockett, who should we go for? I'm trying to package Lockett and Kyron as well. Breece and Lockett, I'd be looking to go for like the Travis Etienne range. If you wanted to look for a wide receiver, I'd be looking at like a Amon-Ra St. Brown. And if we're going to go Lockett and Kyron Williams, obviously the bar is going to be so much lower. Here, I think we're probably going to be looking at like the, let me pull up my wide receiver rankings just to give you a tier. We're going to be looking at like tier 3, tier 4, like Ridley, Olave, Waddle, Smith, Ayuk, Keenan, or Hopkins. Okay. Now, let me go ahead and we actually primarily caught up. We have a couple questions to answer still. Let me move this back around. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to turn Super Chats back on for another couple minutes. But as I do this, please make sure if you have not done so already, you go down there, drop a like on this live stream, subscribe to the channel if you play fantasy football. I mean, we are going to live stream every single day until 2024. And we've live streamed every single day at this point, I mean, for 138 days in a row. So if you're not subscribed, fix your life, go down there and subscribe to the channel. And I believe we just turned Super Chats back on. So we'll have these on for like another 5 minutes. Then we'll turn them off for like probably another 20. That way we just make sure that I'm not making anybody wait for like, let's say 20 minutes. I mean, sorry, not even 20 minutes, like an hour to get their question answered. I don't want that to be the case. I mean, I am completely fine with the wait being 15, 20, but an hour is ridiculous. But our next question coming out from Planet Rez, who says, Watson at quarterback. We have Chase, Waddle, Amari as wide receivers. We have Jacob Sanders at running back with JT on the IR, Hawkinson at tight end, Collins, Algier, Warren, Devon Achane, Romeo Dobbs, Gainwell, and Kendrick Bourne on the bench. Any changes? It's a 12-team full PPR format. This is a great team. We don't have a lot of depth to make moves at this moment. I would like to upgrade over Miles Sanders, but honestly, the bench isn't strong enough. I think we just continue to churn the bench, try to pick up high upside waiver wire guys. But once we get JT back in, that's going to be a phenomenal squad. Nolan says 10-team full PPR league, 1 flex. Only running backs are Edwards and Akers. Plenty of wide receiver with Jefferson, Waddle, Ayuk, Zay, Kirk, Mike Williams. Which wide receiver should I trade away and what running backs are we going to go for? If we can go like Brandon Ayuk and say Cam Akers and get up to the Travis Etienne, Jahmyr Gibbs, Ramondre Stevenson range in a full PPR format, I think that would be an interesting spot. If you wanted to go through and trade Jefferson straight up for CMC, specifically in this format and specifically where we're expected to start Gus Edwards, I think that could also be something that we're looking at. But by no means is that something that we have to do, my friend. Now, Jeb says, I meant Jalen Warren or Kyron Williams. I'd way rather have Jalen Warren over Kyron Williams. And Holden says, 12-team full PPR league, 1 flex, Tua, Najee, Walker, Tyreek, Amon-Ra, Keenan Allen, Hawkinson. And then the bench is Scary Terry, A.J. Dillon, Cortland Sutton, Joshua Kelly, and Roshan Johnson. What moves are we going to look to make? Love having the Tyreek and Tua stack here. We have a considerable amount of depth. I don't really see any sell high candidates. All I would say is make sure we start Joshua Kelly over Najee Harris if Austin Eckler doesn't play, or make sure you start A.J. Dillon over Najee Harris if Aaron Jones doesn't play. Please make sure we make those swaps. But let me refresh this so we can keep on showing the questions on the stream. And as I do this, if y'all want to check out any of these pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat, find it in the description, find it in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, they're going to match your first deposit dollar for dollar up to $100. Plus, you'll get our 2023 fantasy football rankings, get a free trial to flockfantasy.com. You'll also get all our premium content and an exclusive Jalen Hurts special pick'em, more than less than half a passing yard tomorrow night against the Minnesota Vikings if you are new to Underdog Fantasy. And then on top of that, make sure you include the Tua pick'em total yards in your slip this weekend. Underdog's going to be giving away $100,000 every single Sunday for someone who includes the special pick'em. This week, it's going to be the Tua. You can take either the more than or less than on his total yards to be entered in. They're giving away $10,000 to 10 separate people. But our next question coming out from, I believe, Beast Mode, who says, trade Flowers, Devonta Smith, and Javonte for Jamar Chase and Najee Harris. Najee versus Javonte, kind of up to you. I mean, Flowers, Devonta Smith versus Jamar. Give me Jamar easily. Was also able to do Flowers, Devonta Smith, and Kelly for Jamar straight up. I'm fine with either deal. Whatever you do, you're getting a great price on Jamar Chase, and I would definitely look to pull the trigger there. Grimbull says 12-team PPR format, 3 wide receivers. We have Mahomes, Hill, London, Hollywood, Pollard, Walker. For the flex, Brian Robinson. And then on the bench, we have Gainwell, Myers, Mims, Robinson. That's Allen Robinson, Bigsby, Dillon. I'm 1-0, fine at running back, but any trade ideas for wide receiver? I can't play London in Hollywood forever. You definitely cannot do that, my man. I think ultimately what we're going to look to do is see if we can go to the Aaron Jones owner and go, hey man, I'll give you Aaron Jones and Hollywood Brown. Give me a wide receiver I'm pumped about. I'll give you A.J. Dillon and Drake London. Give me a wide receiver I'm pumped about. Or potentially even better, say, I'll give you A.J. Dillon, Hollywood Brown, and Drake London. Give me 2 upgrades at the wide receiver position in particular. I think that's honestly a move that we probably have to make, specifically because we're in a spot where this is a league where we start 3 wide receivers in a full PPR format. Now, our next question coming out from, I believe, Thomas says, 14-team full PPR league. We have Richardson, Saquon, Jonathan Taylor, Breece Hall, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Christian Watson, Puka, Hawkinson. Should I try to trade Hall, Puka for Higgins, Najee, or where do we upgrade? I think we need a little bit more if we're going to be selling Breece Hall here. I do like the idea, especially on a team where maybe we have Jonathan Taylor. I think this is kind of the exact kind of trade that we're looking for. I just want a better running back than Najee Harris. Like right now, it's very, very hard to go through and trade for Najee. Now, 12-team super flex league, start 3 wide receivers where we have Higbee, Ferguson at tight end. Freiermuth was dropped and is available. Run to get him. How much fab would you spend and which one would you drop? I think we would drop Jake Ferguson for Pat Freiermuth. 12-team super flex format in particular, probably would be looking to spend 25 to 30% of our fab. I know it's aggressive, but ultimately really excited about the Freiermuth talent profile, while at the same time, no Deontay Johnson means he's going to see more targets. And let me go to turn off super chats, ladies and gentlemen. I believe we should be in a spot where we have enough to go through for quite some time here. So, yeah, let me turn them off just in case you're new. The live stream's gotten too big where I don't think we can have super chats on the entire time. If that's going to happen, then people are going to have to, it ends up getting to where people are waiting like an hour and a half for me to answer their question. And I can't do that to y'all. That's a horrible system. I need to make sure it's better. So I think we're going to just turn super chats on for like 3 minutes at a time, 5 minutes at a time. Let people get them in if they think they can wait for the next 20. And then we'll read them all, turn them back on for another 3 minutes or so. Yeah, I just don't want to have people waiting like an hour like yesterday. Yesterday was too much. Now, our next question coming out from, I believe, Cal, who says, hey, Mason, it's a 10-team non-PPR format. How are we boosting our team? We have Daniel Jones, Jared Goff, Etienne, Gibbs, Hill, Adams, Garrett Wilson, Watson, Kelly, Kirk, Freiermuth, Rashad White. Also, do we flex week 2? I think we are going to go ahead and in a non-PPR format, we're going to be starting Etienne, Gibbs at running back, Hill, Adams, wide receiver. We're going to flex Joshua Kelly if Eckler misses in a non-PPR league. And in a non-PPR league, if Eckler plays, I'd probably go Rashad White. But ultimately, in a non-PPR format, we need a better quarterback. Non-PPR league quarterbacks are going to make up such a high percentage of our starting lineup output where I would probably rather go ahead and I'd probably rather package together like Garrett Wilson with maybe Daniel Jones or Jared Goff and go get a long-term upgrade at QB. But Joey says 10-team league where we have Lamar, White, Javonte, Hill, Garrett Wilson, Andrews, and Amari Godwin. I got offered Jacobs, Breece, Keenan, and Pittman, all for Tyreek. Do we do it? I could ask for Kenneth instead of Breece. A very fair deal where we are getting a massive, massive return here. Now, my hesitation with this is a 10-team format. If it is a 10-team format, we generally want the best player in the deal. Tyreek Hill has been on pace to have 3,000 receiving yards this season. So to go through and sell him would be really tough. If this is a 10-team format where we have multiple flex spots and a deep bench, let's pull the trigger. Now, I also want you to think through this and look at your bench because we are going to be trading. If you do this, you're trading Tyreek Hill for 1, 2, 3, 4 players. So you're also going to have to drop 3 guys on your bench. So go ahead and put 3 players on the Tyreek Hill side of that trade, the 3 guys you would drop, and ask yourself if you want to do it under those circumstances. Now, Caleb says, hey, in a non-PPR format, we have Fields, Pollard, Etienne, Allen, Myers, Kelsey, Puka, and then the bench is Love, Geno, don't want to roster 3 QBs, Kelly, Brian Robinson, Watson, Laporta, Cup on the IR. What are some moves we can make? I mean, non-PPR format, definitely want to be prioritizing running back, which it seems like we do. The only thing is I don't want to have 3 quarterbacks. Pick your favorite guy between Jordan Love and Geno Smith. Look to let go of the other one. Pick up another high upside wide receiver or running back off the waiver wire. Because right now, I mean, you are sitting in a spot where Puka's in our flex in a non-PPR format. That's not going to be great. I mean, you have Puka and Jacoby Myers in your starting lineup right now. Myers probably is not going to play this week. So you drop a quarterback, pick up another player off the waiver wire, running back or wide receiver. And also, I will say in a non-PPR format, I would play Brian Robinson over Puka this week. Puka's going up against the 49ers. Jesse coming out says, 12-team half PPR Superflex Dynasty Startup. We have Brock, Connor, Ramadre, Amon-Ra St. Brown, DK, Mike Williams, Troutman. Crazy to see Troutman here. I guess it makes sense now. Brian Robinson, Mack. And then on the bench, we have Russ, Jimmy G, Singletary, Myers, Ferguson, plus likely JT starts it. This is a team, and I'm very sorry to say this, we can't compete with this team. I would rather go through, burn it down, get the 101 next year, and bring in Caleb Williams. I mean, I think once you had JT go on the IR, if you look around this roster, like we were starting Brock Purdy and Mac Jones right now in a 12-team Dynasty Superflex format. If we were starting Brock Purdy and, Mac Jones, we need to be straight up elite at running back, wide receiver, tight end, which we're not. I think you sell the veterans. I think you sell Stevenson. I think you sell Connor. I think you sell Williams. I think you sell Russ. We burn it down. We earn the 101 next year. We bring in Caleb Williams. And we try to pick up as many first-round picks next season. I don't even want to tell you start sits because fundamentally, I'm sorry, in a dynasty format, this team's not going to really be competitive, even when we have Jonathan Taylor in here. I think this is a team that's just ready to burn it down and play for 2024. Joe says, 12-team map PPR format. We're 1-0 and need some ideas. We have Hurts, Eckler, Brees, Swift, Bigsby, Spears, Kupp, DJ, Terry McLaurin, Puka, MT, Pitts, and Laporta. I would like to trade Brees Hall for, the Travis Etienne range. So if we could trade Hall for Etienne, I'd love to do it. If he says no, I'd go Hall and Puka for Etienne. Laporta definitely looked better at tight ends. Completely fine rostering Pitts and Laporta here. I think it's a great team overall. We just need cut back in. And I would potentially look to sell Puka and Brees, see if we can go get a running back in a much better offense. Now, Jack says, thoughts on Kyron and Lockett for Alexander Madison? I definitely prefer Alexander Madison. Now, Nutrition Nut says, how's the team looking? We have Cousins, Jefferson, Higgins, James Conner, Ramadre, Goddard, London, Kirk, Moore, Mingo, JSN, McKinnon, Penny, and Anthony Richardson. I actually really like this quarterback combo to kind of play the matchups with. Drake London, Christian Kirk, obviously looking gross. We have a lot of wide receiver depth. If we could take one of these depth wide receivers, package with James Conner to go get a running back in a better offense, I would like it. But ultimately, it's probably going to be hard to get someone to buy one of those depth wide receivers, right? You're probably in a spot where you're just kind of sitting on your hands when it comes to those guys. Okay. Now, our next question coming out from Nick, who says, 14-team PBR, 1 quarterback, 2 wide receiver, 2 running back, and a flex. We have Burrow, Chubb, Brian Robinson, Javonte, Bigsby, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Mike Williams, Judy, Johnson, Boyd. Should we trade Mike Williams and Bigsby for T. Higgins? Since we have Joe Burrow, and this is a league with only 1 flex spot, and this roster in particular where we have St. Brown at the top, I think it makes a lot of sense. With everything in play there, I think it makes a lot of sense. We're still paying like a reasonable price. And I do think that you probably have, improvement when it comes to T. Higgins going forward. Now, Hollywood coming out says, any trades in a 12-team PPR league? We have Lawrence, Olave, Waddle, Deontay, Addison, London, Tony, Walker, CMC, Pacheco, Gainwell, Kyron, and Roshan Johnson. If we could go Waddle to Ridley to pair up with Lawrence, I'd really like that. Really love seeing CMC and Kenneth Walker. We don't have too much depth with this team either. We're going to be waiting long-term for Deontay and Addison. I think it's a great team, my man. Especially if you're saying tight ends, tight end, wide receiver, and we don't have to roster a tight end. We don't have one. Great squad. Now, let me go ahead and refresh this so we can keep on showing these questions. And as I do this, please, if you have not done so already, go down there, drop a like on this live stream. Subscribe to the channel, ladies and gentlemen. We're going for, I believe, 187,000 subscribers today. We've hit 1,200 likes on this stream. And if you are just now coming in, we are going to have a new system with super chats going forward. I don't want to have anybody having to wait an hour to get their question answered. So I'm just going to have super chats open for like, say 3 to 5 minutes. Everybody can get their questions in. Then I'm going to turn them off. I'm going to get through everybody's question. I'm going to give them answers, and then we'll turn them back on for another 3-5 minutes. That way with this system, I will probably see fewer super chats, but y'all already support this channel way too much as is. And so I'm completely fine having fewer super chats. That way I can at least reasonably get you answers in a reasonable fashion. But I actually have to find out where we left off. And as I do this, if you want to check out any of these pick'ems on Underdog Fantasy, link in the live chat, link in the description, link in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, 100% deposit match up to $200, plus our 2023 fantasy football rankings, plus a free trial to flockfantasy.com where you can find all our premium content. And if you are new to Underdog Fantasy, you can get an additional special pick'em. Jalen Hurts more than less than half a total yard against the Minnesota Vikings on Thursday night, ladies and gentlemen. And also, make sure everybody includes the Tua special pick'em slip here, more than less than half. Just take anything on his total yards, and you'll be entered in to win $10,000. You're giving away $10,000 to 10 people every Sunday from here on out. Okay. So now our next question coming out from, I believe Jacob says, start Gibbs or James Cook. I'm going to go with James Cook over Gibbs at this point. Pickens, Flowers, or Jerry Jeudy. I'm going to go with Pickens now that we have no Deontay Johnson. And Jesse says, 10-team, full BBR format. We have Herbert at quarterback. Running back, we have Mixon, Montgomery. Wide receiver, we have Jefferson, Waddle, Godwin, Dallas, Elijah Moore. And then on the bench, we have Tua, Brock, Akers, Khalil, Terry. I don't want to be rostering 3 quarterbacks. Brock Purdy. We have Herbert, Tua to play the matchups with. Unless you wanted to try to sell high on Tua and sell like Tua and say Dallas Goedert and go out there and get an elite level tight end, or Tua and Elijah Moore and go get someone that we're actually excited about for the flex. The only other thing I would say is I don't want to be starting Elijah Moore. I'd rather go through and start Terry McLaurin over Elijah Moore. Jacob says 10-team non-PPR format. Actually, no. Let's go through and let's get Edgar says full BBR. Rank them so I know how to start this week. Najee, White, Javonte, and Deebo Samuel. We're going to go White, Deebo, Najee, then Javonte, my friend. Now, Jesse says 10-team full BBR format where we have Herbert, Mixon, Montgomery, Jefferson, Waddle, Godwin. No, we just answered Jesse's. I'm very sorry. Did we answer Jesse's? Yes, we did. We're on Jacobs, who says 10-team non-PPR format, 3 wide receivers, 2 running backs. We have Pollard, Brees, James Cook, Tyree, Devonta Smith, Mike Williams, Pittman, Zay Flowers. Do I move Brees and Pittman for Travis Etienne? 10-team non-PPR format, a little bit deeper where we have to start 3 wide receivers. I like the idea, but I think we would be looking a little bit lower at receiver. Unless it's like a super shallow roster where you're telling me this is everybody on our team. I'd rather be looking to sell someone in the Puka range, not the Pittman range. Antonio coming out to start 2, Mixon, Connor, James Cook, week 2. We're going to go Mixon and James Conner, get the running backs in the good offenses. Chevy says, pick 1, Addison, Puka, Shaheed, or Elijah Moore. We're going to go Addison. Puka's in a very, very tough spot going up against the 49ers. Emmanuel says, trade Fields and Brees for Justin Herbert and Kyron Williams. Nope. Justin Fields was going ahead of Justin Herbert in drafts this year. I don't know if we can panic that much based off week 1. Cody says, 10-team PPR format, 1 flex. We have Hurts, Jones, Javonte, Chase, Brown, Ridley, and Njoku, Hall, Ayuk, Thomas, Khalil Herbert, Kyron, London, Puka. Any moves or stay put? 1 flex, 2 wide receiver league where we have Chase, AJ Brown, Ridley, Ayuk. We have 4 to 5 wide receivers that will always be in our starting lineup. There's no reason not to go through and see if we can sell Puka in a package with David Njoku to get an upgrade at tight end, or with Javonte Williams to go get a long-term upgrade at running back. But now Jordan coming out says, full BBR 12-team league where we have Cousins, Etienne, Madison, Chase, Waddle, Keenan, Metcalf, Goddard. And then on the bench, we have Love, Kelly, Kyron, Zay, Puka, Flowers, Musgrave. Any trade ideas? Great team. Fine rostering 2 quarterbacks if these guys are Kirk Cousins and Jordan Love. I don't think we have too much depth. I'm fine rostering 2 tight ends if they are Dallas Goedert. And I think we keep this team as is, my man. We have a couple buy low names on here, such as like Jalen Waddle, Travis Etienne. Great team. I think it'll be in a great spot in the long term. Now, Boss coming out says 14-team half PPR format. Not required a running back. We have Dak, Judy, Zay, Amari, Barkley, Bijan. The bench is Mooney, Rice, Shaheed, Christian Watson. Struggling with injuries, any moves we're going to make. In a league where we have no requirement for RB, I mean, I definitely would rather try to prioritize wide receivers as we've already done. I would say because we have both Judy and Christian Watson banged up with a hamstring, specifically in a 14-team format, completely understand how we're in a little bit of a tough spot right now, my friend. I do think ultimately at the end of the day, we can't just kind of sit on our hands and hope that these guys come back this week. I think at least in the case of Jerry Jeudy, we should have Jeudy back. Jeudy was, limited in practice all week last week. So honestly, I think you're in a very good spot. I think you're right in a 14-team half PPR format. This is a situation where we do not need to go through and roster depth RBs, right? Here especially in a 14-team league, we can just go through and grab a bunch of wide receivers that could be startable. Now, Richard says 12-team PPR format, only weakness is wide receiver 2, and we just got offered Amari for Brees. Would I be selling low? Should I ask Flowers 2 and send back Addison? You'd be selling low on Brees Hall for Amari. I think you would be better off in a 2-for-1 deal to see if we can get up to the Olave, Waddle, Ridley tier. I think you'd be much better off in that instance. Now, Chase says 12-team full PPR format. Need guys to really put up points right about now. I like Justice Hill and Tutu Atwell. You shouldn't like Tutu. I also like Bourne and Allen Robinson all right. I have Shaheed, Cup, Hollywood, Jamal Jones, Pierce, JT, Warren, $1,000 fab. We are not going to be picking up any of these players. The only guy you can pick up here would be Justice Hill if you wanted to cut Shaheed for him. But outside of that, you're in a spot where I'd rather have Jamal. I'd rather have Jones. I'd rather have Pierce. I'd rather have JT. I'd rather have Warren over all those waiver wire options. I completely understand it's a situation where it's very difficult for us to have both Jonathan Taylor as well as Cooper Kupp on the same roster. And for that reason, if you wanted to go through and if you wanted to see if we can sell one of them to get some immediate production in the starting lineup, we do it. But those names that you're listing off the waiver wire, really the only... If you really wanted to drop Shaheed for Kendrick Bourne, you can do it. Just don't spend much fab to do so. Like, your bench options are good. We just have to wait until Cup JT comes back. Hi Doggy coming out says, got offered to trade A.J. Brown and Hayden Hurst for Debo, Sutton, and Goddard. We definitely prefer A.J. Brown. Keep the best player here, my friend. Elias says, standard 10-team league. We have Burrow, Lamb, Higgins, Christian Watson, Mike Williams, Jerry Jeudy, Kenneth Walker, Stevenson, Pierce, Khalil Herbert. Any suggestions, or should we just chill for now? I understand that it was a very tough spot week 1, right? Super tough spot where our Burrow, Higgins stack fell flat on its face. We have Christian Watson injured. CeeDee Lamb was in a game where they won 40-0 where they didn't have to throw the ball. I think going forward, you're going to be in a much better situation. And as of now, we should honestly just kind of sit on our hands. Now, Jaden says 10-team PPR format. We have Hurts, Andrews, JJ, Keenan, Puka, Godwin, Lockett, Brandon Cooks, Sanders, Najee, James Cook, Dillon, Chuba Hubbard. One Jahmyr Gibbs. His best wide receivers are Garrett Wilson, Addison. Do I package Lockett or Cooks plus Sanders or Godwin for Gibbs? I would go Lockett and Cooks for Jahmyr Gibbs. I'd go Cooks and Sanders. Once we start getting to the Godwin range, I don't love it. I agree. I think we can do it since it's a 10-team format. But I would love, with this team in this format, to sell Brandon Cooks and Miles Sanders for Jahmyr Gibbs. Full PPR league. Let's get the guy with the upside. Now, Vanagan says Lamar, Garrett Wilson, Christian Watson, Michael Thomas, Dotson, Davis, Sutton, Hollywood, Waller, Bijan Stevenson, JT, Algier, and Joshua Kelly. Need wide receiver trade help, but can't get Waddle or Olave. Yeah, I mean, right now, I understand it's going to be in a tough, we're going to be in a tough spot with the injury to Rodgers, with the injury to Christian Watson. I think Algier will most likely be the sell. I think if we wanted to go sell Tyler Algier and maybe say, Garrett Wilson, if we could somehow get to Calvin Ridley, I think that'd make a lot of sense. If you wanted to go a little bit higher with that running back, if we want to go like Algier and Joshua Kelly with Garrett Wilson, and you wanted to go get Amon-Ra St. Brown, I would go for that as well. Yeah, I understand it's a tough spot. Really hope that we get Christian Watson back from the hamstring sometime soon. And obviously, when JT comes in, it'll be a much easier situation overall. Now, Dan says McLaurin and Charbonnet for Chris Olave. We're definitely going to go Olave here, my friend. Marcel says 10-team full PPR format. We have Dak, Jacobs, Higgins, Evans, Schultz. One flex between Garrett Wilson, DJ Moore, Christian Watson, Pierce, Pickens. Looking for a trade package, and who do we start at the flex? So the flex, I think we are going to start Garrett Wilson, even if we're not excited about it. I mean, it's a horrible matchup. And I think if you wanted to make a trade package, it's going to be selling one of these depth pieces like Dameon Pierce with Dalton Schultz in the starting lineup to go get a better tight end, specifically because it's a 10-team league with only one flex. I mean, typically it's going to be very easy to find those wide receiver and running back depth options. And we'll have super chats become available again in about, like, let's call it 5 minutes. We're closing in on these questions. And let me know if y'all prefer this new system, and let me know your overall thoughts. I'm just spitballing, trying to come up with a new system that is better for y'all. You know what I mean? Like I said, if we pause and only have super chats open for like 3 minutes at a time, we're probably going to see fewer super chats overall, but I don't care at the end of the day. As long as it's better for y'all, the people who are supporting the channel, please let me know. Let me know if you like the old system or the new system more. Now, Myth says 10-team PPR. We have Burrow, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Ridley, Gibbs, Pollard, Hawkinson, Zay. We have on the bench, Javonte, Dotson, Geno, Charbonnet, Addison, Cortland Sutton, Christian Watson. I need running back depth. Who should we try to start in the flex? I mean, we have Gibbs, Pollard at RB, my man. I mean, we have Zay in the flex right now. If you really wanted to take him out, you'd be going like Jordan Addison. I think we could start Addison if you saw Mark Andrews come back in. But yeah, I agree. I mean, we have a team where we have so much depth overall that if you wanted to get a better running back, if we could go like, say, Jordan Addison and Javonte Williams and go get a running back you'd feel super comfortable starting each and every week. We're elite at the very top end. We're not dealing with too many injuries. It's a 10-team league with only one flex. I think that would make sense here. Okay, we got olds, new system, new system, new system. So we got 3 votes, new system, 1 vote, olds. Based off I see. Okay, so now our next question coming out from Tsunami says, Yo, Mason, 12-team PPR format. I'm in shambles at running back. We currently have Brees, Kelly, Mitchell, Gainwell. Wide receiver, we have Hill, Shaheed, Kirk, Evans, London. Oh, you are in shambles at wide receiver too, my man. Outside of Tyreek, that is. London and Kirk are just falling off the face of the planet. So we have Hill and Evans that we can start. Running back, we only have Brees and say Joshua Kelly at the moment. I very rarely ever say this. Very rarely would I say this. You know, typically, if you can go through and you can listen to every single trade advice I give, and there's a continued trend, usually I just say, let's take a bench wide receiver, open up a Rosh spot, make it a 2-for-1 deal, improving somewhere in the starting lineup. With this team, when we don't have depth at either wide receiver or running back, we don't have like JT coming back anytime soon. Like we don't have JT on this roster. That's what I'm saying. We don't have somebody coming to save the day. We may have to take Tyreek and trade him for 2 startable players. One of the very rare instances, you may have to take Tyreek and sell him for like Amon-Ra St. Brown and Nick Chubb, you know. Like trade him for 2 startable, even if we have to drop a player. I mean, the options on the bottom end of the bench are kind of gross here. Tyler says 8-team league with 2 quarterbacks and 2 flex, where we have Geno and Josh Allen, Chase, Higgins, Waddle, Metcalf, Hollywood, Chubb, Etienne, Gibbs, James Cook, Roschon, Kincaid, Goddard. Trade Allen and Chubb or Etienne for Burrow. Hell no, we're not trading Josh Allen and Nick Chubb for Burrow. I love the idea to get Burrow. The trade would be to trade Geno Smith and Nick Chubb. Or no, Geno Smith and Etienne for Joe Burrow. To get the Burrow double stack, buy low on the Cincinnati Bengals offense. But by no means are you going to be trading Josh Allen and a piece to do that, my man. Victor says, Mason, I'm in trouble. My running backs are JT, Hall, Dalvin, Sanders, Kyron Williams. Should I trade JT and Hall for Jacobs? No, you can get more value for these guys than that. I mean, I'd rather go through and I'd rather trade Hall and maybe a depth wide receiver and go get, say, Travis Etienne, start Etienne, Miles Sanders in the short term, get JT back in the long term. I do agree we want to make a trade. I think you're selling too low there, though. Cole says, trade London and Sanders for Devonta Smith. You're the best place to know. Thank you so much, my man. And can everybody in the chat let me know what they think on this right now? Would you rather have Drake London and Miles Sanders or Devonta Smith? Obviously, London looks gross. True Barber did see like every single third down snap week 1. If it's a shallow format with only one flex, we'd probably go get the best player. Yeah, Trey says Smith as well. So we got someone else. We got some people backing us up with Devonta Smith here. Okay, so now Luke coming out says 12-team dynasty. We have Tua, Herbert, Richardson, Etienne, Ramadre, Madison, Mostert, James Cook, Jefferson, Higgins, Wilson, Zay, Goddard, and Kmet. Any suggestions on moves to make? So, I mean, in this league, I think when we have Herbert and Anthony Richardson, I'm operating under the assumption it's a one quarterback format because you did not say otherwise. It would be interesting to see if we could capitalize on some of the Tua value right now if we wanted to remain competitive and possibly get in another wide receiver or RB. Obviously, it's going to be brutal for Garrett Wilson this season. In Dynasty, we still love the long-term outlook that you have with Garrett Wilson. It's a very strong team. I think this is a team that can be competitive this year in Dynasty. I don't want to be going out there and selling our 2024 first by any means, but if we could sell Tua and a running back like Alexander Madison to get to a cornerstone RB that we're excited about for both now and the long term, such as maybe like Kenneth Walker, I think that could make sense, specifically because it's a 12-team Dynasty format, assuming it's a 1 QB league, my man. Now, Uncle Drew coming out saying 10-team at PBR format, 1 flex. Are we going to go Swift, Hollywood, or Puka? We're going to go ahead. We are going to be taking DeAndre Swift. If we are playing Swift, though, with no Gainwell, keep in mind he does play on Thursday, so you don't put him in the flex. Put him at RB2 and slide down whoever your current RB2 is into the flex in case something happens. Now, Robert says 12-team PBR format. We have 2 wide receivers, 2 running backs, a tight end, 3 flexes. We want to build around wide receiver here. We have Fields, Amari, DJ Moore, Henry, Hubbard, Hunter Henry, Christian Kirk, Flowers, Puka, Njoku, Pacheco, London, Kelly, JT. Any general advice? This is a team that can't be competitive at this moment. I think it makes a lot of sense for teams to hold on to Jonathan Taylor, have the long-term upside whenever we are looking at, say, a 10-team league with only 1 flex where it's going to be harder to find wide receiver depth overall. Where wide receiver depth overall is not going to make a difference. But here in this league where we have 3 flex spots, it's a 12-team format. Who the hell are we starting this week? I don't think we can be competitive until JT comes back. This is a team that may start out 1-3. This team may start out 0-4. So if we could sell JT and get someone that we're really excited about the production right now, of course, don't just completely tank and sell JT for like Rachaad White. Obviously, we're not doing that. But I think it would be interesting. Now, we will turn back on Super Chats. Let me just double check to make sure that we have caught up. I think there are only 3 or 4 more that we need to get to, but we can't even pull those up until we get more on. So yeah, let me turn the Super Chats back on, ladies and gentlemen. If you refresh the live stream, you should be able to get them in. We'll have them on for like the next 3 to 5 minutes, and then we will be turning them back off to just make sure that we keep the line moving, keep everything very reasonable for everybody. And of course, if you have not done so already, please go down there, drop a like on this live stream, ladies and gentlemen. Looks like less than 10% of y'all so far have hit that like button. Subscribe to the channel. We are closing in on 187 subscribers on this channel. And if you want to go through and check out any of these pick'ems on Underdog Fantasy, you can find the link in the live chat. You can find it in the description. You can find it in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK on Underdog Fantasy is going to get you a 100% deposit match up to $100, plus our 2023 fantasy football rankings, a free trial to flockfantasy.com where you can find all of our premium content. And then also, make sure you're taking advantage of this ASAP, as if you sign up to Underdog before tomorrow night's game, you're going to be getting Jalen Hurts more than less than half a total yard showing up for you on Underdog. And also, if you are on Underdog, make sure you include the Tua total yards pick'em in your overall pick'em this weekend. That way you get entered in. Underdog's going to give away $100,000, $10,000 to 10 separate people, ladies and gentlemen. But let's go ahead and let's refresh this so we can make sure we are getting through these questions still. So now our next question coming out from, I believe, Robert. No, I'm sorry, we just answered Robert's. Kevin is coming out with our next one. It says quarterback, Daniel Jones. Wide receiver, Tyreek, Olave, Puka. Running back, we have Barkley, Etienne. Tight end, we have Goddard. The flex, we have Jamal. And on the bench, we have Addison, Christian Watson, Goff, Dameon Pierce. Any changes in a 12-team full PPR format? I actually start Jordan Addison this week over Puka, if I'm going to be honest with you. Primarily because Puka's going up against the 49ers. I think the game environment's going to be a lot more conducive for points with the Minnesota Vikings, where they are going to have to air the ball out if they want to keep up with the Philadelphia Eagles tomorrow night. Just make sure if we are going to be starting Jordan Addison, you don't put him in your flex spot. Instead, you put him at wide receiver 2. Now, Michael says a 14-team PPR format where we have Fields, Jefferson, Williams, Wilson, Watson, Dobbs, Puka, Pierce, Montgomery, Pirine, Kelly, Herbert, Williams, Andrews, Patterson. Starts for week 2 and any ideas. Our wide receiver starts will be Garrett Wilson and Puka, assuming Christian Watson does not play. Our running back starts will be Dameon Pierce and David Montgomery. They'll be David Montgomery and Joshua Kelly if Austin Eckler misses. We are more likely than not going to be going Romeo Dobbs in the flex in a full PPR format. Unless Eckler misses, then we're going to start all 3 of those running backs, including Joshua Kelly. And if Eckler... Actually, we already covered that. Andrews tight end, obviously. We have the elite level quarterback. This team needs Christian Watson back in. I don't think we can make any moves right now. I'm not even looking to sell Puka with this team right now because fundamentally we're going to have a hard time getting by with the depth with the Christian Watson injury because it's a 14-team format, my friend. Specifically because it's a 14-team league, we probably need to be sitting on our hands right now. Now, Not Lucid says 12-team PPR league where we have Tua, Stevenson, Hall, Hill, Olave, Hopkins, and then we have Nico Collins, and then on the bench, Kirk, Dillon, Davis, Boyd, Tank, Kelly, Hill. Who do we start and do we trade for a running back? First thing is, you probably want to go through, probably want to drop Taysom Hill, pick up another tight end off the waiver wire if you really want to roster backup tight ends. Second thing is, I do think that we want to get Nico Collins out of the starting lineup if we can. I would look to go ahead and see if we can start Joshua Kelly over him if Austin Eckler were to miss. If Austin Eckler were to play, Aaron Jones were to miss, then we're going to start A.J. Dillon over him. And I don't think we need to trade for a running back at this moment outside of possibly upgrading from Hall to ETN because we do have those depth running backs that could look to make a difference. Okay. Now, Matt says, a full PPR for the flex. Would you trade Ramondre for Gibbs? Can everybody spam the chat right now? Ramondre and Gibbs are pretty much ranked back-to-back in our rest of season rankings on flockfantasy.com. Who would you rather have? Would you rather have Ramondre Stevenson or Jahmyr Gibbs in your starting lineup, ladies and gentlemen? Please let me know. Now, King Matt says, hey, Mason, do you remember my trade question? Try scrolling back, but didn't see it. It's a 12-team league, double flex, Kirk and Hall for Walker with lineup info. Okay, let me go ahead. I'd say 12-team double flex league. Going to be a little bit less appealing here if it's going to be a spot where we have to go through and we have to give up a little bit more depth. Okay, I'm very sorry, my friend. I do not see this. I'm still completely fine if you want to go through and send that deal for Walker. I would just say in a double flex 12-team league, going to be a little bit less appealing. Now, Sammy Sosa coming out saying, one flex 10-team league. We have Fields, St. Brown, Chase, Watson, Michael Thomas, Sutton. Running back, we have Hall, Javonte, Ramondre, Charbonnet, Dion. Tight end, we have Goddard. Any moves regarding the running back position? If we could take, say, a depth wide receiver like Courtland Sutton with Breece Hall, go get ETN. You've heard me say it a million times. Ultimately, it's going to be hard to make a deal right now, specifically because we're going to be waiting for Christian Watson to come back. Once Watson comes back, I think we're going to be we're going to be in a position of power where then at that point we have, say, Michael Thomas, more so as an expendable asset where we can go out there and we can afford to upgrade running back. Now, Jason says, 12-team dynasty, 3 wide receiver super flex. How do I move forward? We have Herbert, Watson, Purdy, Jimmy G. Keep in mind, this is Dynasty Superflex League. Stevenson, Brian Robinson, Dobbins, Dylan, Charbonnet, Diggs, Watson, Kirk, DJ Moore, Reed, Mingo, Wandale, Samuel. I think we have to sit on our hands and see what happens. I hate to say this, but we've been decimated with injuries. We're dealing with the J.K. Dobbins injury. We're not going to get him back rest of season. We don't have a Christian Watson to play right now. Kirk, DJ Moore don't look great. The last thing you could do in this league is go out there and trade away your 2024 first to try to plug a hole, and we may end up not being competitive in this format. So ultimately, you're going to be in a situation where you kind of just have to sit on your hands here, my friend, see what ends up happening. And if we start off 1-3, then at that point, we're probably looking to burn it down. We're selling the veterans, sell Stevenson, sell Diggs, sell Christian Kirk, get what we can in 2024 picks based off the injuries that this team suffered. Whereas if we can, get through it, we get Christian Watson back next week. He looks great. And then all of a sudden, maybe on the opposite end of the spectrum, we're looking to contend. Then maybe at that point we sell our 2024 first. But it's too early to know right now. I'd say right now we're probably trending towards having to burn this bad boy down for 2024. Lee says, should we trade away Higgins for Godwin and Puka? I would not. Nicholas says, 12-team PPR, 1 flex, trade Michael Thomas and Montgomery for Olave. Love that in a PPR format. We have Herbert, Kelsey, especially if we have Chubb, Hall, and Roschon and Charbonnet on the waiver wire. So it's more like we're trading away Michael Thomas and David Montgomery for, Chris Olave and Zach Charbonnet. Go do that immediately, my friend. Nito says, 12-team PPR league where we have Love, Chubb, Stevenson, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Debo, Juwan Johnson, Flowers, Hopkins, and then on the bench we have White, London, Charbonnet, Harris, Dobbs, Bigsby, Troutman. Should we make a 2-for-1 deal and upgrades anywhere? If we were going to make a 2-for-1 deal, it's not going to be in a league where we have 2 flex spots while at the same time we're waiting for Jonathan Taylor to come back. Now, if you wanted to do that, what you'd be looking to do is you would try to trade away Drake London and Juwan Johnson and go get a long-term upgrade at tight ends, or Drake London and Jordan Love to go get a long-term upgrade at quarterback. But in reality, my friend, it's probably going to be much easier said than done to go through and make that deal. I doubt anybody is too pumped to go through and trade for Drake London right now. Now, Marcel says in a 16-team league with only 1 running back, we have Jacobs, Higgins, Evans, Wilson, Schultz, Pickens, Watson, DJ Moore, Pierce, Wilson, or package Wilson or Evans for an upgrade, or look for an upside trade like Kupp or JT. So right now in our starting lineup, we have Jacobs, Higgins, Evans, Wilson in the flex. On the bench, we have Pickens, Watson, DJ Moore. So we have more than enough depth with this team. So I actually really like the idea specifically with this team in a 16-team league where I can promise you teams are not going to have nearly as much depth as you. If we could go out there and buy Jonathan Taylor on the super cheap, like if the Jonathan Taylor team maybe add, say, like J.K. Dobbins, and we could go out there and send, Rashad White and get Jonathan Taylor back in, I think that would make so much sense. Or maybe on the opposite end of the spectrum, if you wanted to make a similar type of move to go out there and get a player like Cooper Kupp and sell one of our, bench wide receivers, that could be something we look to do as well, my friend. Okay. But yeah, we refresh this so we can continue to pull these up. And our next question coming out from, I believe, Kevin, who says, 10-team PPR format, 1 flex. We have Chase, Devonta Smith, DK Metcalf, Christian Kirk, Gabe Davis. Running back, we have Pollard, Miles Sanders, Akers, Jamal Gainwell. Tight end, we have Ingram and Njoku. Who do we trade for? Jahmyr Gibbs. If you wanted to make a move for Gibbs, Miles Sanders, Cam Akers would be the center point in the trade. We'd be looking to sell a depth wide receiver. We'd go like Miles Sanders, Christian Kirk, Cam Akers, Christian Kirk. I think that'd make a lot of sense. I don't know if we can get it done. Maybe we instead go like Miles Sanders and one of the tight ends if they need a tight end. You're saying they're lacking wide receiver and tight end. Yeah, so that's fundamentally what we are looking to do there, my man. Akers, Sanders would sell either guy, just really whoever they want. Siraj says, Puka over Pacheco. Can I drop Deshaun Watson for Purdy? Yes, we can start Puka over Pacheco this week if you want, but you cannot drop Deshaun Watson for Purdy. NF says 10-team at PBR format, 2 quarterback, we have Hurts and Carr. Running back, we have Jacobs, Connor, Brian Robinson. Wide receiver, we have Jefferson, Ayuk, Christian Watson. And then on the bench, Lockett, Puka, Dalvin, Kyren. Who's your wide receiver 3 in a flex? And any moves to make? My tight end currently is David Njoku. My wide receiver 3 is going to end up being Tyler Lockett if Christian Watson misses. And our flex will be Puka, even if we're not excited about it. The only move we're looking to make is we're going to be waiting. And actually, no, our flex is going to be Brian Robinson. Our only move that we're going to look to make is once we get Christian Watson back where we have a little more depth, then at that point, if we can take Tyler Lockett or Puka, packaged together with Derek Carr to get a quarterback that we like a little bit more with a little more upside, I think that would make a lot of sense. But I mean, Derek Carr looked pretty damn good. I mean, his weapons look great in New Orleans week 1. Now, Addy coming out says 10-team PBR league with 1 flex. We have Allen, Eckler, Pollard, Ridley, Hopkins, Higbee, Watson, Addison, Mike Williams, Pacheco, Kincaid, Algier, Swift. How can I improve, and who should we start? Eckler, Pollard at running back, Ridley, Hopkins, wide receiver, flex Mike Williams. We have a ton of depth with this team. If you wanted to take, say, Tyler Algier and sell him with Tyler Higbee and go get a much better tight ends, we can find that deal from like the Dobbins team. If we can find that deal from maybe the team that had Jonathan Taylor, I think that'd make a lot of sense. Dime says flex Flowers or Lockett. Lockett if Andrews plays, Flowers if Andrews misses. Alex says 12-team full BBR league, 1 double flex league, 0-1, where Lawrence, Gibbs, Javonte, or Jamal, I don't know. Chase, Lamb, Hawkinson, flex Zay, Flowers, and Jones. The bench, we have Hill, Gainwell, Kyron, Nico, Dobbs. What to do? A league with not a lot of depth, my man. So generally, it's going to be really hard to make a deal in this format. I think right now we just really have to sit on our hands and wait until we get the Jahmyr Gibbs breakout. You just don't have that much flexibility. And with this kind of league and with this roster in particular, really the only thing we can be looking to do at this moment is go through and make as many 2-for-1 deals as we possibly can. I'm sorry, that's the exact opposite. I apologize. We can't be doing that because we don't have depth. That's what I'm saying. That's the issue. So I think instead we're going to be having to churn the bottom end of the bench and just churn this waiver wire consistently. Now, Anthony says, 10-team PBR format. What do you think about packaging Garrett Wilson for Jahmyr Gibbs? We have Hurts, Tyreek. If this is your wide receiver core, let's do it. I know it sounds crazy, but I mean, I'm out on Wilson. If we can still get someone that was going in like the top 2 to 3 rounds of fantasy football drafts, I would. Yeah, go ahead and get Jahmyr Gibbs when we're elite at wide receiver here. Keegan says 8-team full BBR format with 1 flex. We have Lamar, Bijan, Saquon, Higgins, Amari, Kelsey. And then on the bench, we have Dak, Brees, Pierce, DJ, Godwin, Puka, Higbee. Plan is to drop Higbee if Kelsey's playing. Got offered T and Pierce for Waddle. If we're already having to drop guys like Tyler Higbee, I don't want to be trading like Jalen Waddle for 2 lesser named players. Since it's an 8-team format, actually, no, hell yeah. We are getting Jalen Waddle. Let's go ahead. Let's get Jalen Waddle here. Specifically, 8-team league with only 1 flex. Pretty much the only thing that matters is getting the best player in the deal. And I don't think Dameon Pierce is going to make a difference in this kind of format in particular. James says 12-team league, 3 wide receivers, half PBR, 2-2-4 Christian Kirk. Oh, definitely Christian Kirk. Roy says, is Dalton Kincaid startable based off week 1? I definitely think he's in the mix in full PBR formats. His role looked great. And obviously, this is a pretty good offense. And I'll turn super chats back on once we get through like another 15, 20 questions. So probably will be like another 15 minutes or maybe 10 to 15. Elite Biscuit says 10-team 1 flex, full BBR. We have Burrow, Deshaun, Kelsey, Chubb, Etienne, James Cook, Khalil Herbert, Bigsby. Wide receiver, we have Amari, Michael Thomas, JSN, Dobbs, Calvin Austin, Jameson Williams. Hate the wide receivers. What should we look to do? I mean, ultimately, it's going to be a very tough spot if we're rostering guys like Calvin Austin, Jameson Williams at the bottom end of this team. I think we should drop these guys, see if we have better options off the waiver wire. I mean, since we have this kind of depth, I mean, I wouldn't mind at all if you wanted to go through and see if we could take, say, Khalil Herbert and Romeo Dobbs and go trade for a better wide receiver 3 from a team that maybe lost J.K. Dobbins. I think that would be the play, but also Calvin Austin has no upside. Like, drop Calvin Austin. I don't think he's ever really making a difference. In a 10-team league, you'll have a better option off the waiver wire. Now, Art D says, full BBR, Tyler Algier and McLaurin for Tony Pollard. Oh, get Tony Pollard. Not even close. Sir Rose says, quarterback, we have Tua. We have Lawrence. Running back, we have Saquon, Henry, JT. Wide receiver, we have Ridley, Wilson, Moore. Kincaid at tight end. I feel like you need a better flex than Moore. It's a 12-team PBR format. Any advice? I think Calvin Ridley is oh, no, never mind. I agree. I think you probably need a better flex than DJ Moore. What I was saying is I think Calvin Ridley is a great stack to have with Lawrence. I think that it's going to be tough to go through an upgrade over Moore right this second. The reason being is we are sitting currently with JT on the IR. If we just wait another 3 weeks, we'll have JT coming into play over Moore, We have players that are startable right now. So overall, I hate to say it, we're 25% closer to Jonathan Taylor coming back now than we were a week ago. So I think we sit on our hands. JD says, picked up Gainwell from the waiver wire and trade him for Christian Watson. Hell yes. Got Fields, Bijan, Madison, Javonte, Olave, CD, Kelsey, and he moves non-BBR format. Non-BBR format, I would like to upgrade running back just a bit by selling some wide receiver depth. If we could go and possibly package like Madison and a depth wide receiver such as Christian Watson, specifically because it's a non-PPR format, and go get a running back we're really excited about, I would do it. But great team and great move, my man. Paola says, a 14-team league where we have Fields, Eckler, Gibbs, Ridley, Flowers, Laporta, Swift. And then on the bench, we have London, JSN, Puka, Kelly. Do you agree with the lineup? People drop Judy, Charbonnet, Warren, and Mitchell. I think we should drop Puka, go get Jerry Judy immediately. I'd probably rather have Jalen Warren and Zach Charbonnet over Joshua Kelly long-term. I don't want to tell you to drop him right now, just given the fact that, we're in a spot that maybe Kelly is startable if we have no Eckler. I agree with the lineup as it stands right now. I will say, if you're going to be starting Swift with no Gainwell, please make sure he's not in your flex since he goes on Thursday night. Instead, move him to your running back 2 and move Jahmyr Gibbs down to the flex just in case anything happens this weekend. Trey says, 12-team PPR format. We have Jalen Hurts, Breece Hall, Jamal Williams, Jefferson, Waddle, Dalton Schultz, DeAndre Hopkins. The bench is London, JSN, Zay Jones, Puka, Hayden Hurst, Justice Hill, and Anthony Richardson. Thoughts/feel like we could use a good running back. Running back right now, I agree. I definitely would like to upgrade. We're elite at wide receiver. We're elite at quarterback. I think this is a great team overall. If we could somehow take like Puka and Breece Hall, go get Travis Etienne, or Puka and Jamal Williams and go get a long-term upgrade at running back, maybe go get Alexander Madison, James Cook, Rashad White, I think that'd make a lot of sense. We have the elite level wide receivers. I don't see Puka making a difference on this team in particular, where he would make a difference on someone else's team. Now it's Lube's Tube coming out and says 10-team happy BR format. Starting Fields, Gibbs, Algier, Jefferson, Olave, and Garrett Wilson, Laporta. On the bench, we have Ertz, Akers, Herbert, Dotson, Charbonnet, Joshua Kelly. Any trades. We have a ton of depth, but we are lacking a solidified RB2. If we wanted to see if we can package together, say like Akers and Herbert, Akers and Dotson, Herbert and Dotson, Dotson and Algier, just essentially make a 2-for-1 deal in a 10-team happy BR format to go get a better running back 2 that we can confidently rely on, open up a roster spot so we can be setting ourselves up to make waiver wire moves next week. I think we're going to look to do that, my friend. JJ says, my team's Lamar, Jefferson, Hall, Sanders, Smith, Hawkinson, JSN, Zay, Roshan Johnson, Judy, Christian Watson, and Tajah Spears. I recognize my running back room is weak. Any trade targets? You've heard me say it a million times. I would love to trade Breece Hall for Travis Etienne. Outside of that, if you really wanted to wait until we got Jerry Judy back and healthy, and then at that point, maybe we could potentially package together like Jerry Judy and Miles Sanders to go get another running back that we really liked in a full PPR format like Ramondre Stevenson. We can do that, but in reality, you're probably going to have to wait until we get Jerry Judy back and healthy. We can send the offer now and see what happens though, my man. Can't hurt to send it. Now, Shakazula Gaming coming out. Happy to see you, my man. 12-team PPR, running back 2 between Gus, Brian Robinson, Kyron. We're definitely going to go Brian Robinson. Flex, Mooney, Hollywood, Bourne, or Zay. We're going to go Hollywood, even if it's great offense. Horrible offense. Quarterback, we have Lawrence. Yeah, I understand why maybe you would want to pivot to Zay Jones when we have Lawrence, especially a good matchup against the Chiefs, but I still probably just take the guaranteed volume with Hollywood. Ryan coming out says 12-team BBR where we have only one flex. Got an offer to trade Madison for Stevenson. Full BBR format, you definitely want Stevenson here, my man. Also, any other trades or ideas? We have Fields, Montgomery, Olave, Higgins, Kelsey, Dotson, London, Gibson, P. Ryan, Elijah Moore, Bateman, Warren, and Tutu Atwell. In general, I'd look to see if we can find a better play over Tutu Atwell for the last, bench spot here. I would imagine there's a higher upside player off the waiver wire, but that's not going to be the end of the world, right? If we're going to be looking at the starting lineup, I think we're in a very comfortable position once we get Ramondre Stevenson in here to play with David Montgomery. I do remain with Montgomery as a sell-high candidate in a full PPR format in particular. With him looking great on Thursday night, I think you get a lot in return. And ultimately, at the end of the day, this is a spot where he had literally 0 targets with all the snaps last week. So I do think that his upside is going to be a little bit capped and it'll be a little bit touchdown dependent, specifically in a a full PPR format. Now, Only Chrome says 10-team full PPR league. We have Bijan, Montgomery, Kelly. We're going to go Bijan and Montgomery here, even if Eckler misses. And then we have Chase, Keenan, Amari, Sutton, Terry, Zay, Myers. Should we trade Amari for Gibbs? And if not, what moves should we make for a running back? I would rather try to go. We can do it if you really want, if it's a 10-team league with only one flex. I would probably prefer seeing if we could go through and trade like Sutton and Montgomery to get it done, or like Terry and Kelly to get it done. I think that'd be a little bit more appealing. But yeah, go Montgomery over Kelly at RB2. And if we can't find a better price for Gibbs than that, I'd be fine pulling that trigger. Daniel says, do I trade Judy for Flowers and James Cook? Hell yes, go get Flowers and James Cook there, my man. Chase, always happy to see you, my friend, says, start 2 of Godwin, Amari, Dobbs, and Dotson. We're going to go with Godwin and Amari. Hopefully we get a better week from Amari this week. Trade Godwin for DJ Moore straight up for the field stack. If we have Fields, hell yes, we're going to do it. Should we be shopping Eckler or hold? You the GOAT. Love the new system. Go Colts. Go Colts, my man. Hell, Richardson looked really good for you week 1. And honestly, full BBR format, we're probably going to be holding on to Eckler. Yeah, y'all know, I mean, we talked about this a lot. I tweeted out right before the season as well. Eckler was my least drafted round 1 player in fantasy this year, just given the age and what we've historically seen from running backs at this age, dealing with injuries, also seeing less efficiency overall. So, I mean, if we could still sell Eckler for Bijan Robinson, let's go ahead and do it. I just think it maybe is going to be a difficult spot to sell Eckler now that he's dealing with the ankle. Now, Vinny says 18-team dynasty. We have Jones, Walker, Madison, Diggs, Ingram, Dobbs. And then on the bench, we have Hal Burks, McKinnon, Harris, Irv Smith Jr., Josh Reynolds, and Joshua Palmer. Specifically in an 18-team dynasty league, I think we can be competitive with this team. If this was a 12-team league, if this was a 10-team league, I would say burn it down. Let's play for 2024. Let's trade for future picks. But specifically in an 18-team league here, I think that we are going to be fine. I don't see any clear trades to make. I do agree we probably want to be starting Romeo Dobbs if Christian Watson were to miss. But if Watson were to play or if DeAndre Hopkins were to miss, then we're going to be starting Treylon Burks over Romeo Dobbs. Francisco says 10-team BBR double flex where we have Hurts, Chase, Amari, Evans, Juju, Jacoby, Sky, Henry, Aaron Jones, Montgomery, Javonte, Penny, Ingram. Who do I start and do I drop anybody? We're going to be starting Hurts, Chase, Amari, Henry, Aaron Jones if he's healthy. If he's not, David Montgomery. And then for the flex, we're going to be going with one of the running backs if Aaron Jones is healthy. If not, we're going to go Mike Evans. And I don't think we drop anybody initially. I would have said drop Penny if it wasn't for the Gainwell injury. But I think Penny's actually going to be a solid guy to hold on to right now with the Gainwell injury to see what the role is Thursday night. And Aristotle is coming out and says, did you drop super chats? Yes, sir, I did. Okay, so the new system, just in case you are just now coming in here, is I'm only going to have super chats open for like 3 to 5 minutes. That way everybody can get their super chats in. And then I'm going to turn them off. That way nobody has to wait an hour. The old system just doesn't work with how big these streams have gotten. I feel like we'll definitely get more super chats if we just leave them on all the time. But I want to make sure that people only have to wait like 20 minutes at the max for their questions, you know? So we're only going to have like super chats on for like 3-5 minutes at a time. Then we'll turn them off. We'll answer all the questions. Then we're through with all that batch of questions. We'll turn them on again for another 3-5 minutes, my friend. It's a very bad system, and it's an ass thing for me to do to have people wait an hour to get their question answered. Like, I can't do that to anybody. Kevin says drop Brandon Cooks for Kendrick Bourne. I'd rather have Brandon Cooks. I mean, obviously, dealing with the knee is not great, but still. Now, the Patient Plum says, feels like I'm in a hole. 12-team league, double flex, full BBR. We have Mahomes at quarterback. Running back, we have Mixon, Brees, Mostert. We had Dobbins and Joshua Kelly. Wide receiver, we had Godwin, Debo, Kupp, Gabe Davis, Mooney, Shaheed, Kittle. Do we make a move? Double flex format, I think that we're kind of sitting on our hands. We have the running back depth now that we go through these guys. I'll continue to say if we can sell Brees for ETN, I do it. But ultimately, at the end of the day, in a 12-team double flex league where we're going to be losing J.K. Dobbins as well as we have Cooper Kupp on the IR, it'd be very difficult for us to go ahead and really get any type of value here, right? It'd be a very difficult spot for us to like make a 2-for-1 deal when we're already lacking the depth overall and this team has been decimated and this is a format in particular where depth is actually going to matter. So I think here in this format, I hate to give you this answer. Of course, I'm going to reiterate, sell Breece Hall for Travis Etienne if you can. And then secondary to that, be patient. Let's get Cooper Kupp back in. I think we'll be in a much better spot. Ethan says 12-team league. We have Brian Robinson, Pacheco, Swift, or Flowers for the flex. We're going to go Flowers with no Andrews. If Andrews plays, we're going to go Brian Robinson. We have Hurts, CMC, Etienne, Keenan, Hopkins, Frymuth. Love the team. I don't see any trade ideas. We could sell, say, Keenan in a depth piece like Swift and go get Devonta Smith to stack with Hurts. Sure, but great team. Neb says Godwin, Gibbs, Mostert, Cooper. One for the flex. We're going to go ahead. I think we will be taking Jahmyr Gibbs. I think Gibbs is going to continue to expand his role. Week 1 was literally his first NFL game ever. And also the game environment was not conducive for the passing down running back in this offense. Brian says Josh Allen and Jordan Love at quarterback. Wide receiver, we have Jefferson, Kirk, Watson, Waddle. Tight end, we have Ingram, George Kittle, Gerald Everett. Don't want to be rostering 3 tight ends. We have Harris, Kelly, Williams. Any suggestions at running back? Running back, we're not strong enough to only roster 3, my man. Here, we cannot be rostering 3 running backs and 3 tight ends. If we have Kittle and Ingram, we're chilling. You need to go through. You need to drop Gerald Everett, pick up another depth running back, and just churn the waiver wire and see if we can find a running back that we like in the long term. Now, let me refresh this so we can keep on pulling up these questions. And as I do this, ladies and gentlemen, please, if you have not done so already, go down there, drop a like on this live stream. Subscribe to the channel if you play fantasy football. We're also going to turn on super chats for another 3-5 minutes here. And they should be on. And also, if you are not already dropping a like and subscribing, what are you doing? We've streamed for 138 days in a row at this point, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to live stream every single day until 2024. And if you want to check out any of these pick'ems on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat. You can find it in the description. You can find it in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, you're going to get your first deposit match dollar for dollar up to 100. Plus, you're going to get our 2023 fantasy football rankings, a free trial to flockfantasy.com where you can find all of our premium content. And on top of that, ladies and gentlemen, if you are new to Underdog Fantasy, you're going to be getting an exclusive Jalen Hurts special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard against the Minnesota Vikings for tomorrow night. And if you're new on Underdog, or if you're already on Underdog, make sure you are including Tua, his overall total yardage pick'em in your pick'em slip this weekend. And Underdog's going to be giving away $10,000 to 10 separate people every single Sunday going forward. I'll remind you, I'll let you know which pick'em you need to include. But I mean, you definitely have to. Now, going over to our next question here. This one coming out from, I believe, Louis, saying 12-team at PBR format where we have 2 points going extra for quarterback. Watson, Etienne, Hall, Sanders, A.J. Brown, Tyreek, Gabe Davis, Debo, Njoku, B. Davis. Who's B. Davis, ladies and gentlemen? And Debo Samuel. Maybe you just repeated Gabe Davis and Debo Samuel. Overall, great team, very balanced. I'd sell Breece Hall if we can. I mean, we already have Etienne, the guy that I want to be going and getting. But specifically because this is a 12-team format with multiple flex spots, I actually really like keeping this team how you have it already, where we are more so prioritizing a little bit of depth than just going out there and overpaying to get studs in our starting lineup, my man. Now, Caveman Cooks coming out says, 10-team PPR league, double quarterback. We have Mahomes, Cousins, Jacobs, Stevenson, A.J. Brown, Amari, Pitts, and then on the flex, Kenneth Walker. The bench, we have Breece Hall, Dillon, Pittman, Pickens. We have so much depth here. So much depth that we can afford an upgrade at quarterback too. If you wanted to take Breece Hall and Kirk Cousins to go see if we can get an elite level quarterback too, I think that'd make a lot of sense, specifically in a 10-team 2-quarterback format where we only have one flex and we have this kind of depth at running back and wide receiver down there on the bench, and we're not really dealing with any injuries. I think that's the trade that we're making, my man. I think you're in a great spot here. Let's take Hall and Kirk Cousins to get the best quarterback we can in return. Now, Gooch coming out says, Patty Chase, Waddle, Stevenson, Montgomery, Waller, Williams, Addison, Dalvin. Any moves we should make for a running back, and Addison or Mike Williams to the flex. We're going to go Mike Williams at the flex spot, my friend. And out running back, I mean, right now when we're sitting with Montgomery, Stevenson, Dalvin, I agree. I think we're a little bit weak. If it's a full PPR format, I would look to take a depth wide receiver like Addison, package with Montgomery to go get a long-term upgrade at RB. However, if it's going to be like a half PPR format or a non-PPR league, then I actually think you're probably chilling here, my man. So definitely going to depend if you're playing in a full PPR league or not. Just as I mean, it's big difference in my mind if you're going to be looking at the expectation for David Montgomery. Now, Cooper coming out says, give Hopkins, Bigsby for McLaurin, Joshua Kelly, and Chris Godwin. Should we accept? I think we can go with McLaurin, Joshua Kelly, and Chris Godwin there. I mean, getting Godwin and McLaurin, I mean, one of those guys could definitely be better than DeAndre Hopkins when it's all said and done. Now, our next question coming out from Jacob says, 12-team at PPR format where we have Mahomes, Diggs, Amari, Aaron Jones, Damian Pierce, Evan Ingram, and then on the bench, we have Hollywood, Algier, Myers, Musgrave, Romeo Doubs, Joshua Kelly. Any trade ideas? If I wanted Christian Watson and Kamara, what should I trade? The same guy has them. If you're looking to specifically trade, say, for the combo of Christian Watson and Alvin Kamara, I think that we could send, say, Mike Evans to get those guys, if that would work out. If we could send, Aaron Jones for those guys, if that we could work that out. I mean, hell, if we wanted to go ahead and try to make that trade, we could also package in, Luke Musgrave, Jacoby Myers, Joshua Kelly, Romeo Doubs, any of those options. I think it's a really strong team at the very top, specifically if you wanted Christian Watson and Kamara. I think you're looking at like trading away Evans and Dobbs, or Evans and Musgrave, or Evans and Myers. Okay. Now, our next question coming out from young Kyle, who is saying 10-team full PPR league, 4-point passing touchdown. We have Lamar, Chubb, Etienne, Chase, Wilson, Andrews, James Cook. And then on the bench, we have Herbert, Walker, Herbert again, Kelly, Flowers, Rice, Judy, if my waiver wire hits. If we have Lamar and Justin Herbert with this team, I think it would be an interesting spot to go through and potentially sell like Justin Herbert and James Cook to get an elite level running back in return, or Justin Herbert and Garrett Wilson if we can just go over there and get, still a wide receiver in tier 1 such as CeeDee Lamb. Is when we have Lamar, especially in a 4-point passing touchdown format, we're going to start him every single week regardless. I think Lamar will be much better this week when you have Andrews in. Now, Chunk coming out says 12-team half PPR format where we have Herbert, Eckler stacked, Connor, DK, Garrett Wilson, Smith, McLaurin, Pitts. And then on the bench, we have Dylan, Elijah Moore, Warren, Kelly, Roshan, Gainwell. What do? I think this is a team that we like the long-term upside of. Really like that we're primarily focusing in on running backs with the upside down there on the bench. And I think we're honestly not making too many moves. If you could take, say, like Roshan and Garrett Wilson and stay within like the Chris Olave, Jalen Waddle, and Amon-Ra St. Brown tier, I think that makes sense. But also, I would just say be on the lookout and be monitoring the reports with with Aaron Jones. If Aaron Jones were to miss, then at that point, I would say A.J. Dillon's a must-start guy in that flex spot over McLaurin. And then also, to monitor with Eckler, and we have Eckler if we need to fill in. We have Kelly if we need to fill in for Eckler. Now, Montel coming out and says, A Mason, PPR. I have my starters lined up where we have Lamar, Diggs, Adams, Mixon, Montgomery. But I need my last 3 spots, 1 tight end, double flex, where we have Hayden Hurst, Freiermuth. I love Pat Freiermuth going forward, my man. Especially in a spot where you have no Deontay Johnson. I think it's going to be easy to start Freiermuth. And then we also have Lockett, Zeke, Kelly, Odell, Nico Collins. Okay, so we need 2 flexes, which is actually going to be tough. Then we go Lockett for 1. If Eckler misses, then that makes our life so much easier where we can start Joshua Kelly. If Eckler plays, I know this is crazy, but actually it's a full PPR league. If Eckler plays, I go with Nico Collins. I was going to say even if Eckler played, we go Kelly, but no. You get the wide receiver is going to get target volume. Aristotle Enjoyer says, does Swift become a must start with Gainwell out? Swift by no means is a must start, but Swift is someone that you can look to if you really want to. I think Swift looks like a low-end RB2, high-end RB3 at this point. Benjamin says, 12-team PPR format. We made 2 trades today. 1, Jefferson, James Conner, Gus Edwards for Saquon, Henry, Lazard. And 2, Higgins for Kupp. What are your thoughts? Give me Kupp if we have the overall quality in the starting lineup currently where we don't need Higgins to start. And then the first one going Jefferson to Barkley, downgrade. Connor to Henry, massive upgrade. Gus Edwards, Lazard, who the hell cares? Very rarely would I say it makes sense to trade away Justin Jefferson, but I think this is one of those instances. Now, Jacob says, a full BBR double flex. It's a 10-team league where we have Burrow, Saquon, Etienne, Walker, Gainwell. Wide receiver, we have A.J. Brown, DJ Moore, Kirk, Watson, Deontay, Nico. Tight end, we have Kelsey, Kittle, Jameson on the IR, any moves. Double flex league, I don't think we can afford to go with the bully tight end strategy with both Kelsey and Kittle. I think now at this point with Kelsey coming back this week, we're going to be looking to go through and package together Kittle with either Christian Kirk or DJ Moore for the best wide receiver we can get in return, my friend. Marcel says 10-team league where we only have one flex. We have Lamar, Bijan, Ramondre, Hill, Diggs, Olave, Pitts, Addison, Judy, Musgrave. What moves do we make for a tight end or a running back 2 with future upside? Full BBR format, we're fine at running back. I mean, I actually think we're fine at tight end as well. If you really wanted to make a trade, you're trading Jordan Addison and Kyle Pitts. See if we can go get TJ Hawkinson, go get Mark Andrews. But overall, I mean, this is a great team, my man. Don't be panicking at RB2. I think that Ramondre is going to be just fine. Full BBR league, that is. But Jason, happy to see you, my man. Thank you so much for stopping by, saying 12-team double flex, 1 quarterback dynasty where we have CMC, Madison, Gainwell, Akers, Dillon, and Tajee. Wide receiver, we have Diggs, Devonta Smith, Judy, Puka, Rashee Rice, and Shaheed. Goddard, Chig, no 2024 picks. Kelsey for Puka, easily Kelsey. Tajee and his second, easily Kelsey here, my man. Might contend with Kelsey. I would say because you have no 2024 picks, you have no other option. If you have no other 2024 picks, you need to go through needing to make a play to contend right now. You've already gone all in. You have no flexibility with this team anymore. I think it's a good team. I think it's a good trade, but that's one of the reasons I don't like trading our 2024 picks. Daniel says, do I flex James Cook, Zay, Flowers, or Jones, or Pickens? Definitely going to go James Cook. James Cook looks so damn good against the top defense last week. Dude Jazzy Jeff says Addison, Flowers, Jamal, or Raheem Mostert. We're going to go Jamal under the assumption that you... Actually, no, we're going to go Raheem Mostert. Jamal didn't look good last week. Ted says, Mason, I'm in a 12-team PBR format. We lost Dobbins for the year. I'm interested in trading a Godwin for James Cook. I think that's a completely fair deal like we were just saying. I mean, James Cook is an elite level offense, and he saw like 75% of the snaps in Baltimore. But ladies and gentlemen, we are 1 like away from hitting 1,500 likes on this live stream. Please, if you have not done so already, go down there, drop a like on the stream. Subscribe to the channel if you play fantasy football. We are closing in on 187,000 subscribers, ladies and gentlemen. Now, Chris says traded Tyreek, Addison, Madison, Watson, and 60 fab for Pollard, Garrett, Flowers, Puka, and Rachaad White. What are your thoughts? Okay, going from Alexander Madison to Rachaad White, it's a wash. Who cares? Take him out. Going from Jordan Addison to Zay Flowers, who cares? It's a wash. Take him out. We traded Tyreek Hill, Christian Watson, and some fab dollars for Tony Pollard, Garrett Wilson, and Puka. Say 60 fab Puka, it's a wash. Take him out. We traded Tyreek Addison for Pollard, Garrett Wilson. I hate this. If Aaron Rodgers was still in New York, completely different tune. But to go through and pay this price point on Garrett Wilson with Zach Wilson as his starting quarterback, I don't think you should have done that, my friend. I don't think you should have. Fergal says, what's up, Mason? I traded Flowers and Javonte for Mixon and Quentin Johnson. Did we make a mistake? Javonte, Mixon, massive upgrade. Flowers to Johnson, obvious downgrade, but still, no. Love getting Mixon here. Just don't see a small receiver Flowers being viable down the stretch. I think he will be viable, but still, I think we get the best running back in the best offense. Still waiting on JT. Now, especially if you had JT on this team. A great move. And yeah, I'm not like anti-Flowers. I think he looked great week 1, but it's more so, I mean, just getting Joe Mixon there makes so much sense, my friend. Gaitan coming out says, my receivers are so bad, man. Please help. Who are we going to start between DJ Moore, Pickens, Odell, Terry, Mingo, and Puka? I think we'll be better going forward since we added Puka. Better going forward since we have Terry McLaurin fully healthy. Better going forward because we have George Pickens with no Deontay Johnson. However, with that being said, yeah, I mean, still not great. I mean, this week in particular, I actually probably go ahead and go George Pickens. If I'm looking at my rankings, I have Pickens 25, Terry McLaurin at 26. They pretty much are back-to-back for us at this point. I think we can go Pickens, though, specifically because we have no Deontay Johnson. But Rob Touchdownski coming out says, a 14-team redraft PPR. Trade Ayuk and Zay for Cooper Kupp. 14-team league, going to be much harder to do this. If it's Zay Jones, I'd say hell yes. Zay Flowers, I'd want another piece back if we can. We have Mahomes, Kelsey, Taylor, especially if we have Taylor. If this is Zay Flowers, I don't think we can do it. I mean, it would be such a dominant team in the long term. Maybe if we started off 1-0, but I'm going to expect if we have Mahomes and Kelsey as our built-around stack, that we started off 0-1. We have no Cooper Kupp as well. So it's a very tough spot, my man. I don't think this team is one of those teams I can afford to trade for Kupp. Depth's harder to come by in a 14-team league. And hell, we already done with Taylor. Now, Idian coming out saying 14-team format, PPR, where we have Tua, Jacobs, Sanders, Adams, Devonta, Higbee, Ayuk, Damian Harris, Roshan, Joshua Kelly, Javonte, Zay Flowers, Jacoby Myers. Any moves I'm looking to make. 14-team league, like we just got done discussing, depth's going to be a little bit harder to come by. We have plenty of depth. I think this is a team where we don't have to deal with JT. We don't have to deal with Cooper Kupp. If you really wanted to make a play, a 2-for-1 trade to get an upgrade in the starting lineup, we can in this format in particular. I would like to get to Jalen Waddle if we can, if we have Tua. If you wanted to go through and maybe take like Zay Flowers and Brandon Ayuk, if we could go get Jalen Waddle to stack with Tua, I think that make a lot of sense. But hell, in 14-team league, it's all about having players with a high floor. And I mean, I think that we have dodged the injuries and should be in a pretty good spot there, my friend. Ethan says, 12-team full BBR, not sure what to do with the squad. Am I good? We have Herbert, CMC, Madison, A.J. Brown, Olave, Higbee, Mike Williams. On the bench, we have Sutton, Elijah Moore, Nico Collins, Bigsby, Laporta, Roshan, Purdy, and JT. So we will have the elite level running back and wide receiver combo with CMC, JT, A.J. Brown, Olave in the long term. We have a great quarterback as well. We have him stacked up with Mike Williams. This is a phenomenal roster top to bottom. Love the construction. We're not rostering too many quarterbacks. We're not rostering too many tight ends. Great team. I love it, my man. Love it. Now, Adil coming out saying, 10-team, have BBR format, 2 flex spots. Not my best draft. We have Fields, Adams, Barkley, Najee, Hopkins, Puka, Madison, Algier, DJ, Kincaid, Joshua Kelly, John Dotson. Start week 1 and trade ideas. Wide receivers, we're going to be starting Adams, DeAndre Hopkins, assuming he's good. I mean, running back, we're going to be going with Saquon Barkley and Alexander Madison. For our 2 flex spots, we're probably going to be going Najee Harris and Kelly. If you have no Austin Eckler, if Eckler does play, then in that case, we probably go ahead and take your call between DJ Moore and Algier in a half PPR format. In terms of trades, I don't see too many. Specifically because it's a league with 2 flexes, I think possibly it's a little bit harder to sell Puka. I mean, like we like Puka a little bit more. But if we have both Puka and Dotson on the bench, we do have enough wide receiver depth where if you wanted to see if we could package together like Puka and say Najee Harris and go get an upgrade at running back 3 or running back 2 or just one of those flex spots, I think that could make sense. Now, Quan coming out says 10-team PPR, need to start 2. We have Flowers, Connor, Lockett, Sutton, Dobbs, Addison. The starters are Lamar, Chase, Gibbs, Chubb. Thanks, Mason. No, thank you so much, my man. Great starting lineup. I think if we have Lamar, obviously we're a little more inclined to go Flowers. But with Andrews coming back, I'd like to see what that target volume looks like. Probably going to go ahead and start James Conner with the guaranteed volume, even in a horrendous offense. And probably start Tyler Lockett as well. If we get one more week of Zay Flowers, I mean, with top-end production, even with Mark Andrews in this offense, then I think long-term we probably pivot to Zay Flowers. Now, Faki coming out says, not sure where Wilson sits. Just got offered Garrett Wilson for Jahmyr Gibbs. PBR, Olave versus Wilson week 2. Gibbs, it's not super easy to go through and trade Wilson. If you could trade Wilson for Olave, give me Olave rest of season. Give me Olave week 2. Give me Olave not close. Love to go ahead and do that, my man. Jay says, 10-team PPR, we have Fields, Chubb, Mixon, Allen, Pittman, Addison, Goddard, Flex, Rashad White, and then on the bench, we have Puka, Kincaid, JSN, Khalil Herbert. What's a realistic trade to improve? Love the channel. Thank you so much, my man. We have the overall depth where if we really wanted to take Puka, package him with Rashad White to get an upgrade for the flex spot, we could do that. Take Puka, package him with Addison to get an upgrade wide receiver 3, we can do that. If we could sell JSN for DJ Moore on a team that has Justin Fields, I think that makes sense. I'm completely fine rostering Kincaid when we have Dallas Goedert. Overall, I think it's a great team from a construction standpoint. The only thing I'd be looking to do, since it's a 10-team league in particular, is go through and make that 2-for-1 trade. I'm sure you've heard me say that a million times, though. Now, C. Diesel coming out says 12-team PPR format where we have Tyler Algier and Dallas for Pollard and or Higgins. Actually, no, I'm sorry. We misread this. We have Algier plus Dallas Goedert for Pollard or for Higgins. We go get Pollard, and it's a no-brainer here. Pollard looked damn good. I mean, he had a massive workload. He had the goal line roll this week. The defense looked good in Dallas, where it looks like they can run the ball in the second half. Yeah, I think this is a very reasonable price to go through and get Tony Pollard, my friend. We have Hurts, Stevenson, Connor, Tyreek, Keenan, Amari, Higbee, and then on the bench we have Gabe Davis, London, Osborne, Pirine, Algier, Joshua Kelly, Gainwell, and Jeff Wilson. Any upgrades? Hopefully Jeff Wilson is on our IR. Based off how deep this bench is, it looks like he is. I think we're going to make this deal to go get Tony Pollard, and we're going to be chilling. At that point, I think James Conner is a little bit expendable if you wanted to go through and take like James Conner, Tyler Higbee to go get an elite level tight ends. But yeah, the primary thing is getting Pollard at that price is just so damn good. That team's already strong enough as is. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I got to go pee. Let me fill my water. I'll be back in 1 second. Please don't leave. We've been live for over 3 hours. It's the first bathroom break, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, we are back, ladies and gentlemen, and thank God it is raining for the first time in God knows how long. It is finally raining in Austin, Texas, ladies and gentlemen. We have not had rain in maybe years. The dog wants to come see. I'll come here. You want to say hi? I know you always want to say hi, don't you? You always want to say hi. I know. You're a good girl. Are you excited it's raining? You excited it's raining? I know. Okay. You got to lay down if you're going to lay it under here. There you go. There you go. All right. So let's go ahead and let's find our next question. I apologize for that. And as I pick up where we left off, please, if you have not done so already, if you're not going to drop a like for me, drop a like for the cutest dog you've ever seen in your entire life. Come on. What are we doing? Okay, so our next question coming out from, I believe, Stazo says, I just picked up Laporta, but Komet went to the waiver wire. Should I pick him up? Thanks, brother. Honestly, I do like Komet. I mean, the issue is the overall passing volume that you're going to have in Chicago. We kind of knew that was the issue coming into the season. I mean, it's up to you. Laporta looked damn good, and he's in a much better situation than Komet going forward. I think it's a personal preference thing. Adrian says, hook 'em horns. Don't ask me how. I'm a good salesman. As long as a no veto. Just traded Garrett Wilson and Breeze for Jamar Chase. You're the go. Keep it up. That is awesome, my man. Obviously, pre-Rodgers injury, I'd be sitting here going, oh, okay, well, let's see. I mean, it depends on the roster. It's close. Post-Rodgers injury, selling for that price point is such a no-brainer. You'll love to see it. And by the way, we're one like away from hitting 1,600 likes on this stream. Go down there and hit that like. D. Will says, 10-team BBR format. We have Lamar, Bijan, Aaron Jones, St. Brown, Mike Williams, Hawkinson. Trade offer is Aaron Jones and Mike Williams for CeeDee Lamb. What are your thoughts? 10-team league, one flex. I want the best player in the deal. Aaron Jones dealing with an injury right now. Let's go get CeeDee Lamb. I think we can afford Lamb here. Lake says, my man, start 2 for me. We have Judy, Watson, Swift, Addison, London, and Shaheed. I think we're going to go ahead. We're probably going to end up starting Jerry Judy, Christian Watson, if they're both good to go. I think backup plans, we're not going to know. I mean, so Swift we can't start. Addison we can't really start. Backup plans will be London, then Shaheed. I mean, I don't think we ranked London in our top 36 wide receivers this week. The video will come out tomorrow. But to be fair to London, if we had to throw a Hail Mary to start him, maybe in a game where they actually trail, it's a different spot. Maybe it's a little bit closer in that environment. Now, Benjamin says 12-team PBR format, one flex. We have Burrow, Barkley, Henry, Kupp, Metcalf, Puka, Goddard, Montgomery, McPherson, Algier, Dillon, Schultz, Joshua Kelly. Any moves? I think it would make sense if we could go out there and get DK Metcalf to stack up with Burrow. Like if we wanted to package together, maybe say Puka and David Montgomery in a full PPR league to get to T. Higgins, get that stack with Joe Burrow. We have the running back depth with guys like Algier, AJ Dillon, and Joshua Kelly, especially with the injuries to Aaron Jones and Austin Eckler, where I think that could be viable. I mean, maybe you want to wait on something like that until you get cut back in, but I don't know. This is a great team. This is a great team. Joey says, should I trade Mike Williams and Hayden Hurst or Hunter Henry for Puka and Watson in the 16-team format? Once Christian Watson's back from the hamstring, yes. 16-team league, I don't want to tell anybody to trade for a player that's going to miss time because it is going to be so much harder for you to go through and find a replacement. Preston says, we need a bench one in a full PBR league between Williams, Jamal, and Puka. We're going to go ahead. We're going to bench Puka. I mean, the thing is, matchup against the 49ers would be a spot that we want to avoid in general. Okay, so now our next question coming out from Ethan says, 10-team PPR. We have Lawrence, Bijan, Pollard, Ridley, Amari, Ayuk, Hawkinson. And then on the bench, we have JSN, Quentin Johnson, Gabe Davis, Kyron, Romeo Dobbs, Elijah Mitchell. Thoughts and suggestions? I think this is a great team for the long term. Obviously, it's going to be a little bit painful right now when we're waiting for JSN and Quentin Johnson to break out, my man. Ridley, Ayuk, they look great. Bijan, Pollard look great. They look like clear RB1s. We have the Lawrence Ridley stack as well. I think we're kind of chilling. I think we're chilling here, my friend. Gabriel says 10-team PBR league. We have Fields, Pollard, Brees, Amon-Ra, Olave, Waller, Lamb, Sanders, Addison, Hollywood, Dotson, Christian Watson, Luke Musgrave. How do I improve to ensure victory? I would like to upgrade over Brees Hall now that we have Zach Wilson as the starting quarterback. If we go like Hollywood, Brees Hall, and go get ETN, I'd really like that. Amon-Ra, Olave, great wide receivers. Waller, I'd trade for Hawkinson. Lamb, love the flags. Just overall, we have a lot of depth. I think generally, we're just going to try to take one of these depth pieces, package with Brees Hall to get to a running back we like a little more now that we have the Rodgers injury. Samuel says, Mason, what do you think about me trading Waddle for Hall and Evans? Not a massive fan of it. I mean, I think it makes sense in specific formats where maybe you're lacking on running back depth, especially if you lost J.K. Dobbins or maybe we're waiting for Jonathan Taylor. I just generally am worried about everybody in this Jets offense. Rex says, trade Garrett Wilson for Jonathan Taylor. Super dependent on your team in your format. If Garrett Wilson is a player that you are not starting right now, I think JT has more long-term upside, so yes. Marcel says, start DJ Moore, Pickens, or Garrett Wilson. Trade Wilson, and if so, for who? If we can go Garrett Wilson and Pickens, Garrett Wilson and DJ Moore, just Garrett Wilson and one of our depth bench wide receivers, and go get Olave, go get Ridley, go get, say, Waddle, I would do that. If not, I would start Garrett Wilson out of these three guys. Nick says, hey, Mason, I'm in a tough spot with receivers, and I don't know who to start. We have Wilson, Allen, Pittman, Puka, and Michael Thomas. Losing Cup tanked me, and we're not sure what to do. I think we're going to be starting Pittman and, we're going to be going Keenan Allen. Here's how I'd rank them. Keenan Allen, Garrett Wilson, Michael Pittman, Michael Thomas, then Puka. Honestly, you'll get cut back in a few weeks. I think you will be in a good spot. Jack Just Playing coming out says, hey, 12-team PPR, 3 wide receivers, and a flex. We have Lawrence, ETN, Aaron Jones, Diggs, Amon-Ra, Mooney, Njoku, James Conner, Cowboys defense, Montgomery on the bench. Any advice? 3 wide receiver, full PPR format. I think this is where we sell David Montgomery. I don't want to be doing so right now. I think we can wait another week or two if you really want, based off the fact that we are currently sitting with Aaron Jones, who may be missing this week with a hamstring. But if Jones is good to go at that point, then I want to go ahead. I want to see if we can package together David Montgomery and Darnell Mooney to get a much better wide receiver 3 when we have to start 3 wide receivers every week. And I will say, side note as well, start Montgomery over James Conner this week. Ring says Garrett Wilson for Ramondre Stevenson. Very fair deal depending on your league format and your roster. Brandon says traded Pollard, Amari, Hubbard for Waddle, Ayuk, Algier, Akers. Solid deal or no, 14-team PPR double flex. So specifically in a 14-team PPR format where we have 2 flex spots, depth will be king. Picking up the extra starting player makes a big difference. So when we pivot down from Pollard to Waddle, I don't like that, but we get the upgrade from Amari to Ayuk. We go from Chuba Hubbard to a startable Tyler Algier, and we also pick up a startable Cam Akers. Specifically for this format, I would like this. Now, if you're playing in a 10-team league with 1 flex, by no means do you have any business making a trade like this. But 14-team leagues with multiple flex, I like that. Okay. Jesse says, Mason, why has your mic been so quiet all offseason? Can y'all let me know, is my mic quiet, ladies and gentlemen? I can turn it up if y'all want me to. And Shannon says, 12-team PPR. We have Olave, Devo, Jacobs, put Swift tomorrow at RB, Eckler at the flex if he plays, or risk it and bench Swift and play Flowers or Kirk at the flex, no other RBs. I would probably play Swift at RB2, move Eckler to the flex. Just because, I don't know. If Eckler doesn't play, we're going to be in a tough spot, right? I think we'd be in a tough spot. So I'm not going to risk it. And the Chargers just did move up a running back from the practice squad. So I think it is something we have to be worried about. And yeah, how you know my mic is too quiet is like if you're watching one of my videos and say like an ad comes on and the ad seems way louder and you're like, oh crap, I have to turn this down when the ad comes on. If that's the case, please let me know, because that would definitely be something that we need to fix. And then also, ladies and gentlemen, if you have not done so already, make sure you are subscribed to the channel. We are closing in on 187,000 subscribers on this channel. We have live streamed every single day now for 138 days in a row. We're not stopping until 2024. And if you want to check out any of these player props on Underdog Fantasy, you can find the link in the live chat, find it in the description, find it in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK on Underdog is going to give you a 100% deposit match up to $100. Plus our 2023 fantasy football rankings, a free trial to flockfantasy.com where you can find all of our premium content. And on top of that, ladies and gentlemen, if you are new to Underdog Fantasy, you're going to be getting a Jalen Hurts special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard against the Minnesota Vikings tomorrow night. And if you're on Underdog or new to Underdog, make sure you include Tua, his total yards pick'em, in one of your pick'em slips. Underdog is going to be giving away $10,000 to 10 people every Sunday that include that special player in their pick'em slip. So please make sure you have a pick'em slip with Tua's total yards. You can go more than or less than, up to you, whatever you think it's going to be. But let's make sure I'm not missing any questions. This next one going to be coming out from, I believe, from Shannon, who says 12-team PPR league. We have Olave, Debo, wide receiver, Jacobs, Swift at running back. No, we already answered Shannon's question. I apologize. Billy B coming out with our next one says 10-team. If Eckler doesn't play, which running back should we go with? Gibbs, Walker, Algier, or Joshua Kelly? We would go ahead. We would still play Kenneth Walker. I mean, the issue with Walker is the offense the offensive line looks tough. I mean, at least it did last week. Hopefully they're going to be better this week. They did see some injuries during the game. We'll see. Morph says, a full BBR format, Swift or Algier. I'll actually go Swift over Tyler Algier now that we have no Kenneth Gainwell in a full PPR league. Jacob says, Hurts, Bijan, Walker, Brown, Ridley, Andrews, Evans, London, Khalil Herbert, Kincaid, Geno, Collins, Algier, Dobbs, JT. Starters good, and then any bench trades. I think the starters are great, my man. I don't think they're just good. If you really wanted to go through and do anything, getting Devonta Smith would make a lot of sense. If we could trade, say, Mike Evans and a depth piece like Khalil Herbert and somehow get to Devonta Smith, we're going to do it. In reality, we probably can't. In reality, we're probably just chilling until Jonathan Taylor comes back. Now, our next switch coming out from Sean says 12-team PPR league. I'm sorry, 12-team league. We don't know if it's PPR. Watson, Gibbs, Brian Robinson, Jefferson, Ridley, Kittle, McLaurin. But we have Myers, Pacheco, Bourne, Mostert, and Atwell. Should we make any changes? So if I'm going to want to start someone here, Raheem Mostert would be the most appealing start. Jahmyr Gibbs, Brian Robinson, Terry McLaurin. If we're looking to bench one of these players, I think you could get Raheem Mostert in this starting lineup if you really wanted to. I mean, right now, I have Raheem Mostert ranked at running back 21 and Brian Robinson ranked running back 23 if you wanted to make that swap. RJ says Garrett Wilson and Josh Allen for Chris Olave. We have Richardson, Brian Robinson, James, and then also Richardson, Brian Robinson, Connor for Ramondre. Definitely no to the Olave deal. If you wanted to make the Ramondre one, we can if we have Josh Allen on the team. Now, Kurt says got offered A.J. Brown, Debo, Barkley, and Pat Frymuth for Bijan Robinson, Garrett Wilson, Tua, and Hawkinson. We have Allen, Thomas, Algier, Dotson, and Myers. Do we take it? Sam Laporta available. Okay, so essentially we are going to be trading away Bijan to A.J. Brown downgrade. Let's go Bijan to Barkley downgrade. Hawkinson to Frymuth downgrade. Tua for A.J. Brown, Debo. A.J. Brown, Debo easily. We could pick up Laporta as well. I think this is a very fair deal. It's hard for me to tell someone to trade away Bijan Robinson, but now that we have the hit to Garrett Wilson, and if you're telling me we have Josh Allen in the starting lineup and we're getting this kind of price point on Tua, I think it's very compelling to go out there and get A.J. Brown and Saquon Barkley. Ram says we're going to go Love or Dak. Ooh, we're going to go Dak if Christian Watson's out, even if it's a tough matchup against the Jets. And then James Cook or Breece Hall. Oh, we're definitely going to go with James Cook. Breece Hall is going up against the Dallas Cowboys. The Cargars are a long-time member of the Flock says, do you start Puka over any of Amari, Addison, London? Yes, over London. Is your decision different in half versus full PPR? Nope, sir. No, sir. It's the same. With Puka, tough matchup against 49ers. I would look to avoid him if we can. We just can't play London over him. Ryan says, 12-team PPR league with only one flex. We have Allen, Hill, Waddle, Ramondre, Madison, Pitts, Mike Williams. And then on the bench, we have Montgomery, Gabe, Puka, Goff, Gus, Fournette. Cost 4 transactions. Stick with Hill and Waddle. Should we pursue Diggs or Tua? Any ideas how to dominate? My man, I love this pairing. I mean, having Hill and Waddle, even with Josh Allen, I think we're going to be completely fine with. I actually think we look to hold on to Allen. If we're going to be paying for Tua right now, we're going to be paying a ton. I don't want to even be going for, I mean, if we can go for Stephon Diggs, if we can take, say, Mike Williams, David Montgomery, and like Puka, throw all 3 of them and get Stephon Diggs and start Tyreek, Jalen Waddle, and Diggs every single week, that'd be a no-brainer. In reality, I think it'd be very difficult to go through and pull off a trade like that, but phenomenal team top to bottom. I love that, my man. Pago says, I have Kupp and Najee for A.J. Brown and Rachaad White. What are you thinking? Give me A.J. Brown and Rachaad White. I think White and Najee are close at this point. Younglock says, hey, Mason, I'm thinking about trading Eckler, Pittman, Hollywood for Diggs and Derrick Henry. Eckler to Henry down. I mean, with the injury, it's whatever. Pittman and Hollywood for Diggs is easily Diggs. I'd say it's an easy way to get out of the Austin Eckler injury where you're not having to worry about his ankle at all. So I think you can make that deal. MC Gravy coming out. So Mick Gravy says, 10-team PPR, 3 wide receivers, 2 running backs, 2 flex. We have Hurts, Garrett Wilson, Mike Williams, DK, Rachaad White, Madison, Kelsey, Addison, DJ Moore. Have an offer of Jacobs, Amon-Ra for Kelsey and Madison. We have Pat Frymuth on the bench. What are your thoughts? Going from Kelsey to Amon-Ra St. Brown, slight downgrade. Going from Madison to Jacobs, massive upgrade. I think this is a completely fair deal. If you want to go through and pursue it, you can. Specifically, Pat Frymuth, it does get the bump up now that you have no Deontay Johnson. He will see more targets. By no means is this something that you have to do, but I definitely think you can do it if you want to. I think it's a very fair trade, my friend. Okay. Okay, so now our next question coming out from Omni says, would you trade away Higgins and Miles Sanders for Jalen Waddle in a 10-team league? Yeah, one flex league, go get the best player. Go get Jalen Waddle. It's going to be easy. Okay, so now our next question is going to be coming out from Rahul, who says, hello, are we going to go Zay or Mike Williams in the flex? Tua or Justin Herbert at quarterback? We have Tyreek. Close. I still probably go Herbert. And then Zay or Mike Williams. We're definitely going to go Mike Williams. I don't care if this is Flowers. I don't care if this is Jones. I mean, I think Mike Williams, I'm sorry. I think Mike Williams is a must-start player regardless. Dylan, always happy to see him, my man, saying, I need a running back. We have Sanders, Hall, Kyron, Roschon, Devon A-Chain. Should we sell Flowers for Pacheco? Nope. We should go through and we should sell Flowers in a package with Breece Hall to get to an elite level RB. If you're selling Flowers for Pacheco, I mean, we are selling at a pretty, I don't want to say like the lowest market rate, but a pretty damn low rate if you're looking at market price right now. Okay. Now our next question coming out from, I believe, Colby says, Hollywood, Pickens, Gibson, JSN, or Puka at the flex. We're going to go ahead. We will be taking George Pickens, my friend, now that you're in a spot where we have no Deontay. Emmanuel says a full BBR, double flex, Atwell, Pickens, or Elijah Moore. We're going to go Pickens with no Deontay Johnson, my friend. Nathan says 12-team full BBR format. We have Hurts, Bijan, Etienne, Wilson, Watson, Hockenson, Zay. Any moves to make on the bench? We have Algier, Montgomery, Allen Robinson. Please play David Montgomery over Zay Jones at the flex spot. If you wanted to try to trade Zay Jones and David Montgomery to go get an elite level, not an elite, but a very good wide receiver for the flex, I think that make a lot of sense, especially when we have Bijan, Etienne. We're kind of chilling at running backs. And there are a lot of other teams that maybe had JT, J.K. Dobbins that kind of need some help at the position right now. Now, Greenman says 10-team PBR league where we have Anthony Richardson, James Conner, Ramondre Stevenson, CeeDee Lamb, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Calvin Ridley, Darren Waller. The bench is Pittman, Sanders, JT. I feel like I need a top running back. What are your trade thoughts? Interesting. I think you're going to get that top running back with JT. If we have Miles Sanders on our bench, though, I mean, I guess we have more than enough depth where if you wanted to take Miles Sanders and James Conner to go get the best running back that we can, and then still have the long-term both depth and upside play of Jonathan Taylor coming in, that'd be the move. But I don't want to panic by any means. I mean, because we are in a spot where if you're sitting with Jonathan Taylor, you should be pretty damn comfortable, my friend. Okay, give me a second. I forgot to upload a file for one of our editors for TikTok. Let me make sure I do this ASAP. I'm an idiot. I need to get better with this. Okay, so now our next question coming out from, I believe, Carlitos says, Jordan Addison or Puka in a full PBR format. I'm going to go Addison. I think that you can make an argument that Addison is a significantly better wide receiver and a much better offense with a much better matchup. Obviously, has more target competition, though. Dean Dog says, Devontae Adams and Breeze for Jamar. We have Bijan and Gibbs at RB. I think, let's try this for Jefferson. Maybe we end up doing this if it's like a 10-team league with only one flex where we are just highly incentivized to go get the best player we can. Interesting question, though. Now, Charlie says 10-team non-PBR format where we have Fields, Jacobs, Ramondre. Actually, I'm going to look to sell Ramondre in a non-PBR league. I actually like Ramondre in a full PBR format, though. Then we have Sanders, Jefferson, Ayuk, Keenan, McLaurin, Gabe Davis, Andrews. We had Dobbins. What running backs should we look at? I think the play is we sell Ramondre in a package with one of these wide receivers, specifically someone like Keenan Allen. I'm not a big fan of in a non-PBR format as well. And if we can get to a running back, say like Josh Jacobs, I mean, we already have Jacobs. So we can get to a running back, say like Nick Chubb. We do a running back like, Bijan Robinson, Derrick Henry, Travis Etienne. I think that'd make a lot of sense, specifically for a non-PBR format. If you had a PBR, if this was PBR, I'd be all about it. Now, Adrian says 10-team full BBR super flex. We traded Khalil Herbert and Zay Flowers for Jahmyr Gibbs. Beautiful. Also, 14-team league, who are we going to flex? Roschon, Gibson, or Dotson? We're going to go Dotson even with Eldon McLaurin back in, my man. Now, Llama Drama coming out says 12-team PPR league. We traded Lamar Sutton for Devontae Adams to the team that lost Rodgers. Great team in a one-quarterback format. Hoping to pick up Daniel Jones or Jordan Love. So the team's currently St. Brown, Andrews, DK, Watson, Elijah, Tony, Eckler. Oh, great team. Great team, my man. I mean, it's hard to like transition. After seeing some Superflex leagues, I'm like, okay, do we really want to be selling low on Lamar? But yeah, I actually think if you sell Lamar in a one quarterback format, you probably actually want to go through and now look to pick up 2 quarterbacks and roster 2 quarterbacks and play the matchups going forward. I'm Zambo coming out says Pickens or Addison in the flex this week. We're going to go Pickens with no Deontay Johnson. And Firmly Grasp coming out says 12-team double flex. We have Lamar, Bijan, Swift, Olave, Wilson, Goddard, Hopkins, Nico. And then on the bench, we have Gus, Antonio Gibson, Bateman, Mooney, Russ, Joshua Kelly. Is DeAndre Swift startable? Yes, Swift is startable, and yes, I would start him here. Like, if it's Swift versus Gibson, Swift versus Bateman, I think you have to. And I think also we're going to continue to monitor this because we may end up starting Joshua Kelly over Nico Collins if you have no Austin Eckler, my man. Okay. So let's find our next question. Coming out from Innocent Shorts, who says trade Olave Dotson for A.J. Brown and Michael Thomas. I'd rather have A.J. Brown over Olave. I'd rather have Michael Thomas over Dotson at this point, which is not something I really expected to say, but yeah, I would do it. Current coming out says got offered Bijan and Hopkins for Jacobs in a 10-team double flex league where our starters are Lamar, Ramadre, Jefferson, Lamb, Hollywood, Jamal. And on the bench, we have Watson, Javonte, Pacheco, Nico, Tua, Kelly, and Zay. This is absurd. Team's already strong as is, and someone's willing to give you Bijan plus for Josh Jacobs? Like, I would trade DeAndre Hopkins and Josh Jacobs to get to Bijan. The fact that Hopkins is on that side? Now, Dable in a Dream says 10-team BBR flex, Wilson or Kenneth Walker. Kenneth Walker's not playing, my man. You're going to have to go Wilson. Cameron says, how do we feel about Josh Allen's dynasty value? Move him for No, do not panic on Josh Allen because 1 week. I mean, Josh Allen is a young cornerstone quarterback. He's had 3 straight seasons with, a top 3 finish from a points per game perspective. To go through and sell him for Anthony Richardson is a massive overreaction to week 1. Matthew says, 10-team BBR format where we have Lawrence, Bijan, Pollard, Ridley, Thomas, TJ. On the Dotson, we have Dotson, Jonathan Taylor, Kupp, Deontay Johnson, Addison, Puka, Kyron. Do we make any moves? Not right now. We are needing to go through and just churn the waiver wire and find startable guys, my man. You are in a brutal spot with JT, Kupp, and Deontay. We have the startable players in right now. If we see another injury, we probably have to sell. But this is like the format where you can afford to roster these guys that have the long-term upside but are injured at the moment. The 10-team league with 1 flex where it's easy to find that overall depth. Now, Lesnuka says, do I drop Cam Akers for a free agent? We have Moss, Gibson, Justice Hill. No. Keep Akers. I agree. We are very worried about Akers. We had Akers as an avoid and a sell-high guy coming into the season. But still, he did see 20-plus touches week 1. Okay. The dog is all over, so I'm going to let her say hi one more time, and then we are going to kick her out, ladies and gentlemen, as sad as it is, right? As cute as you are. Come here. You want to say hi to everybody one more time? I know. You can come up here. I'll move the mic. I know. You're a good girl. Are you ready to go? You ready to go outside? Okay. There you go. Okay. There we are, ladies and gentlemen. There we are. But our next question coming out from Y27K says, hey, Mason, should I trade for Evans? Guy with Evans says he'd take Miles Sanders or Javonte. Yeah, if it's a league where we need a wide receiver, especially if it's a full PPR format, I'm completely fine going through and sending like Miles Sanders for Mike Evans. The only place I'd be hesitant to do so if it was, say, maybe a format where it's like half PPR league, 10-team league with only 1 flex spot. There, I don't know if we'd be as excited about it, my man. But still, nonetheless, I think you can afford to go through and make that move. But thank you so much for being a long time member of the flock. Himiko Film says, 10-team full PPR format, having a tough choice, start either McLaurin, Pickens, or Brian Robinson in the flex. Full PPR league, I agree the wide receivers are going to be a little bit more appealing. We probably end up going with Pickens here. Now, Jeffrey says, 12-team non-PPR league, double point bonus every 5 catches. We have Allen, CMC, Gibbs. Love the running backs. Actually, no, never mind. This is non-PPR, so it kind of washes out. It kind of washes out. It's kind of like a half PPR league. Amari, Evans, Hollywood, Hawkinson, Najee. Was offered Keenan for Gibbs. Do I do it? No, please. Non-PPR format's going to be, more like half PPR league. We're a little more inclined to go through and build around running back. I'd rather keep Gibbs and CMC. Gibbs will expand his role. Angelo says 18 PPR with 1 flex. Roster is Lamar, Bijan, Walker, Lamb, Ridley, Hurst, Ramondre, Cup, Javonte, Kyron, Zay. Who to start? We need 2 running backs, 2 wide receivers, a tight end, and a flex. Our 2 running backs are going to be Bijan Robinson, Kenneth Walker. Our 2 wide receivers are going to be Lamb and Ridley. And then our flex spot is going to be Ramondre Stevenson, especially in a full PPR format. I know it wasn't great against the Eagles, but should be a better spot this next week against who they're playing, the Dolphins, who just let the Chargers run all over them. Back 40 says start Higgins or Puka in the flex. We're definitely going to go Higgins. Do not overthink that, my man. Do not overthink that. And we have a massive dono coming out from Finn, a long-time member of the flock, my man. I have no idea how the hell you're not a moderator already. Let me go ahead and make you a moderator on this channel. Thank you so much for everything, my friend. Saying I absolutely bossed up in my home league. We're amped. Traded Puka and Romeo Doubs for Terry McLaurin. Then traded Terry Kamara Sanders for Wilson, Aaron Jones, Dylan. And Terry back to the same guy. Oh, what the heck, my man? So we essentially parlayed. Let's break this down. Puka, Romeo Doubs, Alvin Kamara, and Miles Sanders. So Puka, Doubs, just depth bench, guys. Who the hell cares? Kamara and Miles Sanders for Garrett Wilson, Aaron Jones, AJ Dillon. Give me Garrett Wilson over, say, Alvin Kamara. Give me Aaron Jones over Miles Sanders. Dillon versus the depth wide receivers. Probably give me Dillon. That is awesome, my man. Congrats on the fleece. I want to say hopefully Aaron Jones is healthy and Aaron Jones is good to go. But honestly, it doesn't really matter because if Aaron Jones isn't, then at that point we just go ahead and we just start AJ Dillon. And we have a running back we can confidently rely on that front. So that is awesome, my man. So sorry, he has Terry now, so I traded Kamara, Sanders, Terry. Yeah, that's what I assume. That's what I assumed. So that's why I was saying, like, okay, we essentially just traded those 2 wide receivers. And I am not even including Terry ever in the deal. Traded the 2 wide receivers, Sanders and Kamara, for Jones, Dillon, Wilson. The team is Allen, Pierce, Jones, Jefferson, Wilson, Laporta, Hollywood. Let me your thoughts. Started off rough. Here, my man, I think that Laporta showed a lot. Now, obviously, Hollywood in the flex spot's not great. I would love to get an upgrade there. Fundamentally, though, I mean, if we have Jefferson, this is going to cover a lot. And I really think we just need a better showing from Josh Allen, which we should get. Going back to what we were talking about previously with another one of these questions, like, there's really no reason to be panicking on a player like Josh Allen. This is a quarterback now that for 3 straight seasons has been a top 3 quarterback from a points per game perspective. So, yeah, I mean, I think the team will be better going forward. Obviously, it was a tough week 1, but I think Allen's going to be just much better in general. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please, if you have not done so already, go down there, drop a like on this live stream. Subscribe to the channel if you have not done so already. We're closing on 2,000 likes on this stream. We've been live for about 4 hours. We were live for like 5 hours yesterday. And of course, if you want to go through and check out any of these pick'ems on Underdog Fantasy, you can find the link in the live chat in the description in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK. They're going to match your first deposit dollar for dollar up to $100. Plus, you'll get our 2023 fantasy football rankings. Get a free trial to flockfantasy.com where you can find all of our premium content. And on top of that, ladies and gentlemen, if you are new to Underdog Fantasy, they're going to hook you up with a Jalen Hurts special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard against the Minnesota Vikings this week. tomorrow, make sure you take advantage of that ASAP. And if you're on Underdog already, include Tua in a special pick'em. In any pick'em for his total yards this weekend. And they're going to give away $10,000 to 10 people who include Tua in a special pick'em ticket. But our next question coming out from, I believe, Daniel says, trade Barkley and Puka for Christian Watson and ETN. Currently 0-1 in week at RB. No, my man. If you're weak at running back, the worst thing we can do is go through and trade Saquon Barkley for a worse running back and a wide receiver upgrade, but an injured guy. You're 0-1. You need to win right now. I don't think that's the move that we're looking for. Now, our next question coming out from, I believe, only Fiargro says, hey, in a 10-team league, we have James Cook, Ramondre Stevenson, Tyreek Metcalf, Garrett Wilson. And then on the bench, we have Javonte, Courtland Sutton. Got a trade offer for Brandon Ayuk, Khalil Herbert for James Cook. 10-team league, we generally want the best player in return. I don't necessarily think that Khalil Herbert really matters too much here regardless. Trying to think, my friend. We have nice wide receivers. We have nice running backs. The thing is, like, who are we going to drop if we add in Khalil Herbert? We add in Khalil Herbert, the drop that we have is probably not that much better. So it's really like, do we want James Cook or Brandon Ayuk? 10-team, 1-flex league, I tend to opt with the running back. Very fair deal. I think it's up to you. I know it looks like a steal on the surface, but if you like look into the format and how we try to exploit that format in particular, I don't think we're running away with it, if that makes sense. Joe coming out says, hey, Mason, full PPR. We need a running back, wide receiver, and a flex out of Jamal, Algier, DeAndre Swift, Amari, Tyler Lockett, and Puka. Thanks. So thank you, my man. We are going to be starting Jamal still at running back. The only thing is I want to monitor Kendre Miller. If Miller was 100% playing, then we'd maybe pivot to Algier, but let's just plan on Jamal for one more week. He did see all the work last week. Wide receiver, we're going to be going Amari Cooper, and with a full PPR format, we probably want to stick with a wide receiver in the flex, and we will go Tyler Lockett, even if this offense, was not great last week. Now, Yearly says, opinion on the lineup for week 2. We have Geno, hopefully he's better, Pierce, Walker, Diggs, Higgins, Ingram. Should we flex London or James Cook? James Cook, not even close, my man. And oh my gosh, I feel bad for your team. This is a team that rolled out London, T. Higgins, and Geno Smith week 1. I'm wishing you the best of luck, my friend. I would like a quarterback upgrade if we can get one, but definitely please play James Cook over Drake London. James Cook looked great. I think James Cook's a must-start running back every week going forward. Okay, now our next switch coming out from Keedlow says, pick 2, Montgomery, London, Kelly, Brandon Cooks, and Amari Cooper. We're going to be going with David Montgomery and Amari Cooper. Unless Eckler were to miss, then we could possibly pivot to Kelly. Chris says, Amari and Lockett or Mike Williams for Jacobs. I would love to trade Amari and Lockett for Jacobs. A great deal. And the only instance that I want it is if it was like a 14-team full PPR format with multiple flexes. Spectre says, a full PPR looking at Debo, Jamal, or Amari. Who would we start at the flex? I think we probably are going to go ahead and go with Amari. I mean, right now, if we're going to be looking at our rankings, these guys are damn close. Actually, the Browns are 2-point dogs against Pittsburgh. Is that correct? There's no way, right? If we're looking at the implied team total for the 49ers, they're at 26.25. The Browns are at only 21.5. I guess Pittsburgh, Vegas is still saying that they're going to have a great defense, regardless of if the 49ers stomped them last week. So if that's the case, actually, we probably want to go Debo. I don't think we want to be as excited about starting Jamal Williams this week, though, as we were last week. Last week, he was a must-start guy. It's because last week, you also had no Kendre Miller. I definitely want to monitor the Miller reports. Sam says, 10-team PBR format, 1 flex. We have Fields, CMC, White, Wilson, Amon-Ra, Andrews, DJ Moore. And then on the bench, we have Jamal, Kamara, Richardson, Bourne, Cole Kmet. We want to upgrade at wide receiver. Says we're about to get Kamara back. If you wanted to sell either Jamal or Javonte, whoever that was, with DJ Moore and get an upgrade at wide receiver there, I think that makes sense. Or if we could take like a small piece like Kendrick Bourne or Cole Kmet, pair him up with Garrett Wilson and get to, say, Olave, Ridley, or Waddle, I'd do that as well. Just see if we can take a quote-unquote loss on Garrett Wilson without having to go like super far down with tiers. Jack says, a 14-team at PBR league with only 1 running back, but 2 flexes. We have Kirk, Daniel Jones, James Cook, Dameon Pierce, Zach Charbonnet, Penny, Devon Achane, Chase, Waddle, Godwin, Allen Robinson, Hockenson, Kincaid. Any trade ideas? In general, I think that this is a team that's kind of optimized for like a 12-team league where you have, say, 2 running backs, 2 wide receivers, and 2 flex. I don't necessarily think the running back depth is going to matter as much here. I do like having Cousins and Daniel Jones to play between the matchups. But ultimately, I think here it probably makes a little bit more sense to move on from some of these depth running backs. If we can potentially get some more wide receivers we're excited about for those flexes. Overall, I think this is a good team. I hope we didn't start Daniel Jones week 1. And if we could sell like Kincaid in a package with maybe like a depth running back such as Devon Achane and go get a startable wide receiver on a week-to-week basis, since this is a 14-team format and we have Hockenson, I would look to do that. Now, Colin says 12-team PBR league where we have Kamara, Debo, Swift for Pollard and Higgins. We're going to go Pollard and Higgins. Not even close. Pollard's by far and away the best player in the deal. Samir says 12-team PBR league. We have Geno, Etienne, Madison, Devontae Adams, St. Brown, and Njoku, Ayuk. And then on the bench, we have Brees, Lennon, Pacheco, Montgomery, Algier, Laporta, Board. Who to start in trade? We're going to keep this starting lineup as is. The only thing is, if we could potentially sell, say, Brees Hall and Geno Smith in a package, get to a top 4 quarterback, to get to Lamar, Allen, Mahomes, or Hurts, I would love to do that. Or if we could sell Brees and Njoku to get to a top 2 tight end with either Kelsey or Andrews, I would love that move as well, because we're loaded out running back, wide receiver. And in general, I would like to see if we can sell high on Brees Hall, knowing that we are in a great situation, at least in my mind. Where we have so many running backs and wide receivers. Now, Doggy says 10-team BBR format. We have Herbert, Pollard, Sanders, Olave, Keenan, Waller, Montgomery. And then on the bench, we have JSN, Algier, Kenneth Gainwell, Elijah Moore, Zay Cup. I'm 1-0. Should we be looking to make any moves? Full BBR format, I think Montgomery could be a sell high. A reason being, there are teams that are going to desperately need some running back production that will go out there and will give you a considerable amount for Montgomery. He looked great on Thursday night. He's in a great offense, behind a great offensive line. Everybody wants to root for this Detroit Lions team. If we could go through and potentially say, sell David Montgomery in a package with, like, I don't know, maybe Zay, and go get a wide receiver that we're in love with for the flex in a full PPR format, I would look to do it. Just being that Montgomery's not going to see any involvement as a pass catcher. James says, which do we start between P. Ryan, London, and Jamal? I'm going to go with P. Ryan and Jamal. Full PPR format, maybe you can go London over P. Ryan, but super hard to start London at this point. Steven says, if Eckler can't go, pick 2, Madison, White, and Joshua Kelly. I would go Madison and Kelly here. And if it's not too late, congrats on the Texas win over Alabama. Never too late, my man. Hook 'em horns. And yes, I mean, good week to be a Texas Longhorn. And there are very few of those, if we're going to be honest. I mean, at least in my lifetime as a fan of the Texas Longhorns, we've had very few weeks where you're excited to be one. But Archie says, good to be back, bro. Need one more for the over-under for Thursday. Any recommendations you would look to add / avoid? Y'all know my favorite thing to do with these pick'ems will be to go with the lower than. I always like finding a lower than, obviously, unless you can look at like the Tyreek Hill more than less than half a total yard. But if we're going to go through and look for some Thursday night pick'ems, haven't spent a ton of time doing this right now. This is more so going to be something we focus in on tomorrow. But Cousins, I mean, those seem like stayaways for me. I think he will have a ton of passing volume. I'm just looking to see if there are any lower thans that we like. Jefferson, probably stay away. Addison, stay away. Hockenson, fewer than 5 receptions doesn't seem too crazy. I believe like Hurts has like 10 rushing touchdowns over the past 8 weeks, but generally I'm looking for lower thans, not higher thans. I like the Goddard for more than 40.5 receiving yards when that was the line earlier in the week. We said that in a video, but now that's up at 46.5. I don't like it. Defensive players might be able. I honestly think these look good. Let Archie know if you see any of those pick'ems on Underdog that you like for Thursday. I mean, the fact of the matter is, obviously, Underdog pays this, sponsor this channel. They also give y'all like free pick'ems when you sign up and stuff. So obviously, Underdog knows what they're doing with these pick'ems. It's going to be very hard to go through and find a ton of these that you really like. And if you are finding like, oh my gosh, I love the Justin Jefferson more than 7. I love the Jordan Addison more than 3.5. I love the T.J. Hockenson more than 5. If you like a pick'em like every single time it's shown to you, you're probably like a sucker play. Like, you know what I mean? So yeah, and the reality is it's going to be hard to find ones that you really like. That's why generally I only stick to like 5 that I like on a week-to-week perspective. Like for one specific game, it's hard to go through and say, oh, I love this one, love this one. But of course, if you want to check out any of those pick'ems on Underdog Fantasy, you can find the link in the live chat, find in the description, find in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, 100% deposit match up to $200, plus our 2023 fantasy football rankings, plus a free trial to flockfantasy.com. And also, if you're new to Underdog Fantasy, you're going to be getting a Jalen Hurts special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard against the Minnesota Vikings tomorrow night. I would like that pick'em if you could get it, my man. And then we also have Tua this weekend for the Sunday giveaway on Underdog. Going to give away $100,000. They're going to give away $10,000 to 10 separate people that include Tua in their special pick'em ticket. Use promo code FLOCK, and you need to use the total yards more than less than. Your call. Carlito says, Kamara and Lockett for Higgins. One flex league, give me Higgins. Henry, happy to see you, my man. Saying Herbert, Bijan, Algier, Ramondre, Montgomery, McKinnon, Mitchell, Roschon, Diggs, Wilson, Sutton, JSN, Laporta, David Njoku, Allen Robinson. We need 2 flexes and any trades. Bijan, Ramondre are 2 running backs. Full BBR league. Wide receiver will be Diggs, Garrett Wilson. Our 2 flexes will be Montgomery and Cortland Sutton with no Judy. If Judy does play, then we'll pivot over to Tyler Algier. I'll still start David Njoku over Sam Laporta. Super well-balanced roster. There aren't going to be too many trades that I'm looking to make. If we could sell, say, Garrett Wilson in a small piece like Sam Laporta and go and get to and just stay inside like the Olave, Waddle, a Ridley tier wide receiver, I think that'd make a lot of sense. In reality, my man, I think that's a very good team. I think it's a very well-balanced roster as well. Okay. So now our next question coming out from Brady says, 12-team app BBR format where we have Lawrence at quarterback. We have Etienne, Montgomery, Jefferson, Waddle, Ingram, Sanders, Godwin. The bench is Devon Achane, Allen Lazard, Mooney, JSN. Moves or sit tight? Sit tight. I think you give Devon Achane 1 more week. If Devon Achane is a healthy scratch yet again, then at that point he will be a cut. He's right there on the chopping block, but I'm fine having him for another week. Love that we've gone all in on this Jacksonville Jaguars offense. And I do think that we're probably going to be sitting still right now with David Montgomery because it's a half PPR league, not a full PPR league. Tommy says 12-team full PPR format, St. Brown Sanders for Walker and Waddle. Damn close. I really like Waddle. I'd be fine if you wanted to make the deal. I think it's a fair trade. I think most people would take Amon-Ra St. Brown. John says, full BBR, we have Hurts, Mixon, Rashad White, Jefferson, Olave, Ingram, Metcalf, Roschon, Deshaun Watson, Zay, Hollywood, London. Trade Jalen for Etienne. We need a running back. I like the idea. Here are the running backs I would trade Jalen Hurts for. I'll trade Jalen Hurts for Austin Eckler, Bijan Robinson, Tony Pollard, Derrick Henry, Nick Chubb, Saquon Barkley, Christian McCaffrey, and Josh Jacobs. To go and send it for ETN, I think maybe that'd be a little bit much for me, especially if it's a league with only 1 flex spot where quarterback's going to make up such a high percentage of our starting lineup output. Andrew says 10-team league where we have Herbert, Pollard, Gibbs, Diggs, Devontae, Mike Williams. We got Christian Watson and David Montgomery as well. Trade offered Chubb for Montgomery and Devonta Smith. Let's go get Chubb. 10-team league. Looks like it's only a 1 flex spot. I think you want the best player in the deal. I think you want the running back, Nick Chubb, easy. Thomas says team is Jalen Hurts, Pollard, Sanders, T, Olave, Higbee, Mike Williams, Lockett, Addison, Gainwell, Cook, and Cousins. Should we trade Jefferson and James for Pollard and T? We can't do it, my man. Can't do it. Please keep Justin Jefferson. The thing is, Jefferson has the season-long floor/ceiling combo where, like, worst case scenario, if you were looking at Justin Jefferson, he's the wide receiver 5, right? Best case scenario, he goes out there and he's like the record-setting wide receiver in the NFL this season. So I'm going to be looking to hold on to Jefferson, my man. Kevin says, why is running back so valuable in a full PPR format? A full PPR league doesn't make running back inherently more valuable. I'd say in full PPR format makes it less valuable. You'd rather prioritize running backs in half PPR or non-PPR. Dialli says, should we drop Gibson for Jalen Warren? I'd be completely fine if you want to do it. I mean, I'd probably give Gibson one more week, but Gibson looks like he's in the J.D. McKissic role from last year. Okay. Now, Ryan coming out with our next question. This one saying, we're back, 10-team double flex. We have Allen, Jefferson, Smith, Connor, Hall, flex, Lamb, Mike Williams, and then on the bench, we have Montgomery, Jamal, Tony, Quentin Johnson, Anthony Richardson. Any trades or plays? I think if we could trade Anthony Richardson and maybe a potential running back like James Conner to get a long-term upgrade there, that'd make a lot of sense. Or if you wanted to take maybe a depth player like David Montgomery in a full PPR format, package it with James Conner to get a running back there. We have so much depth, even in a league with 2 flex spots. I mean, we are elite at wide receiver. I think we primarily just want to be upgrading those 2 RBs in the starting lineup. Side note, I also would start would start David Montgomery over James Conner this week. And I'll probably start Jamal over Brees. Enzo says, a 10-team PPR league. We have Lamar, Eckler, Henry, St. Brown, Nico Collins, Andrews, Puka. We got offered Brees Hall and A.J. Brown for Derrick Henry. We got to accept right. Brees Hall or Tyler Algier week 2. Full PPR format, I'm fine if you want to do this. But then I'm going to look to immediately turn around and see if we can sell Brees Hall. Like, I'm fine doing this, just knowing the value that we are going to be getting. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's tough in my mind to come through and say that Brees Hall is still going to be the running back that we thought previously based off the Rodgers injury. Zambo says Kyle Pitts or Zach Ertz in a non-PPR format. We will go Kyle Pitts, my friend. I mean, the guy in the better offense with more touchdown upside in a non-PPR league. Luke says 12-team standard full PPR format. We have Deshaun Watson, Bijan, Sanders, Kelly, Devonta Smith, Keenan, Christian Watson, Flowers, Juju, David, and Njoku. We're trying to get Jahmyr Gibbs. Full PPR league, I really like the idea of getting Gibbs here. I think the move is possibly to go through and take Miles Sanders and Zay Flowers. Send those 2 guys, especially if this is a format where we only have 1 flex spot where wide receiver depth's probably going to matter a little bit less, and go get the running back upgrade in that fashion. Now, CJ says 10-team full PPR format with 4 points per passing touchdown. Double flex. We have Kirk, Chubb, Pierce, JT, David Montgomery, Elijah Mitchell, Kelsey, Amari, C-Rid. Who's C-Rid? Watson, Williams, Hollywood, Puka. Any recommendations? Double flex league. I'm a little bit less willing to say we have to do this. But still, since it's a 10-team league, I think it's viable if we really want to. And when we have this kind of running back depth, full PPR format, if we wanted to take David Montgomery and send him with like Hollywood Brown, or send him with Puka to get to an elite level wide receiver for the flex, I think that would make a lot of sense. We still have 2 running backs we can start every single week regardless. Plus, we have the long-term upside with JT. CD still says 12-team PPR trade Amari for Higgins and Goddard. Hell yeah, I would do that, my man. David says Garrett Wilson and Andrews or Hawkinson for Olave. No, you're giving up way too much with this trade. Way too much. We'd be looking for like Chase in return there. Jonathan says, who do we start at the flex? We have Judy, Watson, JSN, Addison, Herbert, Joshua Kelly. Or do we pick up Zay Jones for a Lawrence stack for the week? Thank you. I mean, Zay Jones does have a nice matchup going up against KC. He is going to be in a spot where he's in 2 wide receiver sets with Calvin Ridley. So I understand if we want to go ahead and do that. I think that we are going to be plan A. Actually, no. I'm not going to say to start Jordan Addison tomorrow. The reason being is if Eckler misses, like the answer here is Joshua Kelly, and it's not even remotely close. So I think we're just kind of chilling, my friend. I think we're probably going to be planning on Christian Watson, plan A. If he's not good to go, then we go Jerry Jeudy, plan B. But I want to keep the optionality where we could potentially go through and we could potentially play Joshua Kelly if we have no Austin Eckler, that is. But real quick, ladies and gentlemen, we are closing in on 2,000 likes on this live stream. Please, if you have not done so already, go down there, drop a like on the stream. We've been live for over 4 hours now answering questions. And we've been live for 138 days in a row at this point. Not going to miss a day until 2024. So please go down there, drop a like on the stream if you have not done so already. Subscribe to the channel. And if you want to check out any of these pick'ems on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat. You can find it in the description, in the comments section. Promo code FLOCK on Underdog is going to get you a 100% deposit match up to $100. Plus, you're going to get our 2023 fantasy football rankings, a free trial to flockfantasy.com. And if you are new to Underdog, you're going to get an additional special pick'em, Jalen Hurts, more than less than half a total yard against the Minnesota Vikings tomorrow night. And also make sure this weekend you include Tua in your pick'em slip. Underdog is going to be giving away $100,000, $10,000 to 10 separate people who include Tua. So make sure you include Tua's total yardage mark. But I believe our next question coming out from Lone Wolf says, I'm hurting at the wide receiver spot. We have Johnson, Watson, London, and Addison. My friend wants me to trade me Higgins for Watson straight up. Hell yeah, let's go get Higgins, my man. I mean, I think that Burrow is still a good wide receiver. I think that you are going to see a lot of passing volume overall in Cincinnati going forward. Higgins saw 8 targets last week. Country Connected says, do I give Mixons and Pickens for B? Oh my gosh. If you can get Bijan Robinson at that price point with your team especially, my man, that is awesome. Rigo says 12-team at PBR format. We have Jefferson, Hopkins, Michael Thomas, Mixon, Jacobs, Pierce, Sanders. Do I trade Jefferson for A.J. Brown and Devontae Adams? If it's going to be a league with multiple flexes, it'll be easy to do this. And a league with only one flex probably would be a little bit more of a tough call. But overall, I mean, you are getting 2 top 5 wide receivers, so we can do it. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this dog really wants to say hi again. I told you all this was the last time, but she will not leave me alone. Come here. You want to say hi? I know. You want to tell everybody hi? Say hey. Drop a like on the live stream. Hit the like button. Subscribe to the channel. Look at my cute face. Come on, show them. I know. You a good girl? I know. You can go into the desk. All right, so our next question coming out from, I believe, Nicholas says 12-team full BBR format. We have Hurts, Diggs, A.J. Brown, Ramondre, Walker, Pat Frymuth. The flex, we have Addison. And then on the bench, Dotson, Kincaid, Dameon Pierce, JSN, Charbonnet, Romeo Dobbs. Any changes? I think we keep this as is. I think you get a bump with Frymuth, no Deontay Johnson with this expected target share. We have Hurts stacked with A.J. Brown. You're in a great spot, my man. We have a lot of depth where if we want to make a 2-for-1 deal to get an upgrade in the flex for the long term, we can. I actually probably do start Dameon Pierce in the flex, even if Pierce looked gross week 1. But yeah, we probably have to start Dameon Pierce over Jordan Addison. Now, our next question coming up from Nicholas says 12-team PBR format where we have, JD Mart says 10-team at PBR league where we have Diggs, London, Puka, Kirk, JSN. Running back is Barkley, Jones, Montgomery, Pierce. Traded Montgomery for Keenan and Najee. Felt wide receivers week. Thanks a lot. Now, thank you so much, my man. And in a half PBR format, a little less excited about this, but still completely fine to go through and make this deal. I think it would have been a no-brainer if it was a full PPR league, though. Victor says, trade coming in for Tyreek, offering me Hawkinson, Bijan, and AJ. Is that a good deal? If that's AJ Brown, hell yes, my man. If that's AJ Brown, let's send it. Chevy says, PPR for the flex, Pacheco or Puka. We're going to go Puka. Really scared me with Pacheco that the Chiefs are splitting it 3 ways. And then is Gabe Davis worth keeping? Yeah, I actually may start Gabe Davis over Puka if I'm going to be honest with you. Brendan says, hey, I got offered Breece Hall and Puka for Olave. I'd rather have Olave. Ryan says, hook 'em horns. Hook 'em horns, my man. Ready for the hype. Breece Hall for Ridley. Let's go get Ridley. 4 bench spots. We have Mahomes, Kelsey, Hall, Montgomery, Kamara, Algier, Lamb, Hopkins. Yeah, let's make this deal, and then let's immediately go through and try to package together, say, Zay Flowers and a running back like David Montgomery for a long-term upgrade. Or Zay Flowers and, Tyler Algier to get someone in immediately, especially if it's a league with only 4 bench spots. But I think you have to sell Breece Hall for Ridley at this point. Now, Cheat Sean coming out says, a 12-team at PBR format. Pick one for the flex. We have Papa Nuka, and then we have Jamal or Mike Williams. And then we also have Kyron, Roshan, and Joshua Kelly on the bench. I think Joshua Kelly would be appealing if we were to have no Eckler, of course. I think at that point we could go over to him. But in reality, we're just going to say in a half PPR format especially, let's play the wide receiver that has a considerable target share in an elite level offense. Let's go ahead and let's get Mike Williams here, my friend. Now, our next question coming out from, I believe, Double D, who says 10-team PPR format where we have Herbert, Gibbs, Eckler, Sanders, Mostert, Keenan, Amon-Ra, Dotson, Flowers, Addison, Deontay, Puka. Traded Eckler and Zay for Mixon or Kenneth and A.J. Brown. We have 3 Chargers on the team. You like having 3 Chargers on the team here, my man. I mean, honestly, I don't think we do this. I think we keep Eckler. I'm a little bit worried about having him with the ankle injury, but fundamentally, when we have like Justin Herbert and all these Chargers, we're just making one consolidated bet. We're making one bet that the Chargers passing offense is better than people assume this next season, my friend. Now, Skyward says a 12-team app PPR format. Would you trade Garrett Wilson and Jalen Hurts for CeeDee Lamb, Tyler Lockett, and Pat Freiermuth? I'm not doing it. I mean, I'd rather have Wilson over... Actually, maybe we can. Wilson versus Lockett, Freiermuth, give me Wilson. But Hurts versus Lamb, give me Lamb. That's a damn close call, my man. I think it's a fair deal and kind of up to you. One flex league, probably no. Multiple flexes, probably yeah. Lando says DJ Moore for Mike Williams. Give me Mike Williams and keep your sell Pittman. I mean, if you can go out there and sell Pittman high, you do it. I didn't include him in a sell high video that comes out. I mean, actually, no, we haven't recorded that one yet. I'm not going to call him a sell high wide receiver this week, because I'm going to assume that most people can't get what you would assume for Michael Pittman. Mike says non-PPR 8-team league. We have Hurts, Devonta Smith, Calvin Ridley, Saquon, Chubb, Hawkinson, Kenneth Walker. And then on the bench, we have Brees, Mike Williams, Pittman, Kamara, Judy, Jamal Williams. Any moves to make? I would love to sell Brees Hall. If we can go through and package together, say Brees Hall and, I don't know, it's an 8-team league. If we can go like Brees Hall, Kenneth Walker, and go get a running back like Nick Chubb, Tony Pollard, Derrick Henry, anybody in that range, I think it makes a lot of sense, especially in a non-PPR format, my man. Now, Adam says 12-team full PPR league. We have Hill, Lawrence, London, Ramondre, Brian Robinson, Ingram, Puka, Christian Watson. And then on the bench, we have Dobbs, Sutton, JSN, Rashee Rice, Bigsby, Elijah Mitchell. Cup, Gainwell, sit, start, trade. We're going to be starting Tyreek Hill and probably Puka wide receiver unless Christian Watson is good to go or unless Jerry Jeudy does not play. And in that case, we go Cortland Sutton over Puka. Running back, we're going to go with, I'm hoping that's Bijan Robinson. We're going to go B-Rob and Ramondre Stevenson. And then for the flex, we're probably going to end up getting stuck with Sutton. I don't think we don't have the luxury to make any trades with that team right now. The reason being is we're kind of sitting on our hands. I saw Gilbert's question. I'll get to that in a second, my man. We're kind of sitting on our hands, and I mean, we're going to be waiting for the JSN breakout. We're going to be waiting for Cup to come back. Really hard to make a trade right now when we're waiting for Cup on the back end. Now, Louis says 12-team PPR format where we have Burrow, Jacobs, Hall, Chase, Ridley, Njoku, Watson. Got offered Cup for Watson. Hell yes. I mean, Watson dealing with this own injury. Go get Cup. And then should we flip Brees for ETN? Yes, I've been saying that for 4 hours now, my man. I'd love to get ETN for Brees Hall. Jay says trade Fields, Addison, and Puka for Tua and Garrett Wilson. Fields to Tua, downgrade. Addison, Puka to Garrett Wilson, upgrade. If this is a 6-point passing touchdown format, my man, I think this is an easy call. 4-point passing touchdown league will be a little bit tougher. I still think I'd rather have Fields over Tua in a 4-point passing touchdown format, just given his rushing upside, even if Tua is a way better quarterback. Dable coming out says 10-team PPR format, double flex. Trade Wilson and Montgomery for Derrick Henry. Yeah, I think it's going to be a no-brainer. Go get Henry, especially full PPR format where I'm looking to sell high on Montgomery anyway. Will says start Kirk or Puka this week. I'm going to go Puka. I don't think we can start Kirk until we see otherwise. Now, Zachary says a 14-team PPR, 2 running backs, 2 wide receivers, 1 flex. We have 4 points per passing touchdown. We have Allen, Diggs, Hall, JT, Evans, Andrews, Burks. The bench is Quentin Johnston, Roschon, McKinnon, Miller, and Reynolds. We have the Allen Diggs stack, which I really like to see. This is fundamentally just going to be a team that is, in a lot of pain until we get JT back. I'm assuming we started 0-1 based off Josh Allen's performance, based off not having JT, based off not having Mark Andrews. This is one of the very rare instances where I'd say I'd probably be fine just cutting bait, selling Jonathan Taylor at a loss and saying, okay, well, fundamentally at the end of the day, if we don't make this move, we may be in a position where we have no other, like we're not able to compete. We're not able to compete early on. Okay. Now, our next Twitch coming out from Little Man says, should we trade CMC and Tutu Atwell for Saquon and Devonta Smith? It's a one flex league. Honestly, my man, if you would have asked me this before week 1, I would have said, hell yeah. Tutu Atwell's nothing. We're trading CMC for Saquon and Devonta Smith. But now I think it's going to be a little bit tougher for me to do this. The reason being is if you look at Christian McCaffrey, this man saw 95% of his backfield week 1. Seeing 95% of a top 5 offense when you are the most talented running back in the NFL, CMC maybe is like the only, like it may be if you did not draft Christian McCaffrey this season, you cannot win. That is in the range of outcomes. So if I'm selling CMC, it needs to be for like, say Saquon Barkley and Devontae Adams. Saquon Barkley and Amon-Ra St. Brown. Tiago says, 8-team PBR format. How's the team? We have Fields, Jacobs, Walker, Jefferson, Lamb, Devonta Smith, Waller. And then on the bench, we have Kyron Williams, Khalil Herbert, Dalvin Cook, Mike Evans, Michael Thomas, and Cam Akers. Like the team overall. I'd sell Waller if we can. I mean, especially if we can get Hawkinson. We could go like Cam Akers and Darren Waller to get to Mark Andrews. I mean, hell, if we can go like, say, Cam Akers, Michael Thomas, and Waller to get to Kelsey. In an 8-team league, that's typically what we're trying to do. Just 2-for-1, 3-for-1 deals. Get an upgrade in the starting lineup when depth's going to be so easy to come by. Top Gun Fins coming out says Pacheco or Swift. We're going to go Swift. And JSN for JT. Oh, definitely JT there, my man. Assuming it's just a 2023 league. Isaac says Dotson or Addison this week. If you look at my rankings, they're pretty damn close. I mean, right now, I have Addison at 30, Dotson at 35. I do expect that Terry McLaurin's going to be a little bit better overall this next week. So probably pivot over to Addison. Louis coming out says, a full BBR, would you trade Bijan or Pollard for Gibbs and Kupp? We have Connor, Debo, Metcalf, Evans. I would say no. I think you keep Bijan, Pollard. If you really wanted to make the trade, you sell Pollard. But fundamentally, that's not something we're looking to do at this time of the year. Gilbert says, how many suit jackets you own? Most expensive one. This would be Can everybody take a guess on the price tag of the most expensive suit jacket I own? It's gonna be a laughable thing, my man. Can we take a guess in the live chat? Let's hear it. Okay. $70. Not too far off. Okay, yeah, y'all went way lower than I even thought. I thought suit jackets cost way more than this. Yeah, probably like $100. I didn't even know they went as cheap as $22. If I knew you could get them for $22, if I knew you could get them for $12 or $30, that would be the answer. But I thought the cheapest, I thought we already had about the cheapest you could get. Never mind, I am wrong. But Bradley says Madison or Williams in the flex this week, full PBR format. We'll go Madison. We'll just get the guaranteed touches. I mean, if you want the upside play, you can go Williams. But keep in mind, if you are going to be starting him, please make sure you put him at RB2. You don't flex the player on Thursday night. Alex says 12-team full PBR format. Start Swift or Puka at the flex. We've answered this 10 times now. I'll ask the live chat again. Can everybody in the chat let me know? Are you going to go Swift or Puka in the flex spot? And yeah, that's what it is. I didn't spend real United States dollars. We spent fab dollars on the suit jackets. That's what we did. Are y'all going to go Swift or Puka? Full BBR, you have no Gainwell. Puka, Swift, Puka. Puka, Puka, Swift. Swift, Puka. It looks like most people are going Puka, but it is pretty close. I actually may end up going DeAndre Swift, my man. Puka just has such a tough matchup going up against the 49ers this week. Right? I would be looking to avoid it if I can. Now, and keep in mind, if you play anybody on Thursday, you do not put them in the flex, put them at running back 2, put them at wide receiver 2. Now, Roscoe coming out says 10-team 2 quarterback, 2 flex. We have Mahomes, Mac Jones, Saquon, Etienne, Garrett Wilson, Metcalf, Goddard, Debo, Evans. Any changes? Should we sell or hold Evans? Full PPR format, double flex. I think we can hold him. I mean, if we're looking to sell anybody, it's possibly Metcalf. I really like the team. I don't really think that there are any inherent sells unless we have like a depth piece where we can sell a player like Puka with Garrett Wilson and go get to, I don't know, Olave, Waddle, Ridley, just kind of save ourselves from Zach Wilson. Stealthy says, who's most worth rostering? Probably Elijah Moore out of this list, but because Penny plays tomorrow, I'd probably roster Penny, see what the workload looks like tomorrow, and then cut him for Elijah if we don't like it. Skrill says, hey Mason, when you trade Devonta Smith and JSN for Garrett Wilson, and when you trade Montgomery and Zay for Kamara and Deontay? Well, my man, thank you so much for being a long-time member of the flock. And Devonta and JSN for Garrett Wilson, no, I would not do that. I'd keep Smith and JSN. I'd probably rather have Smith over Wilson straight up. And then Montgomery and Flowers for Kamara and Deontay. Full PBR format, I think you could make this if you wanted to, but you would have to wait another week. I don't want to make this trade right now. I think you get a much better price for David Montgomery, my friend. Diego says, 10-team PBR league. We have Anthony Richardson, Justin Herbert, Tyler Algier, JT, Pirine, Diggs, Jefferson, Metcalf, Puka, Zay, Judy, Pitts. Just traded Diggs and gave Henry and Amari. What do you think? Not a big fan of this. Also, I'm offered Joshua Kelly and Sanders for DK Metcalf. I'd probably pull the trigger if we just made that deal where we went 2 for 1 for Diggs. I like the idea of selling Derrick Henry, especially when you saw Spears in his role this week. But I feel like we could have gotten a little bit more value there. I could be wrong. I would just assume we could have gotten a little more value. Dylan says 10-team, 2 quarterback format. We have Jalen Hurts, Derek Carr, CMC, Gibbs, St. Brown, Ayuk, Andrews, Connor. Bench is Addison, McLaurin, Mostert, Mike Williams, Dalvin. Grade the team and any improvements. Phenomenal team in a full PBR format where we have CMC and Gibbs. If you really wanted to do anything here, I think it would be packaging together one of these depth pieces like James Conner and Derek Carr, or like Mike Williams and Derek Carr, and go get an upgrade at quarterback that way, specifically in a 2 QB format. But having CMC and Jalen Hurts there, I love that team. Now, Michael says 10-team PBR pick 7. We have Lamar, Eckler, Pollard, Waddle, DK, Ridley. And then on the bench, we have Watson, McKinnon, Gainwell, Michael Thomas, Hurst, Burks. Any moves? Okay. In terms of changing things around in the starting lineup, I would start Michael Thomas over Jacoby Myers, regardless if Myers clears concussion protocol or not. And outside of that, we don't have a lot of depth to sell. I mean, if we get an opportunity ever to go through and sell high on Deshaun Watson, I would. But in reality, I mean, it's a great starting lineup. Then we're in a very good spot for the top end. We just want to be churning the bottom end of the bench with the waiver wire consistently. Now, Vader says got offered Jacobs and Dotson for Brees and A.J. Brown. I have Jefferson, Amari, Miles, Javonte, and Cam Akers in a 10-team full PPR format. We can't do this. A.J. Brown to Jacobs, lateral move / downgrade. Brees to Dotson. Brees has way more value in this. I like selling Brees, my man, but you need more value. Shamil, always happy to see you, says, yo, my guy, 10-team full PPR. The lineup is Mahomes, Jacobs, Bijan, Keenan, Pitts, Hawkinson, and then the flex is Puka. And then on the bench, we have Roshan, Montgomery, DJ. Should we switch the flex or let it be? Switch the flex. We're going to go ahead. We are going to switch it out, my man. We are going to take David Montgomery and the guaranteed touches that he has in Detroit. Right now, you actually have the Detroit Lions as 6-point favorites. And keep in mind, last week, you had the Los Angeles Rams. I mean, with the combination of Cam Akers and, I mean, it's obviously not great running backs. Kyron Williams seeing 3 rushing touchdowns. Now, Ernest says, Bigsby, Charbonnet droppable. Should we panic on London? No, I mean, Bigsby, Charbonnet are premium handcuff backs. That's what they always were. They're never going to be starters. And yeah, you should panic on London. You're not going to drop them, but I would tell you to sell them, but nobody's going to buy them. Tanner says, 10-team PBR, we have Hurts, Stevenson, Walker, Hill, Wilson, Godwin, Ingram. And then on the bench, we have James Cook, Brian Robinson, Pirine, Odell, Kamara. Got an offer of Wilson or Madre for Lamb and Williams. Any other ideas? Okay, going from Lamb to Wilson, massive downgrade. Mike Williams to Ramadre makes some sense. I'm going to keep the best player. Keep CeeDee Lamb here. I mean, I like the idea overall. If we could sell maybe Lamb for Wilson or Madre, that would make a little more sense. But the issue is, I don't like making these deals where we're like selling the best player and getting 2 players that could look startable, because fundamentally, if you're going to be a 10-team league with only 1 flex, we have James Cook on the bench right now. We don't need depth. We have Brian Robinson on the bench right now. Hell, I would recommend go through and sell Brian Robinson and Evan Ingram, get the best tight end we can, you know? So this is just structurally not the kind of trade that we're looking to make in this specific format. Matt says, should we drop Quentin Johnson, pick up Brandon Cooks? If you want. I mean, Johnson doesn't look like it's a great role in Los Angeles, but obviously has a lot of upside long-term. Pitcher in it says, Walker for Jalen Waddle. It's an 8-team league. We have Eckler and Jacobs starting. 8-team league. I think you can take Waddle if it's a full, it's a full PPR format. Let's go Waddle. Jackson saying 12-team at PPR double flex. We have Watson, Chubb, Pierce, Wilson, DK, Kincaid, Flowers, Connor. And then on the bench, we have Tank, Miller, Kirk, Collins, Dotson, Hunt, Henry. What to do and any traits. For the love of God, can Kareem Hunt just sign with the Baltimore Ravens? Like, what are we doing here? I would trade DK for Amari if we have Deshaun Watson to get the Amari Watson stack. Hopefully, Amari is better. I think we can get that price point. We have high upside running backs down on the bench. We don't have enough depth to go out there and make a real trade like 2-for-1 deal to upgrade, like say James Conner in the flex spot, especially in a double flex league where depth matters a little bit more. I think it's a solid squad. I just think that we kind of want to double down on that Cleveland Browns offense by possibly moving DK for Amari. If you wanted to get off of Garrett Wilson by selling like a small piece with him, like if we could go somehow convince someone to go like Garrett Wilson, Christian Kirk, and get back Olave, Ridley, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Waddle, I'd really like that. Now, Bat Manista says, trade Amari for George Pickens and Gibbs in a full PPR for Amon-Ra. No, we're not doing that. Keep Amon-Ra St. Brown. Keep the best player. Fugly says, got offered Christian Watson, DeAndre Swift for James Conner and Garrett Wilson. I like selling Garrett Wilson. You're going to go with the Garrett Wilson side, though. Skipping Loads coming out says, Kirk, Devontae, T, Pollard, Dalvin, Debo, streaming defense. We got Addison, Mooney, Gus, Atwell, Zeke, Ty Chandler, and Jeff Wilson on the IR. I would cut Tutu Atwell. He's 160 pounds, soaking wet. I don't really know what the predictable long-term upside is. Looks like a decent best ball option, but I would really like to get an upgrade over Dalvin if we can, but we don't just... If we could sell Addison and Dalvin to get to a reasonable starting running back we can start every week, let's do it. In reality, this is going to be a team where we just have to continue to go through and churn the waiver wire over and over and over again. See if hopefully we can find that long-term upgrade over Dalvin. Connor says, in a 10-team one flex league, we have Allen Walker, James Cook, Stevenson, Roshan Warren, Kelly, Gainwell, Tyreek, AJ, Dotson, Kirk, Pittman, and Njoku Higbee. Any advice and trade thoughts? We have so much depth, I think we can afford an upgrade. Like if we wanted to go like Pittman and James Cook, get the best running back we can, go get ETN, go get Gibbs, let's do it. Just because if it's a 10-team league with one flex, we don't need this depth. We haven't dealt with many injuries. I think we capitalize on some of this depth that we have, particularly at wide receiver, upgrading at an individual running back position. But Jonathan says 12-team PPR format where we have Dak, Kupp, Barkley, Walker, Ridley, Pickens, Hawkinson. The bench, flex Javonte. On the bench, we have Sutton, Charbonnet, Dobbs, and Puka. I think we keep the starting lineup as is. The only thing I'd say is, it sucks that we did auto Kupp. But, at least we got Ridley. We have Barkley. I have no idea how the hell we have Barkley. Oh, no, never mind. I'm an idiot. Barkley round 1. Yeah, I think the Ridley breakout and the Deontay injury to prop up George Pickens maybe is going to save us here. We just have to get by until we get Cooper Kupp back in. Jacob says trade Wilson for Waddle or Watson. Ridley is my number 2. Oh, hell yeah. I would love to trade Garrett Wilson for Jalen Waddle. Waddle's tiers ahead of Wilson for me. Feigl says 12-team at PBR double flex. Start 1, Madison, Addison, Collins. Oh, we're definitely going to just take the guaranteed volume. Get Alexander Madison, but you don't start him in the... Don't start him in the flex. Put him at running back 2, my friend. He plays on Thursday. Ryan says, skip my chat from earlier. Can I comment it now? I doubt I did. You don't need to comment it. I can go through and look it up on the history here. Give me a second, my friend. And as I do this, please, if you have not done so already, ladies and gentlemen, go down there, drop a like on this live stream. Subscribe to the channel if you play fantasy football. And if you have not done so already, use promo code FLOCK. The match first deposit dollar for dollar up 200. You can check out all these pick'ems on Underdog Fantasy. And also, if you want to go over there and use promo code FLOCK, you're going to get an additional special pick'em. Jalen Hurts more than less than half a passing yard against the Minnesota Vikings tomorrow night. So make sure you're taking advantage. Ryan, you don't have a question attached to this. I'm sorry, my friend. Yeah, we didn't skip your question. There was no question. I'm sorry, but Asvid says 10-team PPR format. We have Hurts, Jefferson, Devonta Smith, Amari, Evans, Jameson, Cooks, Connor, Javonte, Roshan, Kincaid, Pitts. Looking to get a running back, Gibbs or other. I would love Gibbs in a full PPR league. The question is, like, what's the price point? If we go like Connor and Amari and get Gibbs, Connor and Kincaid and get Gibbs, Connor and Pitts and get Gibbs, I think that makes sense in a 10-team, 1-flex league. That's a full PPR format where obviously you have the receiving down to work with Jahmyr Gibbs. Tyler says, trade Evans for Higgins. Hell yeah, my man. Trailer Park Boy says, trade Olave for Ridley. I have Lawrence. If you have Lawrence, I think it's a no-brainer. They're in the same tier for me, though. Alex says, 12-team PPR. We have Deshaun Watson, a quarterback, with Geno Smith. Running back, we have Pollard, Jones, Rashad White. Wide receiver, we have St. Brown, Debo, Godwin, Dobbs, Myers. Tight end in Musgrave at tight end. Probably need to upgrade at wide receiver. What are we going to look to package? I mean, if we can find someone that really needs a tight end, send him like Musgrave and Godwin, send him Musgrave and Debo, and just get a slight upgrade. We're not expecting a massive upgrade there. But really, that's like the only thing we can afford. We don't have too much running back depth. And I don't think we want to be rostering 2 quarterbacks and 2 tight ends. But I'd rather roster 2 quarterbacks if our guys are Watson and Geno than 2 tight ends if we have Hawkinson. Andrew says, thoughts on Swift this week? And do you think Deshaun Watson and Pickens for Devonta Smith is a solid trade? I get Smith. Oh, yeah, go get Smith, my man. And then with Swift, I think he projects to be a low-end RB2, high-end RB3. You can start him with the upside because he's in the elite level offense and there aren't too many other players to go to there. But with that being said, I mean, the floor is extremely low. Like, this is someone who did literally absolutely nothing last week. Now, our next question coming out from, I believe Griffin says, 10-team PPR league, 3 wide receivers, 2 running backs, and a flex. We have Allen at quarterback. Running back, we have Bijan, Pierce, Algier, Gainwell. Wide receiver, we have Lamb, Devonta Smith, DJ Moore, Dotson, Michael Thomas. Tight end, we have George Kittle. Start/trade. We're going to be starting Bijan and Dameon Pierce. We're going to be starting Lamb and Devonta Smith. For our flex spot, we're going to be going Michael Thomas. I would love to get to Stephon Diggs if we can. If we go like John Dotson and CeeDee Lamb, DJ Moore and CeeDee Lamb to get to Stephon Diggs to stack with Josh Allen, I would do it. But very well-balanced roster. Really like the team, my man. Stin says, just traded Moss and got London. Makes sense. I mean, Moss literally someone with no upside. Like, there's no reason to have Moss. Piero says, 12-team standard PBR, Hopkins or Montgomery for the flex. Full PBR format, we will probably go Hopkins. It's damn close. I could give you, if I answer this 100 times, I'll give you 50 answers for Hopkins, 50 answers for Montgomery. Let's see what the ankle report is for Hopkins tomorrow. Skinny says, we had Bijan and Dobbins, but now stuck with Bijan and Gibson. Am I really going to play double Atlanta running backs? Out of these guys, you kind of have to. Obviously, I'd like to churn the waiver wire and see if we can find a long-term option. But yeah, as of now, it looks like you're going to be starting both Atlanta running backs and setting up a prayer that they can run the ball as much as they did week 1. Brandon says, 8-team league PBR format. Someone drop Kamara. Should we drop Ramondre, Sanders, Montgomery, or Dalvin for him? I would drop Dalvin for him in a full PBR league. Also, Lamar over Tua for week 2 for sure. Yes, if it's a 4-point passing touchdown format, please go Lamar over Tua. Ryan says, PBR pick 2, Brees, Ramondre, and Pittman. This week, I'm going to go Ramondre, Pittman. Long term, you probably go Ramondre, Brees. Brees is going up against the Dallas Cowboys. I mean, they have a 16-point implied team total. Benny says, lost Dobbins, so we had to trade for a running back. Traded Higgins for Connor and Addison. Don't love it, but you got to do what you got to do. That's the best price. My other wide receivers are Lamb, Amari, Dotson, and Kendrick Bourne. I'd have way rather just traded like Dotson straight up if we could have got Connor that way. I don't love it, but I mean, this is kind of the world of pain that we're sitting in if you had J.K. Dobbins, right? Trailer Park Boys coming out saying, full BBR, we have Lawrence, Etienne, Brees, Dalvin, Hunt, Tank, P. Ryan, Herbert, Roshan, Diggs, CeeDee Lamb, Chris Olave, Christian Watson, Ingram. Any moves? Jacket looks great. You have shorts on 100%. Who says I even have shorts on, my man? But anyway, if we're looking at this, I love going all in on the Jacksonville Jaguars offense as we've done. Lawrence, Etienne, Evan Ingram. I think we're in a great spot. We have the elite level wide receivers with Diggs, Lamb, and Olave. Really, the only thing is we have to churn as many running backs as we possibly can. If we can take a depth wide receiver, maybe like Christian Watson, package with Breece Hall to go get a long-term upgrade at running back, I think that makes a lot of sense. Just fundamentally, I am worried about Breece Hall in this overall New York Jets offense whenever you have no Aaron Rodgers, and we are going to be dealing with Zach Wilson here. Jacob says, a 14-team PBR league. We have Hurts, CMC, Walker, Algier, Warren, Keenan, London, Dotson, Myers, Lazard, Bateman, Ingram, Hunter, Henry. Who to put at wide receiver 2 and for the flex spot. So our wide receiver 1 will be Keenan. Wide receiver 2 is going to be Dotson. And then our running back 1, CMC, running back 2, Walker. And I think we will flex Tyler Algier over Drake London this week. Full PBR format, you're a little more inclined to go with the wide receiver, but I at least want to see London. I mean, a score of 1 point before we put him in our lineup. Lando says, sell Eckler for a different running back or hold on to him. I think you're going to hold on now. If you could sell him for Bijan or CMC, sure. R3D coming out says, Dak, Love, Bijan, Aaron Jones, Lamb, Goddard, Keenan, Williams, Pittman, Judy, Elijah, Dobbs, Laporta, Melvin Gordon. Who to start? Conflicted about the Dak matchup. Love looks really good. Currently 1-0. Thank you. No, thank you so much, my man. And yeah, Love looks great. I understand it's a tough matchup going up against the Jets for Dak. They're 9-point favorites. I'm still probably going to just play Dak Prescott. Running back, we're going to go Bijan and Aaron Jones, assuming he's good to go. Wide receiver, we're going to go Lamb and Keenan Allen. Our flex should be Michael Pittman. Our backup, if Aaron Jones will not be good to play, it's like our only other running backs are Kyron Williams and Melvin Gordon. I would love some more running back depth if we could trade like Elijah Moore for a running back. But if I'm reading this correctly, and those are only 2 options if Aaron Jones does not play, we're probably forced to go ahead and play Kyron Williams, even if we hate it. Hall Star coming out says trade Saquon and Dotson for Diggs and Roshan. Probably not. Keep Saquon. We have CMC. The thing is, I see that we have enough running backs, but fundamentally, if you look across the landscape right now at how many running back injuries there have been, if you're going to be selling your running back, such as Christian McCaffrey, you need to make sure the other person's overpaying. If the other person's not overpaying, I really don't see the purpose in doing this. Seth says Pollard and Richardson for Hurts and Etienne. I'm fine with it. Trying to think. I think that we can afford to go out there and do this. I think we can get Jalen Hurts and Travis Etienne. I hate selling Pollard. I think Pollard is the best player in the deal, but also I view Hurts as the quarterback 1 overall. Now, Sage says 12-team PBR, 1 flex. We have Mahomes, Watson, Mixon, Hall, Swift, Algier, Kupp, Ridley, Williams, Judy, Puka, Ingram. Any recommendations on possible moves? We're going to be waiting for Kupp to come back. I would love to get the upgrade over Breece Hall. I think if we could sell like Deshaun Watson and Breece Hall to go get a running back we're a little more excited about, that'd make a lot of sense. Especially if we can find a team that maybe had Aaron Rodgers. Fundamentally, when we have Mahomes, we're starting Mahomes every single week, so we don't really need a backup QB. I'd even rather roster a backup tight end here with Evan Ingram. So I'd love to sell Watson, Breece Hall, go get a long-term upgrade at running back. Then with that open flex spot, either pick up another depth wide receiver with the injury to Judy and Kupp, or pick up a backup tight end. I think you're going to have a backup if you have Ingram as your top guy. Jay Steve says 8-team PBR league, 3 wide receivers. We have Fields at quarterback. Wide receiver, we have Kupp, Diggs, Ayuk. Running back, we have Jacob Stevenson, Hawkinson at tight end. For the flex, we're going to go Madison and Judy. Trade Stevenson, Madison for Nick Chubb. Hell yes, my man. 8-team league. Get the best player in the deal. Nick Chubb's in a completely different tier. Let's go get him. Max says, how PBR 12-team format? We have Burrow, Breece, Kyron, Jamar, Olave, Mark, London, and then the bench, we have Terry Cooks, Quentin Johnston, Elijah Charbonnet. Do I trade Kyron and Charbonnet for Dalvin Cook? Hell yeah, I think we do this. Dalvin Cook saw more snaps, saw more carries, saw more receptions than Breece Hall week 1. I don't think Dalvin's great by any means, but I'd rather have him over Charbonnet. And Kyron Williams is just like a non-factor. He's barely worth more than the open roster spot. Louisiana says Flowers, Addison, or DJ in the flex. Thanks, go. No, thank you, my man. Since it looks like Mark Andrews will be playing this week, we're probably going to go Jordan Addison. But since he plays on Thursday, please make sure you put him at wide receiver 2 and not the flex. Now, our next is coming out from Novak says start Burrow or Cousins this week. We're going to go Burrow. I'm expecting a big bounce back from Burrow. They're 3.5-point favorites over Baltimore. Kian says Wilson for Waddle. Please get Waddle. I mean, having Hill and Tua only makes it better, but yeah, Waddle's definitely way better wide receiver than Garrett Wilson with Zach Wilson. Jacob says, Dynasty 12 team start 9-1 quarterback. Traded away Higgins and Dobbs for CeeDee Lamb. That's a no-brainer here, my man. This is an absolute no-brainer. Okay, let me move this over. Someone says, Gary says, most you can win on Underdog is 200. I don't know what that is referenced to. Underdog is a tournament that's $3 million. I mean, what? $3 million to first place. I won $150,000 on Underdog last year. I won multiple high-stakes tournaments. So I don't know why you would think you'd only win 200, but True Player says we got to start one running back two. We have P. Ryan, Moss, Gus, and Khalil Herbert. We're going to go Khalil Herbert even if we're not too pumped about it. Jay says 10-team PPR league where we have Tua, CMC, Pollard, Adrian Brown, Higgins, Hawkinson, Mike Williams. And then on the bench, we have Brees, Dak, Njoku, Richardson, Davis, JT. Any trades? Should we hold or sell Brees, and for who? I would love to sell Brees, especially if he's on the bench. If we can go like Brees and Njoku and go get Travis Etienne, love it. Go get Gibbs in a full PPR format, love it. Especially if we have Hawkinson. I mean, we have Hawkinson. We can start him every week regardless of matchup. Avery says we skipped. Let me go ahead and pull this up. Avery. I'm super sorry if we did. I can't remember looking at this. So, yeah, maybe we did. I'm very sorry if that's true. 10-team PPR format. We have Burrow, Najee, Walker, Metcalf, Judy, Kelsey, AJ Brown. AJ Brown, the flex is just nuts. Actually, I guess Judy is more so in the flex. AJ Brown should be wide receiver too. Then the bench is Watson, Algier, Odell, Deontay, Zay, Schultz. Any improvements? Now that we are getting Kelsey back, if we can find it, some value for Dalton Schultz, if we can go like Dalton Schultz and DK Metcalf to go get T again stacked up with Joe Burrow, I think that make a lot of sense. And I'm assuming maybe this is just a weird way you typed it, but please, let's make sure that we are not starting AJ Brown in the flex spot with him going on Thursday night. Never want to put a Thursday night player in the flex. You'd way rather have him in at wide receiver 2 just in case anything happens. Jacob says, 10-team full PPR format, 1 flex. We have Allen, Chubb, Connor, Olave, Hopkins, Kelsey, Puka. And then on the bench, we have Hollywood, Cooks, P. Ryan, Myers, Penny, Ertz, Lazard, trades, and flex. I think our flex this week probably will be Puka, even if we're not pumped about it. And I don't see too many trades that make a lot of sense. I'd love to upgrade from James Conner in the starting lineup, but we actually don't really have the depth to do so. I think we just continue to go through and churn running back wide receivers down there on the bench and see if we can go ahead and find some long-term upside shots that could hopefully eventually be a better option than James Conner in the starting lineup. But ladies and gentlemen, we are 1 like away right now from hitting 2,000 likes on this live stream. So please, if you have not done so already, go down there, drop a like on the stream. Hell, we've live streamed for 5 hours in a row at this point. We have live streamed for 138 days in a row, and we are not going to miss a day until 2024. So please, if you have not done so already, go down there, drop that like, subscribe to the channel as well. But let's go ahead. Let's move to our next question. Noah coming out says, Jordan Addison or Michael Thomas this week? If you look at my rankings, they are pretty much back-to-back. Up to you. I think you can go Jordan Addison, have some fun, play someone on Thursday night. Just don't play him in the flex. Put him at wide receiver 2. Now, our next question is going to be coming out from, I believe, Cooper, who says, hey, Mason, 10-team, 3 wide receiver, double flex PPR league. Who do we start for week 2? We have Herbert, Mixon, Walker, Amon-Ra, Garrett Wilson, Keenan. And then the flex, we have Mike Evans, Miles Sanders. On the bench, we have Brian Robinson, Raheem Mostert, Dalvin Cook, and Puka. Thanks. So thank you so much, my friend. This is a great team. This is a team that depth actually matters. So I would still sell like Puka and Garrett Wilson for, Calvin Ridley, for Jalen Waddle, for Chris Olave. I think that would still be a no-brainer, but it's not necessarily a spot where we have to go through and we have to be looking for those 2-for-1 deals. As if it was a league where maybe we only started 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. I think overall, having the well-balanced roster, having the depth in this format makes a lot of sense. I do love this team. Patrick says 12-team PBR format double flex where we have Lamar, Mixon, Jamal, Garrett Wilson, Michael Thomas, Conklin, DJ Moore, James Cook. Team sucks, but Dallas Stevens got me the dub. Cup on the block. If you want to go out there and trade trade for Cup in the long term, if we could send like, say, Michael Thomas, James Cook, and go get Cooper Kupp, sure, let's do it. A little bit less excited about it because it is a double flex format. But, I mean, if you're started off 1-0, like, you're way more inclined to go through and trade for Cooper Kupp if you're a 1-0 team compared to if you're an 0-1 team. Now, Trailer Park Boy says 10-team full BBR, 1 flex. We have Lamar, Pollard, Jacobs, Diggs, Keenan, Freiermuth, DK, and then on the bench, we have Hunt, Watson, Sky, Herbert, Dalvin, and Kyron Williams. Any possible moves? Love the team. I think Freiermuth is going to be much more appealing now that you have no Deontay Johnson. I would sell Dalvin if we could get anything. I'm assuming we can't, though. We have elite level wide receivers. We're waiting on Christian Watson to come back. The only thing I'd say is Sky Moore is probably a cut if we can find someone better off the waiver wire. In terms of making trades, I don't really see any. I think it's a great team, my man. Money on my mind coming out says 10-team BBR1 flex. We have Lamar, Richardson, Walker, Mixon, Hall, Jamal, St. Brown, Evans, Watson, Puka, Kelsey, Laporta. Starts and traits. Running back, we're going to start Lamar, quarterback. We're going to start Kelsey at tight end. Running back, we're going to be starting Walker, Mixon. Wide receiver, we're going to start St. Brown and Evans. Flex spot will probably end up having to start Breece Hall, but I'd rather honestly try to trade Breece Hall and someone like Puka and then go out there and see if we can get over to, a running back like Travis Etienne. Vader says got off for Brian Robinson, Brandon Cooks, for Breece and Jackson. Yeah, you're not getting enough for Breece Hall here, my man. You need more than that. I think we're downgrading on both spots there. Morgan says 12-team at BBR format, double wide receivers, 1 flex. We have Lamar, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Mike Williams, Bijan Robinson, Kenneth Walker, Freiermuth, Christian Watson, Puka, Tyler Algier, JSN, Zach Charbonnet, Dalton Kincaid, Romeo, Shaheed, Kyron. Which do we drop for a defense and a kicker and any trades? I love the strategy, my man, going through and just rostering the extra wide receiver and running back until we actually have to go out there and get the kicker and defense. Very interesting call. We don't talk about it a lot just because it's kind of hard to pull off for a lot of people. But nonetheless, I think Shaheed will be one of these drops, even if he looks great. Ultimately, we need a kicker and defense. I think probably Kyron Williams would be the other drop. I'd say maybe you could look at Romeo Doubs. Now, of course, if you really wanted to keep both these players, fundamentally what we would have to do is we'd have to take like Puka and Tyler Algier and go get a running back upgrade. We'd have to take Puka and maybe Mike Williams and go get a long-term upgrade at wide receiver. Or maybe if you wanted to take, say, like Christian Watson and Pat Freiermuth and go get Lamar Jackson. That way go get Mark Andrews. That way we have the Lamar and Andrews stack. I think that'd be viable as well. Dalton says 12-team PBR format. We have Deshaun Watson, Etienne, Aaron Jones, Chase, Evans, Kittle, and then the flex, Javonte. On the bench, we have DJ Moore, Michael Thomas, Justice Hill, Hunt, Boyd, Love, Chark. Should I trade Chase for Waddle and Gibbs in any other moves? So it looks like this is a league with only 1 flex, and we do have enough depth. We're down there on the bench. We have DJ Moore and Michael Thomas. So actually, I like going through and doing the exact opposite of this, my man. I think we want to keep the best player in the deal, keep Jamar Chase, even if I do like Waddle and Gibbs as buy low candidates. But great team, if you wanted to make a trade, it's more so like we're going to go through and we're going to trade like DJ Moore and Aaron Jones to go and get a running back that we're a little bit more excited about. Now, Nate coming out says 10-team BBR format, double flex, starting Lamar, Bijan, Jones, Adam Smith, Kincaid. We have Algier, Lockett, Pierce, Roschon, Mike Williams, Javonte, Brian Robinson. What 2 do we start at the flex spot, and what moves do we make, if any? We're going to be going with, I believe, Dameon Pierce, Mike Williams at the 2 flexes. Hopefully, Pierce sees a larger split in this backfield. Hopefully, they don't split it 3 ways again. If we were to look to make any other move, I think specifically because this is a 10-team format where we have more than enough depth, where we're not really dealing with any injuries at this moment, if we can take Kincaid and Brian Robinson, send him for Waller, send him for Hawkinson, send him for, I don't think we're going to get to Andrews, Kelsey, but still, nonetheless, look at one of those tight ends. If we can find a team that maybe had like J.K. Dobbins or Jonathan Taylor and needs some running back depth, that can make sense. Now, James says, messy one for you. PBR, we're giving Amon-Ra St. Brown, Olave, Pittman, Pitts. For Chase, Ayuk, Addison, Gainwell. We have Hawkinson at tight end. Running backs are CMC, JT, Warren, Tank after the Dobbins injury. St. Brown to Chase, upgrade. Olave to Ayuk, downgrade. If we're looking at both these deals in aggregate, if both these in aggregate, I probably would rather have Chase and Ayuk. Pittman and Pitts versus Addison and Gainwell. Pittman to Addison, lateral move. Pitts to Gainwell. Gainwell. Let's get a different running back than Gainwell. I like the overall thought process of it, but I honestly think no to this deal as it stands because now that Gainwell's already ruled out for Thursday, I mean, going forward, I think Gainwell maybe just lost his shot to be the starting running back for this team. Like, realistically speaking, I don't want to sit here and act like, I mean, this is a spot where we can now be pumped to go get Gainwell with his rib injury. He's not even playing tomorrow. Joke says, do I start Puka or Najee at the flex this week? I'm going to go Najee, Puka, very tough matchup against the 49ers. Ryan says, the team number 3, 10-team at PPR League. We have ESPN format, Hurts, Lamb, Higgins, Ramondre, Jamal, Kelsey, Watson, Puka, Pickens, Addison, Akers, Algier, realistic moves, and lineup. So I'm going to assume that this is a league with only one flex. So we're going to be starting Hurts, Lamb, Higgins, Ramondre, Jamal. For the flex spot, we are going to go ahead and we will probably take George Pickens with no Deontay. We have Kelsey. Love to see it. Love to see that we're also not rostering a backup tight end. We're not rostering a backup quarterback. We are primarily focusing on high upside running backs and wide receivers. If we could take, say, George Pickens or Puka and upgrade the starting lineup in the long term by packaging him with Jamal to go get a better running back. I mean, it looks like we've been very fortunate with outside of the week 1 injury to Travis Kelce, which obviously long-term, this isn't going to impact us. We haven't really had to deal with too many injuries. So if you can target one of those teams that right now is lacking depth overall and get that starting lineup upgraded at RB2 by selling the depth wide receiver, whether that's Pickens, Addison, Puka, it's kind of all the same idea. It's just how we are trying to optimize for this kind of format in particular, especially with this kind of roster construction. I think that would make a lot of sense, my friend. Now, Grivenface says, if giving up Pierce, Jefferson, Amari, and Tucker, worth it for Ramondre, Tyreek, Godwin, and Jake Elliott. Don't really care about the kickers. Jefferson to Tyreek, lateral move. I'd still rather have Jefferson, but it's close. Pierce to Ramondre, definitely give me Ramondre. Amari to Godwin, give me Amari, but who cares? I think it's a very fair deal. I think it is up to you, and for the love of God, do not start Zach Moss. Maybe Zach Moss turns out to be the starting running back. Maybe Zach Moss is fine. But by no means is that something that we can do before we actually see him on the field. Now, our next question coming out from, I believe, Dada the Goat, who says, trade away Garrett Wilson and James Conner for Derrick Henry. And oh my gosh, yes, go do this right now. Go do this right now, my man. I don't care if we have Nick Chubb and really, let's make this trade, get the best player in the deal. I mean, getting that kind of value for Garrett Wilson while we still can is so nice. Rigoberto says, flex start, Zay Flowers or Puka. I'm going to go Zay Flowers. Puka, super tough matchup against the 49ers. Milky Gatorade coming out saying, 12-team PPR format. We have Walker, Gibbs, Algier, Dalvin, Pacheco, Roshan. Wide receiver, we have Diggs, St. Brown, Olave, Debo, Freiermuth, Laporta, Jimmy G at quarterback. Any moves? You need a better quarterback. Like, there's no reason for us to have Jimmy Garoppolo as our QB. If Debo Samuel's our wide receiver 4, Dalvin Cook's our RB4, you take Tyler Algier, you go and see if we can just get a reason. Take Tyler Algier and Debo Samuel, go see if we can get a reasonable quarterback to start, my man. Maybe this is a league where we have like 3 wide receivers and multiple flex spots. Then in that style league, we can just kind of sit on our hands so we can play the depth with running back, wide receiver. Not here. Hey, go get a better QB. Let me make sure I'm not missing our starting QB. I mean, looks like Jimmy G's our starting QB. I can't get away with that. Taylor says, 10-team PPR format. We have Tua, Amari, Watson, Mike Williams, Puka, JSN, Hollywood, Bijan, Mixon, Javonte, Pierce, Kelsey, and Hunter Henry. Any moves we should make? I mean, long-term, we're going to be cutting Henry. I think it looks good. I mean, Kelsey looks good to go for this week. Short-term, I think it's a great team. I mean, I obviously would like to capitalize on some of the wide receiver depth, considering the fact it's a 10-team format. Assuming we only have one flex, I'd love to package together like Hollywood and Puka to go get a long-term upgrade at wide receiver, or maybe like Puka and Amari, Puka and Watson, Puka and Mike Williams. Essentially try to go up and get Jalen Waddle to get the stack with Tua. But great team. I think it'll be much better now that we get Kelsey back. Fugly coming out again says, a 10-team PPR format where we have Watson, Etienne, Ramondre, Jefferson, Olave, Henry, Flowers. And then on the bench, we have Connor, Pirine, Dotson, Puka, A-Rob, Wilson, and Zach Ertz. Any moves? Start Garrett Wilson, still even a tough matchup against the Dallas Cowboys over Zay Flowers. Great team overall. I think when we have the depth, we can see if we can package Garrett Wilson and Puka to go get to Olave, Waddle, Ridley, or maybe even St. Brown. I mean, hell, if we can get to St. Brown, I'd even throw Dotson in. And great team. I think this is a team where we do want to be rostering 2 tight ends if Hunter Henry's our first guy. Jacob says, Wilson and Sanders for Gibbs and DJ Moore in a full PPR format. Damn close enough to you. Damn close enough to you. Harrison says, thoughts on Josh Reynolds as a sleeper? Terrible Seattle's defense. If you're playing in like a GPP, or like if you're playing in a large field DFS tournament, sure, go for it if you think he's going to be at low ownership. In your regular shallow redraft format, by no means should you be going out there and starting Josh Reynolds. Dylan says, just traded Andrews and Godwin for Chase and Pitts. Great deal. Great deal. 14-team format with Tua, Moss, Sanders. We need better running backs. Hill, Chase, Wilson is nuts. Ayuk, do I try to move Chase or just rock the 0 RB? One flex. Okay, yeah. I think here we don't try to move Chase. I think if we're trying to move someone, we try to move Wilson. If we can go like Wilson and Zach Moss and go get a viable running back, we can start from week-to-week perspective. Go get Jahmyr Gibbs. Be nuts, my man. Jeffrey says, Garrett and Kenneth Walker for T. Higgins and Javonte. Getting rid of Garrett, what do you think? If you want to say sell Garrett Wilson for T. Higgins straight up, you do you. But a downgrade from Kenneth Walker to Javonte, that's too much. Ryan says, 10-team PPR format, Allen, Kelsey, Jacobs, Gibbs, Montgomery, Mostert, Brian Robinson, Keenan, Mike Williams, Christian Watson, Evans, Sutton, Quentin Johnson. How much for T. Higgins? You're the man, Mason. No, thank you so much, my dude. I mean, if we're wanting to go out there and get T. Higgins, I think the player that we're going to look to sell at this moment would probably be Mike Williams before Quentin Johnson expands his role. If you wanted to go through and sell like Mike Williams and maybe a super deep wide receiver like Sutton, like who the hell cares about Sutton in a 10-team league, and we can go get T. Higgins that way, I think that makes sense. Now, Elite Henry says 12-team at PBR format with 3 wide receivers and 1 flex. We have Deshaun Watson, Evans, Williams, Higgins, Kupp at wide receiver. Gibson's, oh my gosh, this is a great team. Flex is Puka. Great team. The only thing we're doing is waiting for Cooper Kupp to come back in. Specifically for a 12-team league where you have to start 3 wide receivers in a flex every single week, this is exactly how it optimized. If we can sell Evans and go get Amari, sure, but great team. Now, Guillermo coming out saying traded Chubb, Debo, and Zeke for Evans, MT, and Mixon. Chubb to Mixon, downgrade. Debo to Evans, downgrade, lateral move. Zeke to MT is not a large enough upgrade. You gave the best player up. I don't like the deal. I would have rather kept Nick Chubb. I mean, you have a great team outside of this. We're rolling with CMC. I mean, if we were getting 2019 Michael Thomas, then hell yeah, let's do it. But the trade Chubb this year for that, I think it's too much. Jay Bird coming out says 10-team PBR format. We have Burrow, Bijan, Jahmyr Gibbs, Devontae Adams, Ridley, Higbee, James Cook. Do I go Brandon Cooks, Khalil Herbert, or Gabe Davis for the flex? We have Kamara for later. I think we're actually probably going to go ahead and go Khalil Herbert. Tough spot to be in. I mean, Khalil Herbert did split the backfield 3 ways, but at least you get the guaranteed touches. I mean, full PBR format. If you wanted to chase upside, though, you go Gabe Davis. I don't know if we want to be starting Brandon Cooks, though, based off him not even practicing right now. Gibbs says, 12-team PBR format. Do I trade Gibbs, Devonta Adams for Etienne, Garrett Wilson, Mike Evans, and Dalvin, and I trade Garrett for Waddle when I get him? Gibbs, Devontae Adams for Etienne, Garrett Wilson, Mike Evans, and Dalvin. Gibbs to Etienne upgrade. Devontae Adams to Garrett Wilson, Mike Evans, Dalvin. If you already have it lined up where we can trade away Garrett Wilson for Jalen Waddle, then yes. But if you're thinking you can maybe do it, I would confirm beforehand. Top Gun Finn says, do I drop the tight end in Tennessee for the tight end in Detroit? Yes. Daniel says, got an offer. Garrett Wilson for T. Higgins. Take it. I think Garrett Wilson, T. Higgins is about the line between these two guys, and I think fundamentally it's going to be up to you, my friend. I think it will be up to you. Fabi says, 8-team league, full BBR, trade Garrett or keep. I would love to trade Garrett. I would love to get out of him if we can. But real quick, ladies and gentlemen, we just crossed the 5-hour mark. We're going to continue to live stream. Do not think I'm abandoning you, but give me 1 second to go to the bathroom. And come on, 5-hour live stream back-to-back days. If you have not hit that like button, if you have not subscribed to the channel, fix your life. Go down there, drop a like, and subscribe. I am so excited it's finally rained, ladies and gentlemen. It has finally rained in Austin, Texas. But Patrick says, trying to figure out who to start this week. We have Wilson, Evans, Higgins. Other wide receivers, Adams. I honestly think we're going to go ahead and start Higgins. Wilson's going up against the Cowboys. They're supposed to be the worst offense in the NFL, according to the Vegas sportsbooks. Daniel says, 10-team, 3 wide receivers, 2 flex. We have Herbert, Love, Pollard, Jones, James Cook, Roschon Johnson, P. Ryan, Warren, Hill, Watson, Pittman, London, JSN, Sky, Andrews, Musgrave. Any trades? I mean, in this kind of format, wide receiver depth's kind of going to be king here. So, I mean, I wouldn't even mind going through and dropping Luke Musgrave for another wide receiver. I mean, in terms of trades, I don't see too many because in this kind of format, as we were mentioning previously, not really looking to make too many 2-for-1 deals to upgrade in. Cooper says, thanks, Ben. Previous question was asking who to start. Okay, let me go ahead and pull that up for you, my man. And as I do this, if you want to check out any of these pick'ems on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat. Find it in the description section. Find it in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK is going to get you a 100% deposit match up to $200. Plus, you'll get our 2023 fantasy football rankings, a free trial to flockfantasy.com where you can find all of our premium content. And on top of that, if you sign up to Underdog before the game tomorrow, you'll be getting a Jalen Hurts special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard against the Minnesota Vikings, ladies and gentlemen. But Cooper. Who do we start? Okay, Herbert at quarterback. Running back, we're going to go Mixon, Walker. Wide receiver, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Garrett Wilson, Keenan. Flexes, we are going to be going with, I think we keep it as is. We go Evans and Sanders. We're going to bench Brian Robinson, Mostert, Dalvin, and Puka. Sorry, I thought that, I mean, since you already had the starting lineup, you just wanted us to look at it long term. Now, Alice Soho coming out says, full BBR1 flex. Who should we play at wide receiver / flex? Brown, Watson, Judy, Addison, Algier, and Puka. If this is AJ Brown, then Christian Watson's probably not going to be good to go. So then we probably have to go like, I guess we just get, we'll wait for that. We'll go Brown, Judy, and then Algier for the flex. I don't want to start Puka in a tough matchup against the 49ers. Braden says, at BBR, Odell, JSN, Myers as wide receiver 3. Myers, if healthy, JSN backup plan. First 2 guys didn't see much action week 1. Yeah, and I'm going to give more of an excuse for JSN, given the fact that he is, he was a rookie, right? He was a rookie. Okay, let me see if I can find Jay Bird's previous question. I may not be able to. Honestly, having Addison's not going to make too big of a difference. Like with Addison, I think you maybe like the long-term upside, but in terms of the short-term, I would look to avoid Addison if we can. They are 7-point dogs against the Eagles. CW says 10-team league, full BBR format. We have Lawrence, Bijan, Javonte, Tyreek, DK, Pittman, Andrews. And then on the bench, we have Terry, Gibson, Burks, Gabe Davis, Joshua Kelly, Roschon, Had Dobbins. Any suggestions? 10-team league, depth's not going to matter as much. If we could take Terry McLaurin, if we could go out there, package him with Javonte Williams, get an upgraded RB, I think that makes a lot of sense. If we could trade like DK in a depth wide receiver, maybe like Gabe Davis and go get an upgrade to Amari to stack with Lawrence, I'd also look to do that. Anthony says just won $2.5 thousand, 5th place on the Thursday, Sunday night Battle Royale on Underdog. Would have won first 10,000 if MVS over Tony, but we're feeling great. Thank you for your raking videos helping me win last week. Next up, 10 to 50,000. That is awesome, my man. Can everybody in the chat please spam W's for Anthony winning $2,500 to $2,500 on Underdog this week? Can everybody spam the chat W for Anthony? That is awesome, my man. Super happy to hear it. Samuel says, Mahomes and Hall for CMC and Burrow. We have Chase. Give me CMC and Burrow. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Connor says, Mahomes, Jones, Connor, Higgins, Evans, Pitts, Cooper. And then on the bench, we have Judy, McLaurin, Williams, Schultz, Charbonnet. Any ideas? Okay. Nothing in the short term. I mean, I do think that we need to be rostering 2 tight ends here. If you really wanted to take like Jerry Judy Terry McLaurin or Mike Williams, one of these wide receivers, and package him with Connor for a running back upgrade. I think that could be appealing. Jacob says, start White or Ayuk at the flex. We're definitely going to go Brandon Ayuk, my friend. Santos says, start Flowers over Swift. Yes, I probably will. Jonas says, trade Ridley for Mixon and Debo. If you really need a running back, like if you had Dobbins, then yeah, I think it's a fair price. Lando says, Pollard, Pittman, Richardson for Olave, Barkley, Dak. I would have Tua, Lamb, Olave, Barkley, Eckler, Mike Williams, Goddard. Thank you, Bruno. Thank you, my man. So here going from Richardson to Dak, lateral move, slight downgrade. Pollard to Barkley, upgrade. Pittman to Olave, massive upgrade. I think this is a no-brainer, especially if we have Tua. Love it, my friend. Ricardo says, should I trade Swift for Mike Williams? Yes, I would. I'm excited to see how he looks tomorrow night, though. Joke says, 12-team full PPR format. We have Allen, Barkley, James Cook, A.J. Brown, Keenan Allen, Kincaid, Najee at the flex. And then on the bench, we have Puka, Sky, Warren, Tyler, JT on the IR. Any moves? We can go Pookie, Najee for an upgrade at running back. I would love that. Sky Moore is a potential cut candidate, but outside of that, great team. Great team, my man. Mr. Filthy Wups. Love to see you, my man. 12-team PPR league. We have Fields, Jacobs, Gibbs, Lamb, Higgins, Ingram, Evans, Bourne. And then on the bench, we have Roshan, Pirine, Kenneth Gainwell, Gabe Davis, Bateman. Should we go for a running back or a wide receiver after trading away Ayuk and Dotson for Higgins? We traded Ayuk and Dotson for Higgins. I felt like we would get a better discount on Higgins. No? I feel like now our depth's going to be a little bit slimmer where it's probably going to be harder to make a move now. The only thing I'll say is, my man, I don't want to be starting Kendrick Bourne this week. I'd rather start Gabe Davis over Bourne. As crazy as that sounds, I know Bourne looked great. I don't necessarily think that you're in a spot where we're guaranteed to see the New England Patriots go out there and throw the ball for more than 50 times again. Dean says, pick two of these for wide receiver and a flex. Higgins, Godwin, Waddle, James Cook. We're going to go Waddle and your call between James Cook, Higgins. Then another team flex, Hollywood, Brian Robinson, Puka, and Lennon. We're definitely going to go Brian Robinson here. I think Puka could have been a better shot if he had, a different matchup than the 49ers. Dimo says, one for the flex, Watson, Pittman, Algier. Probably going to have to go Pittman if it's a full PPR format. Non-PPR league, we will go Tyler Algier. Okay. So let's move this down and Sin says, just got an offer, Hopkins and Lawrence or London and Burrow. Would you make the deal? I think Lawrence, Burrow, similar tiers now that Ridley looks so damn good. I'd way rather have Hopkins over London. I'd probably go, I think it's a fair trade. I think it's up to you. If you wanted to go Hopkins, Lawrence, I'm not going to fault you for it. Going into the season, I would have said definitely London, Burrow. John says, 10-team PPR format, half tight end bonus. We have Tua, Cousins, Pierce, Connor, both Jamal and Javonte, Algier, Wilson, Waddle, Thomas, Myers, Cup, Kyle, beautiful Kelsey and Hawkins. And I'm fine if you want to keep both tight ends. This is so much better of a team now that I see that we have those tight ends. Great team. I would trade a depth running back if we can with Garrett Wilson to pivot over to Olave, to pivot over to Waddle, to pivot over to Amon-Ra St. Brown, to pivot over to Ridley. Phenomenal team, though. I think you have the benefit where you're able to hold on to both those tight ends since you can put one in the flex because it's a tight end premium league. Now, John says 16-team PPR format. We have Purdy, Gibbs, Dalvin, Tyreek, DJ, Andrews, JSN. And then on the bench, we have Gibson, Elijah Moore, Spears, Everett, MVS, Luke Musgrave, and Russell Wilson. Any trades? Love to get a better running back if we can than Dalvin Cook, but it's a 16-team format. We can't do anything. It's a 16-team format. I'm assuming you started off 1-0 just based off of not Dalvin Cook. Tyreek Hill's back, but having Andrews here is going to make life a little bit easier. I can't even say to drop any of these boring options on the bench like Russ or MVS. We kind of have to have him in a 16-team league. Tough spot because of the format, my friend. Joshua coming out says 10-team super flex where we have Daniel Jones, Carr, Mac Jones, Gibbs, Etienne, Walker, Brian Robinson, Nash. We have way too many running backs to have this bad of quarterback. Go through and trade away Kenneth Walker, Derek Carr, get the best QB we can in return. Go trade Brian Robinson, Mac Jones, get the best quarterback we can in return. A wide receiver, we have Tyreek, Chase, Dawes. Great team. You're saying traded Najee and Carr for Justin Fields. Literally the perfect deal. Exactly what we were talking about. Love to see it. Way better of a team. Robert says, I have Puka, Dotson, JSN. Shaheed is on the waiver wire. Can we drop one of these guys for Shaheed after his big game last week? And which guy are we going to flex? We're going to flex, honestly, Dotson, Puka are super close. If you look at my rankings, I have Puka at 34, Dotson at 35 for this week. We will go Puka despite the tough matchup. And honestly, I'm not going to drop any of these guys for Shaheed. If like Michael Thomas went down, then at that point, I think it would be a very exciting spot for us to go ahead and for us to pick up Shaheed, but I don't know if we can do it with both a healthy Olave and a healthy Michael Thomas. Now, Mr. Robinson coming out says, 12-team PBR format, one quarterback, one flex. We lost Dobbins. It hurts. Or no, you're saying we have Hurts at quarterback. That's funny. We have Etienne, Cook. Okay, we're great at running back. We have Etienne and Cook. Chase, Watson, Higbee, Addison. On the bench, we have Jameson, Zach Ertz. Okay, we do not have much depth. What do we do as far as trade? Should I drop anyone? I feel screwed. I mean, I would be only going to drop Jameson just because it's so important for this team to go through and continuously churn the waiver wire. And I actually love Christian Watson as a buy low candidate overall. But fundamentally, if Watson's going to miss more time, I think we may end up having to sell Christian Watson and get back a wide receiver that's going to play right now, even if I really like Christian Watson. So, I mean, if you could go through, my friend, if you could sell Watson just for a startable wide receiver, a startable running back, I think that would make so much sense because in the short term, it looks like we have to start. I mean, I don't want to say we have to start. But yeah, no, we do. We have to start Addison and Jaden Reed. Addison and Zach Ertz in the flex. We can't get away with that. So it sucks, but I would love to keep them in a lot of spots. I don't think this is one that we can, though. Now, our next switch coming up from Jesus says, start someone, Montgomery or Miles Sanders. We'll go Montgomery. Start Montgomery or Raheem Mostert. We'll go Montgomery there as well. Ross says, hey, Mason, 1-0, 14-team double flex league. We have Herbert, Love, Bijan, Pollard, Cook, Hopkins, Judy, Sky, Elijah Moore, JSN, Mims, Paris Campbell. Tight end, we have Pat Frymuth, Hunter Henry. Dallas defense should start JSN in the flex this week, and suggestions on any moves. So double flex, we're going to be going Bijan, Pollard, James Cook. James Cook has to be in a flex. Hopkins, Judy, if healthy. I think we have to start JSN. We get the bump up with target share with Fryman. I actually really like this team, specifically in a 14-team leagues with 2 flex. I think we actually just wait once. Now that we have Judy healthy, hopefully JSN expanding his role overall, I think this team will be better going forward. I mean, especially if you consider the fact that, I mean, no Deontay Johnson leads to more Pat Frymuth targets, right? Okay, let me move this over. Okay, now Skyward coming out says 12-team half PPR format. We have Tua, Aaron Jones, Pierce, Tyreek Hill, Lamb, Goddard, and the flex Higgins. And then on the bench, we are currently sitting with Watson, Hall, Javonte. I would love to sell Hall if we can. A great team. I mean, whenever we have the running back depth like Mostert, maybe if we can find a team that just lost J.K. Dobbins and go through and sell like Raheem Mostert and Breece Hall to go get their like RB1 if they need a little more running back depth. I think that could make a lot of sense. By no means is it something that we have to do. But I think it would be interesting, my friend. Okay, now our next question coming out from Paul says, best side in Teagan's for JT London for JT Mike Williams. A JT Mike Williams, definitely. I mean, that's going to be a no-brainer there, my man. Sorry, just give me 1 second. I'm having to take care of something. We've been live for 5 hours, so life is going on around me. Trying to do something while we can. Okay, so now our next question coming out from, I believe, Tim says, 12-team PPR league, 2 quarterbacks, 3 wide receivers, 2 running backs, 1 flex. Lawrence Herbert, beautiful. Wilson, Brown, Waddle, Gibbs, Madison. On the bench, we have Warren, Musgrave, Flowers, Puka, Dotson, Kelly. Trade and recommendations. Great team overall. If we can take Puka and package him with Wilson to get an upgrade at wide receiver, I think that make a lot of sense. Especially when we have the depth of someone like Flowers there. I think just Puka is a clear sell candidate, specifically with this kind of roster. Like, if you needed wide receiver, then keep him, but you don't need wide receiver here. Now, Sir Rowe says, 12-team league, we have Lawrence, Saquon, Henry, JT, Wilson, Ridley, DJ Kincaid, Moore at the flex. What do I do? I want a better flex or tight end. Nope, you sit on your ants. Great team in the long term. We have to wait until we get Jonathan Taylor back. Once we get Taylor back, then at that point, we can look to make a move, my man. But you can't afford it with the depth we have currently. Margaret says 14-team at PBR format. We have Swift, Gibson, Roshan. Also, Puka, Kadarius Toney, Elijah Moore. Pick a RB2 and a flex, please. We have JT, Kamara, and Cup. RB2, we're going to be going Swift. Flex, we're going to be going Puka. Brutal spot to have all 3 of those guys in a 14-team league, my man. Brian says 10-team, 6-player keeper with 2 flexes, 3 wide receivers. We have Mahomes, Ramondre, Montgomery, Lamb, DK, Higgins, Godwin, Hawkinson, Puka, Johnson, Brian Robinson, Dak, Roshan, Elijah. A great team. If we could sell Dak and maybe Puka for a long-term upgrade at wide receiver, we don't have to worry about Cooper Kupp coming back. I think it makes a lot of sense. Specifically with this kind of roster, with these league settings, it makes sense to build around wide receiver, both at the top end as well as the depth on the team, which is exactly what we've done. Love the format. Love the team. Now, our next question coming out says, 12-team PBR, double flex, Fields, Jacobs, Etienne, DJ Evans, Kelsey, Nico, Dobbs. The bench is Rondell Moore and Sky Moore. We have Thielen, Bigsby, Justice Hill, Reynolds, Hunter Henry. We lost Dobbins. Who to trade? Should we send DJ Moore and any targets? No, we're not going to trade away DJ Moore, specifically when we have already bet on Justin Fields. We don't have a lot of depth down there on the bench. I do like we're primarily, if we can find a team that needs tight end, send them Hunter Henry, and maybe Mike Evans get a slightly better wide receiver. We do it, but no, I think this roster is fundamentally sound top to bottom with the construction. I agree. I'm not a big DJ Moore guy myself, but if you already have Justin Fields on your team, there it makes sense to just go ahead and keep him. Makes sense to keep him, my man. Tilted Abo says, what wide receiver should we target with Breece Hall? I would love to sell Hall to get to Olave, Waddle, Ridley. Casey says, we got CMC, Godwin, Gibson for Hall. Oh my gosh. Literally, I'd have been fine with just CMC. Selling Hall, Debo, James Cook, and getting CMC, I'm chilling. I'm good. Getting Godwin on top of that is just literally laughable. This is why we're saying to sell Breece Hall. Rixie says, a full BBR starting Lamar, Sanders, Pierce, Waddle, Thomas, Addison, Kelsey. The bench is Joshua Kelly, JSN, Dotson, and Njoku. Picked up David Njoku to trade Kelsey for an RB1 wide receiver 2. What are your thoughts? Mixon and Ayuk for Kelsey plus someone. In a one flex league, we want to keep Kelsey. Actually, no, you picked up Njoku. Never mind. Mixon Ayuk for Kelsey plus. I would rather have Kelsey over Mixon Ayuk. No, the trade is you trade away David Njoku, my man. If you're going to trade away Kelsey, you're not looking for Mixon and Ayuk. You're looking for like Tony Pollard and Ayuk. We're looking for Nick Chubb. It's way too low of a price tag, my man. Rich says, 10-team PPR format, Mark and Garrett for Kelsey. If you really wanted to, in a 10-team league, if it only has one flex spot, you can, just because depth doesn't matter. I feel like we can get a little bit of a better price. Clayton says, 12-team PPR format, any move ideas? We have Lamar, Etienne, Jefferson, Wilson, Godwin, Komet, Rashad White, and then on the bench, we have London, JSN, Dylan, P. Ryan, Puka, and Adam Thielen. I would love to send Puka, Garrett Wilson to get to Olave, get to Waddle, get to St. Brown, to get to Ridley. You've heard me say it a million times. Or we can go Garrett Wilson and Komet to somehow get to like Mark Andrews to pair up with Lamar. I'd like that as well. Abel says 12-team, have Daniel Jones trade CMC for Saquon and Hurts. That is a fair CMC. I'm fine making that move. I don't want to be trading CMC, but they're at that price. We're fine with it. Now, Rocky Balboa coming out saying 12-team full PPR league. We have Lamar, Pollard, Ramadre, Diggs, Godwin, McLaurin, Kincaid. Bench is Sutton, Rice, Roshan, Kyron, Hunter, and Henry Shaheed. Should we look for a wide receiver upgrade somewhere? I would like a wide receiver upgrade if we can over Godwin if this is the league's. I don't think we have enough depth to do it, though. Like, we don't have a luxury roster spot down there on the bench. I like the idea, my friend, but I think you already have a strong enough starting lineup, and we don't have, like, just some additional value on the bench that we're able to go through and we are able to take advantage of at this moment. So I think we actually probably sit on our hands at this, right at this second. Now, Jordan says 18 PPR league. We have Burrow, Bijan, Gibbs, Etienne, Kamara, Chase, Wilson, Pittman. So I trade Gibbs and Wilson for Olave and Amari. Let me know what you think. You're the GOAT. No, thank you so much, my man. Wilson to Olave, clear upgrade. Gibbs to Amari, I don't like it. I probably keep Gibbs and Wilson. I mean, in an 8-team league, the wide receiver like Amari's just not going to move the needle. Jesus coming out says wide receiver 1 and flex the other. Wilson, Hopkins, and Sanders. Probably going to go Hopkins and Garrett Wilson in a full PPR format. Ring says 12-team PPR league. We have Hurts, James Cook, Pierce, Najee, Garrett Wilson, Hopkins, Watson, Kelsey, Puka, Deontay. Offered Joe Mixon and Judy or Pickens for Garrett Wilson and James Cook. What are your thoughts? James Cook to Mixon, upgrade. Garrett Wilson to Judy or Pickens. I think we need a better wide receiver. I like the idea. If we can get a better wide receiver, I like it. Forgot to mention the Adams-Gibbs trade keeper. Let's go. If we're going to be able to keep Gibbs long-term, that's great, my man. Greg says 10-team PPR format. We have Lamar, Sanders, Javonte, Chase, Lamb, Andrews, Waddle. The bench is Pacheco, Sutton, Algier, Puka, Dak. Do you like any moves? We have the Lamar, Andrews stack. Beautiful. I'd like to upgrade running back if we can. If we can go Puka, Sanders, get a better running back, go Dak. Javonte, get a better running back, or Dak, Puka, and Sanders get a better running back. I think we can afford to do that. We can start Lamar every week regardless of matchup. Great team. Nod Bugs coming out says, hey, Mason, 14-team league. Oh, my gosh, super deep format. We have Burrow, Cup, Wilson, Kirk, Burks, Madison, Dobbins. This is I hate to say this. We have to sell Cooper Kupp for 2 startable players. We're going to sell low on Cooper Kupp. I generally try to avoid saying this overall. But specifically, if you are looking at a team where it's a 14-team format where you have to start up to 5 wide receivers every single week, here we can't afford to hold on to an injured Kupp whenever we had an injured Dobbins. Like, we have to get what value we can at the moment, preferably 2 players in return. Jade says, Hall, Keenan Allen, Shaheed for Jamar Chase. Oh, Jamar Chase by a mile. I exist maybe coming out says 12-team PPR format. We got Burrow, Cooper, Mike Williams, Bijan Brees, Andrews, and the flex is Pacheco. On the bench, we have Edwards, Mooney, Rice, Mingo, Juju, and I have Cup on the IR. Trade recommendations. We don't have any depth with this team right now. With this team, I mean, the bench is honestly straight up garbage. I think we have so much long-term upside whenever we do get Cooper Kupp back in. Primarily, we're just going to be waiting until we get Kupp back in this offense. That way, we don't have to be flexing Isaiah Pacheco. One side note, though, is if we have Burrow and Mike Williams, I'd love to sell Mike Williams for T. Higgins. Jacob says 12-team PPR format, 1 flex. We have Watson, Bijan, Ramadre, Algier, Joshua Kelly, Rashad White, Hill, Waddle, London, Mike Williams, Sky Moore, Hawkinson. Should we sell Algier high? Full PPR format, I'm completely fine selling Algier high. I mean, especially if he's our RB3 here and we have Joshua Kelly. I mean, he's our RB4 after Rashad White. If you wanted to package together, say Tyler Algier and Mike Williams to try to get to a wide receiver in the range of like Olave Ridley, beautiful. Arif says trade Wilson, Pollard, Puka for Higgins and Jacobs. I mean, Pollard to Jacobs, downgrade. Wilson and Puka, Higgins, lateral move. I'd rather have the Pollard side. Jesus says, Garrett Wilson, Miles Sanders for Waddle and Sutton. What are your thoughts? Garrett Wilson to, I would like a better wide receiver than Sutton, if that's the best deal we're going to get. I like it. In general, I do like selling Garrett Wilson in a small piece for Waddle. I just don't know if we want Sutton in return. Nick says, Lamar, Ramadre, Bijan, Tyreek, Olave, Ayuk, Pitts, and the bench is Pierce, Madison, Sanders, Dotson, Jonathan Taylor, Elijah Moore, Michael Thomas. Want to trade for Gibbs? Who are we going to send? I mean, if we could go through, if we could pack together like Pierce and Michael Thomas to go get Jahmyr Gibbs, I'd really like that if it's a full PPR format. It's going to be a little bit harder to sell that depth, though, whenever we don't have Jonathan Taylor back right now. I do that same thing with Miles Sanders. And Miles Sanders or Dameon Pierce, whoever they want. Alex says 12-team at PPR format. We have Allen, James Cook, Connor, Javonte, Brian Robinson, a lot of running back depth, their top end stud. Jefferson, Olave, Amari, Deontay, Jameson, thoughts and trade. I think as of now, we can't really do anything. Long term, once we get Deontay Johnson and Jameson Williams in here, then like we can go through and package together like Deontay and a running back to get a running back upgrade. Short term, we just don't have the depth where, I mean, we only have 3 wide receivers on this team where it'd be very difficult for us to go out there and for us to make a 2-for-1 deal to upgrade the running back position. But Gregory says, hey, Mason, 12-team full BBR format, 1 flex. We have Diggs, Lamb, Pittman, Lockett, and London. Running backs are Najee Stevenson. Is there anyone I should go out and get to upgrade the running back position? I would love to go out and upgrade from Najee Harris. I'm going to hold on to Ramondre Stevenson in a full PPR format. Issue is, I don't know who's going to buy any of these wide receivers. If you go like Michael Pittman and Najee Harris to get to Travis Etienne, I'd really like that. Dylan says, my man took your advice, got Nick Chubb for Breece Hall and Zay Flowers. Hell yes, my man. Love to hear it. Aaron says, happy BR pick 3. Gibbs, Javonte, Mike Evans, T. Higgins. For this week, we're going to be going with Evans, Higgins, Gibbs. Benny says, Uda flex, PBR, Godwin, Pierce, or Atwell. Oh, definitely Godwin, not close. Deal says White or Madison. We're really up to you. We have the Eagles defense and Jefferson. I don't really care too much about that. If I look at my rankings this week, we have Rashad White and Alexander Madison literally like back to back. I have Madison at 13. I have like White at 14, 15. Probably Madison. I don't love the fact that they are 7-point dogs, though. Okay. Now, Jeffrey says, try to trade Wilson, Puka, Dalvin for Higgins and Watson. Is that a stretch? Wilson to Higgins, lateral move. Puka, Dalvin to Watson. I think it's fine. I tried to shoot a little bit higher. I don't want that to be like our initial offer. Aaron says, love the content. Pittman for Keenan. I would rather have Keenan there, but thank you so much, my friend. Sam Crow says, a full BBR drop. Thielen or Chark, who's going to be number 1? In reality, I think it's going to be a low-volume passing offense where you have a little bit of Thielen, a little bit of Chark, a little bit of Mingo, a little bit of Hayden Hurst, right? I don't really know if we're too excited to roster any of these guys. I would rather have Chark over Thielen, though. But I think that's all I have for y'all. Again, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for hanging out with us in this live stream. If you have not done so already, go down there, drop a like on the stream. We live stream for 5.5 hours. Subscribe to the channel. We're going to be streaming every single day until 2024. And if you want to support us live streaming for 5.5 hours, the number one way you can do it, go check out Underdog Fantasy. Promo code FLOCK. They'll match your first deposit dollar for dollar up to 100. You'll get our 2023 fantasy football rankings. You'll get a free trial to flockfantasy.com. And with promo code FLOCK, you're also going to get an additional special pick'em. Jalen Hurts more than less than half a total yard against the Minnesota Vikings. And also, if you are on Underdog, please make sure you use the Tua total yards pick'em in a pick'em slip this weekend, and you're going to get entered in to win $10,000, giving away $10,000 to 10 people every single weekend if they use the special pick'em. We're going to be going Rashad White over Sanders in a happy BR. But thank you again, everybody, ladies and gentlemen. I really do appreciate you. Really hope you have a great night, and really hope we get to see you out with the live stream tomorrow night.